Assalamu alaikum everyone, welcome to my channel. So this channel is all about learning JavaScript step by step so you can build real projects. Today we are starting with lesson 1, creating a simple web page and printing our first message using JavaScript. So let's build it together. So first I'll create a new HTML called index.html. Every HTML file starts with the doc type HTML declaration. So let's write doc type HTML. So this is the document type. It knows that this is the HTML file. So next I'll add an HTML, and we should add the closing tag as well, HTML, and also set the language here. So let's add lang English. So I'm writing this language English so browser and screen readers know the page content is in English, which improves accessibility and SEO. So this is for the SEO purpose. So inside this HTML, we have head and body. So first we should add the head tag. So this is the head tag. Inside that head tag, I'll define the character set and the page title. So let's first define the character set. Let's add a meta tag, and this is the closing tag. Our set is equals to UTF-8. I added character set UTF-8 to make sure the page displays every character correctly, including symbols and non-English letters. So let's also add a title, which will show on our HTML tab. So let's add a JavaScript lesson 1, and let's add a body tag, body. In the body, I'm adding a heading so our page has some physical content. So let's add h1 JavaScript lesson 1, and let's add a paragraph as well. Open the console to see the message. And finally, I'm linking the new JavaScript file called script.js. So this line will tell the browser to load the JavaScript. So let's add script src /script.js. We will create that file later, and this is the closing tag. Okay, so to see the changes instantly, I'm using the live preview extension, so everything we can see live automatically. When we add updates, we should see live changes here. You can download that extension from this extension tab and just type it live server, and this extension will appear and you can install that. To see that live preview, just right click that index HTML file and open with live server. You can see here are our live status of HTML. So right now there is no code of script. So now I'll create the script.js file in the same folder. Let's type script.js. Let's start by logging a greeting to the console. So let's type console.log and put any message here. I say assalamu alaikum JavaScript, welcome to developer Maruf. Maybe this. So console.log prints text in the browser's developer console, which is super helpful for debugging and learning. So let's see its output. Let's refresh our live preview and right click on the screen and select inspect. Open the console tab, you can see here is our console message, Assalamu alaikum JavaScript. So this is the same message we put here in the script.js. So let's add one more console here. Let's say this is lesson 1. It's already suggesting a message, so let's keep that. As you can see, it's changing live. If it's not changing, you should save this. Just put Control S, or if you are in Mac, you should press Command S to save the file, and it will change live. You can see the live changes. We can add multiple logs as much as we need. We can also add other log. Let's say hello world. You can see it's showing hello world. So that's it for lesson 1. We set up a simple web page and wrote JavaScript that print messages. In the next video, we will explore variables so you can store data in your programs. In lesson 2, we'll learn about variables in JavaScript, how to store values and the differences between var, let, and const. I'll also show you a quick VS Code shortcut that creates the HTML boilerplate instantly. So the variables are like labeled boxes that holds data. JavaScript gives us 3 keywords to create them: var, let, and const. Var is the original keyword. It has function scope and allows redeclaration, which can lead to accidental bugs. Let was introduced in ES6. It's blocked scoped and can be reassigned, making it safer for modern code. Const is also blocked scoped, but it locks the reference, perfect for values you don't intend to change. So let's start by creating a new index.html file. Inside VS Code, if you type exclamation mark and press enter, Emmet will generate the full HTML skeleton, which you are seeing. This saves a lot of time for the setup. You might wonder what Emmet is. It's a built-in toolkit in VS Code that expands shorthand snippets into full HTML or CSS. Typing exclamation and hitting enter gives us whole boilerplate instantly, no extra extensions needed. So let's add our data in our HTML file as we did previously. Okay, so this is the HTML file which we created yesterday. We will use same file, but this is the lesson 1, so let's keep it that way. Now let's dive into the JavaScript by creating script.js file. Script.js. So let's start with the console. So we should know which lesson it is. So lesson 2, variables. Let's put a declaration with var, let, and const. Let's put a comma here. So I'll start with var course title is equals to JavaScript. Not for beginners, let's say it basics. So var is a function scope, and you can redeclare it, but that can cause surprises. So this is the var variable, this is the variable name, and this is its value. So this value is stored in this variable course title. So when we say console.log and say course title with var space and comma course title. So if we check the console now, you will see this data inside here, because this value is stored in this variable and we are calling it in the console. So we should see this value in it. Let's open live server and see our result. In live server, open the console. So here you can see our first console, which we type here, the top one, and this is our second console, which we type here, As you can see, this is the course title with var as it is, and in our course title we can see JavaScript basics because this value is stored in this variable, so it's showing JavaScript basics. So let's now redeclare that variable and let's see what result we get. Redeclaration with var is allowed but can be risky. So let's say var course title is equals to JavaScript essentials. Let's console it so we should see the results. Let's say redeclaration, redeclared with var. Okay, let's see our results now. As you can see, this is our first console, this is our second console, which is this one, and this is our third console. So this shows that we can redeclare var variables. It's not a good practice to use var, but it is allowable in JavaScript. You will mostly use let and const, not var. So next is let. It's the modern choice for variables that you plan to update. Let's start by typing the let variable. Let's say let username is equals to Maruf. Let's console it so we can see the results. Username with let is username. So you can see here we got username with let Maruf because this value is stored in username variable. So if we redeclare this let variable, it will throw an error because we can't redeclare let variables. So let's try and see what happens. Let username is equals to John. As you can see, we are seeing an error, cannot redeclare blocked scoped variable username because that is a blocked scoped variable. But we can reassign this variable. If we say username is equals to John, we can do that. And if we console log it, we can see John printed. As you can see, username reassigned with let John because here we have reassigned the value for this username variable. So let can't be redeclared but can be reassigned, and var can be redeclared and reassigned as well. So this is a blocked scoped, this is a function scoped. So let's now move on to const variable. Let's say const channel name developer Maruf. Let's console it. Channel name with const channel name. Okay, so as you can see, channel name with const developer Maruf. So const variables can't be redeclared or reassigned, and they are the blocked scoped variables as well, like let. But we can reassign a let variable, but we can't reassign or redeclare this const. So we can say const is for values that shouldn't change or should be unique. So let's try const to see what it does if we redeclare it first. Const channel name is equals to something. So you can see it throws an error which says cannot redeclare blocked scoped variables channel name. We can't also reassign its value. It will also throw an error. Let's put the console and see the result. Console.log reassign with const. Okay, so we can't see the console log here because it's a constant variable and we have reassigned it. So that's why JavaScript throws an error. So now let me show you the scope demonstration of these variables. So let's create a function first. We will learn about functions in upcoming lessons. Let's say show scope function. Let's create 3 variables with var, let, and const. Var old keyword is equals to var is function scoped because var is a function scoped, and let modern keyword, let is block scoped. Const is a constant keyword, const is block scoped as well. Now let's console.log them, old keyword, modern keyword, and constant keyword. So let's comment these codes for now. If you want to comment these codes, just select them and press command /. If you are in Windows, you can click control /. It will be comment out. So comment means to ignore these codes. So this is a shortcut for commenting a code. If you want to uncomment that code again, you just select that, or just come to that line which you want to uncomment and press command / and it will be uncommented code. If you want to comment, you can just come to the starting point and type / and it will be commented. So commented code will not appear or not be considered as code. So you can type anything here. Let's say this is a step 4 which we are doing now, which showing scopes. So let's say scopes demonstration. So this is a single line comment. We can also add multi-line comment. I'll show you how you can add multi-line comment. Just uncomment this and come to the first line where you need to start that comment. Let's type / and star, and then this is the starting point of commented code, and where you need to stop that comment, you just end it with star and / again. Let's say here star / So whatever we write inside these symbols, that will be commented. So whatever you type here, it will be ignored. So let's now focus on our topic. So let's now also add some logs outside this function to see the scope clearly. Modern keyword and constant keyword. So these both should fail because they are blocked scoped. They are not allowed outside their block. Block is this part. This curly braces is a block. So this is a function, this is its block, and we declared these variables inside the block. So they let and const can't be allowed outside its block. So these both will throw an error, but these three, we should see their results in the console. So to see the result, what's inside the function, we should call this function. Without calling the function, we can't see what's inside it. So we can also call this function here. And if you want to call that function in our console, in the browser console directly, you can do that. So show scope, enter. You can see the results. Let's keep it inside our file. We are seeing these three that constant var logs, which we wrote here, but these logs are throwing an error because they are blocked scoped variables. So that was it for the variables. And let me show you the cleaner way to using console. When combining string commas inside console.log works, but template literals strings using backticks keep everything cleaner. So these are the backticks here. These are the backticks. By using backticks, we can write consoles more cleaner. So let me show you how you can use backticks inside the console. Let's remove this string and add backtick on the starting and at the end. So we can use the variables inside this backtick string by putting a $sign and curly braces. So whatever we put inside this curly braces, we can see its value. In our case, it's a variable, so let's cut it and paste it inside this, and we will see the same result. All keyword var is function scoped. You notice this comma is also included in the console because it's inside our string. So whatever is inside, it will show in the console. So we can remove that. So that's it for today's lesson. You just learned how to create variables with var, let, and const, when to use each, and how scope and reassignment work. In lesson 3, we will break down JavaScript's primitive data types and use the type of operator to inspect them. This is lesson 3. Today we'll learn about JavaScript's primitive data types and how to check them using the type of operator. There are 7 kinds of data types in JavaScript: string, number, boolean, undefined, null, symbol, and big int. So let's practice them so we can understand them better. The HTML file is ready to load our script.js. Let's move straight into the JavaScript. So I'll start with a title in the console so we know we are in lesson 3, console.log. This is lesson 3, primitive data types, and type of of operator. First data type is a string store text. I'll use let's say const user name is equals to developer Maruf. Let's console it so we should see its result. User name. Open this in live preview. You can see here it's our first console and it's our second console. So the type of operator will show that what type of variable this is. So let's see, by typing console.log, we should say type of user name, because we want to know that what is the type of this username variable. So to find out what type this variable has, we can check it by typing type of operator, and let's see what will be its result. So you can see this is a string because its value is a string. These double quotes called string, whatever is in it, it will be considered as a string. So username type is a string. Let's see other types. So the next is number data type. Let's say const user age is equals to 22. So JavaScript uses the same number type for integers and decimals. So if we want to add a decimal number, we can do that. So this variable data type is a number. So let's check it in console.log. Let's say user age, we have 22.1. Let's see its type, log type of user age. You see it's a number because we assign the number value to this variable. If we make it an integer, it will also be considered as a number. You can see this is a number. So let's comment them out and let's move on to Boolean data type. So the Boolean are true or false, like yes or no. So if we say const user is student is equals to true, so let's check its value first. User student, we get the true here. If we change it to false, we get the false. So this is called Boolean. Let's see its type. As you can see, this is a Boolean. True is also a Boolean. So Boolean have only two values, like true and false, or Boolean values. So let's move on to our fourth data type, which is undefined. So undefined means a variable has been declared but not given a value. So if we say let next topic and let's console log this variable, it will show us undefined. You can see it is undefined. If we give this variable a value, it will not consider it as undefined. You can see it's showing 42. If we give it a value is equals to undefined, it will show undefined. If we check the type of this variable, it will also show undefined. If we remove this undefined and don't assign any value, it will again show undefined. So that's it for this data type. Let's comment it out and let's move on to null data type. So null present empty value on purpose. Like if we say const username is equals to null and console log this username, it will show null. And the type of null will be an object. You can see it's object. So that's a historical trick in JavaScript. We just have to remember. So whenever you check the type of null value, it will always be an object. So let's move on to our sixth data type, which is a symbol. So symbol gives unique values. It often used for special IDs in advanced code. You don't usually use this symbol data type mostly, but you should have an overview of symbol. So let's say const unique ID is equals to symbol 1 2 3, or let's say lesson 3. So let's log this variable unique ID and log the type of unique ID. You can see it's a symbol data type and this is its value. So this is the way we write symbol data type. You don't mostly use this data type, but you should have an overview of it. So let's move on to our seventh data type, which is big int. So big int is for very large integers beyond normal number limits. You also don't mostly use this big int data type, but you should know how it works. If we say large number is equals to any large number, and at the end we should put n, and let's check the console. Large number, type of large number. So you can see its result, and the data type of this large number is big int. So these are all the data types. So let's print a summary of these all variables so we can see all the data types in a single log. We can't use the same name of a const variable. Let's say lesson name. Let's log these all variables in single console. Let's use backticks, which we have covered in yesterday's lesson. So username, $, curly braces, user name variable, which is this one. Let's type user age, $, user age. You can follow this through all the variables. I'm currently skipping it to show you the result. Let's save this. Let's comment out these logs so we can see only one log. On this. And let's put the type of all. We can see all the types. So you can see here in the console, username string, because username is a string, user age is a number, user is student is a boolean, next topic is undefined, which is here, next topic variable, lesson name is an object, which is a null value, unique ID is a symbol, and large number is a big int. So that's it for today's lesson. You just learned all 7 primitive data types in JavaScript and how to check them with type of. In lesson 4, we will use these values while learning about operators, arithmetic, comparison, and logical operator. In lesson 4, we will learn about operators in JavaScript. Operators helps us perform calculations, compare values, and make decisions in our code. We'll cover 3 types: arithmetic operator for maths, comparison operator to compare values, and logical operator to combine conditions. Let's start coding. First, I'll create index.html. I'll use emit by typing exclamation mark and pressing enter. Perfect. Now I'll update the title to JavaScript lesson 4 operators, and I'll add a heading that says JavaScript lesson 4 operators, and I'll link our JavaScript file at the end of the body tag. Let's add a paragraph as well, and script tag to link our JavaScript src / means same folder, script.js. Now let's create script.js file, script.js. Let's start with arithmetic operators. These are for doing maths in JavaScript. I'll create 2 numbers, num1, which will be equals to any number, and num2, and then we will first do addition, and then subtraction, multiplication, division, and other operators as well. So let's start. First, let's add a comment, arithmetic operator. Now let's create 2 variables so we can add them. Const num1 is equals to 10, const num2 is equals to 3. Let's open our live server so we can see our console. Let's now log these variables so we can see those live. For writing quick console log, we don't need to write by typing full console. What we can do is quickly we can just write log and then hit enter. That will create console.log for us. So let's now say num1 is equals to num1 and num2 is equal to. Okay, now we can see the logs. Let's start with the addition. Const, let's say num1 plus num2. That is our first operator, which is plus. Let's see its result by logging it. First, we should store its value, whatever will be the result of num1 plus num2. We should store that result in some variable. So to store that result, we should say const sum is equals to num1 plus num2. So now whatever the result of num1 plus num2, which is 10 plus 3, will be 13. Then 13 will be stored in the sum variable. So we should log the sum variable to see its result. Let's say log addition num1 plus num2. And you can see in the console log we have addition num1 plus num2 will be an equal to 13, because 10 plus 3 is equal to 13. So this is our first operator, arithmetic operator. Now let's see our second arithmetic operator, which will be a subtraction. So subtraction. Now we can say num1 minus num2. So minus is the subtraction operator, which is also an arithmetic operator. So now let's store its value, whatever will be the result of num1 minus num2. Let's say const difference is equals to num1 minus num2. Let's log this to see its value. You can see in the console subtraction num1 minus num2 is equal to 7, because when we minus 3 from 10, the result will be 7. Now let's see our third arithmetic operator, which is multiplication. let's say const, let's name this variable product is equals to num1. Now for the multiplication, we should not use x. In JavaScript, we can use asterisk for the multiplication, which is a star, and num2. Now let's see its result. So the multiplication num1 multiply num2 will be 30 because 10 3s are 30. Let's see our fourth operator, division. So division gives us quotient. So let's say const is equals to num1. So for the division, we can use forward slash num2. Let's see it in the console. So division num1 num2 is 3.333 something, because when we divide and divided by 3, so this will be its result. You can see it's a math. We can write maths in JavaScript. Let's see our fifth operator, which will be modulus. So modulus uses the percentage sign. It will gives us the remainder after division. So let's say remainder is equals to num1, which is a 10, percentage num2, which is 3. So maybe result will be 1 if I'm not wrong. Let's see. Modulus num1 modulus num2 is equal to remainder. So remainder is 1. So that was our fifth arithmetic operator. Now let's move on to our sixth, which is exponentiation. So exponentiation uses two asterisks, which we used here for the multiplication. Exponentiation like 10 to the power of 3. What will be its result? Let's see. So let's say const power is equals to num1 2 asterisks num2. And let's log, and the result is 1000, because when we multiply this 10 with the 3 tens, like if its power is 3, then we will multiply this 10 multiply 10 multiply 10. The result will be 1000. So let's move on to our next arithmetic operator, which is increment. So let me show you what increment is like. So let's say let counter is equals to 5, let's say, and first we will console it so we can see our before increment value, which is 3 now, because counter is equals 3. If we increment this by using counter plus plus operator, so what these plus plus will do is it will increase 1 with whatever the value of counter is. It will be like counter is equals to counter plus 1. This is what this means. The value of counter, which is 5, and plus 1, which will be 6. Now let's log it to see its value. After counter, you can see it is getting 6. So that was increment. Now let me show you decrement. It works the same like increment, but we will use minus minus sign to decrease with minus 1. Let's see. Let count is equals to 8, and let's log this. Before decrement is 8. Let's say count minus minus. It will be like count is equal to count minus. In plus plus, we were adding 1 to the counter. In minus minus, we are decreasing 1 from the count. So let's log this to see the changes. So you can see it's getting 7 because 8 minus 1 will be 7. So that was it for the arithmetic operator. Now let's move on to our comparison operator. Let's comment them out. Now let's see our comparison operators. So comparison operators are like they compare two values and return true or false. So what I will do is I will create 3 variables. Let's say a is equals to 5. Let's say b is equals to 10, and c is equals to 5. Let's log these first, a, b, and c. So for these comparison operator, they will always return a boolean value. Like they will return true, they will return false. So let's do it practically in the console. Let's say console.log, and let's see first equal, let's say equal to a equal to b, and its result, let's see a equals to b. So this double equal is the comparison operator. Checks if they have the same value or not. This will return true or false. They are checking like if a is equals to b or not, its value is equals to each other or not. So they are not clearly. The a value is 5 and the b value is 10. So they are not equal. It should return false. So let's see in the console we have false, and that is correct. Let's see our second comparison operator, which is, or let's see the same operator with comparing the a and c, because they are equal to each other, so they should return true. Let's see it. A equal to c. Let's see, it's returning true because a is equals to c. They both have the same value. So let's now see not equal to sign. Let me add a comment for you. Equal to and not equal to. So let's add a log. Let's say not equal to for a and b. So for the not equal to sign, we should add an exclamation. This exclamation here means not, and we should put equals to b. So it will be like it is asking that a is not equal to b. Here you can see its console, it says true because a is not equal to b. That's why it's returning true. We can see a 5 and b is 10, and it is already saying that a is not equal to b because that is correct, so it is returning true. If we say a is not equal to c, then it will return false because a is equals to c. So that statement is incorrect. That's why it's returning false. So let's now see our third comparison operator, which is strict equal to. So strict equal to uses three equal signs like this. It checks both values and the type of that variable. So if we make a equals to, let's say a equals to c, and that result will be true because a value is 5 and c value is 5, and a variable type is a number and c value type is also a number, so it will return true. If we say a equal to c after wrapping this 5 inside a string, because now it's a string type and it is a number type, so it will return false because their value are the same, but their types, the data type, is not the same. That's why it will return false. So the thing is, it checks both value and type because one is a number, one is a string. That's why it will return false. If we say a double equal to c, it will return true now because double equal will not check the data type. It will only check the value. If it is 5 and here is also 5, it will return true. So that is the difference between double equal and triple equal to operator. So let's log this to see clearly. Let's log a equal to c. So we are getting false because c is a string and a is a number. So if we remove this string and make it a number, then we will return true. So that's it for strict equal to sign. Now let's move on to our strict not equal to sign. So this strict not equal to sign works the same way, but it will strictly check that those values are strictly not equal to each other or they are equal to each other. Let's see in the console, a is not equal to c, and it is returning false because a is 5, its value is 5, and c value is also 5. Their data types is also same, so that's why it is returning false because they are equal, and it is checking that they are not equal to each other. If we wrap it in the quotes, it will become a string and it will return true because now they are not equal to each other. So that's it for strict not equal to sign or operator. Let's move on to our greater than operator. So the greater than uses the greater than sign, and let's see log greater than a is greater than b. So its result is false because a is not greater than b. They are equal to each other. Let's remove these quotes. If we increase this to 6, it will return true because now a is greater than c. Okay, now next is greater than operator. So if you are a math student, you already know that what greater than sign do. It will check like the value is greater than this value or not. Let's see in the console.log greater than a is greater than b. And let's say a greater than sign and then b. It will return false because a is 5 and b is 10. So a is not greater than b. If we see in the console, it is false because b is greater than a, not a is greater than b. If we increase a value, let's say 51, then it will return true because now a is greater than b. So let's move on to our less than sign, less than operator. Let's log this, and this is the sign of less than, which is an angle bracket. So it is returning false because a is not less than b. A is greater than b. We are checking if a is less than b or not. That's why it's returning false. If we make a 5 b 10, then it will return true because now a is less than b. You can see it's returning true. So the next operator is greater than and equals to. Let's log this. This is the way to write greater than and equals to, because it will check that if a is greater than b or equals to b, then it will return true. If it is not, then it will return false. Right now it is returning false because a is 5 and b is 10. They are not equal to each other, and a is not greater than b. If we make it 10, we will return true. If we make it 11, it will return true. If we make it 9, it will return false. So I think you get it. Let's move on to less than equals to. Same way, if it is less than b or equal to b, it will be true. Right now it is returning true because a is less than b. A is 9 and b is 10. And if we make it 10, it will again return true. If we will make it 11, it will return false because now a is greater than b, not less than b. So let's now move on to our logical operator. So let's comment these out, and let's say logical operators. So logical operator helps us combine multiple conditions. So here I'll create 3 Boolean variables. Let's say const is logged in is equals to true, const has permission equals to false, and const is admin equals true. So let's see our first logical operator, which is AND operator. So AND operator is 2 ampersand like this. This is an AND operator. It returns true only if both conditions are true. So if we say console.log and say like is logged in and is admin. So it should return true because is logged in is equals to true and is admin is also equals to true. So they are both equals to each other. They are both true. That's why it will return true. If we say is logged in and has permission, it will return false because has permission is false. That's why it is returning false. Both variables should be true. Then we will return, or we will see true here. If anyone have the value of false, they will return false. Let's check our second logical operator, which is OR operator. We can write OR operator like this, two pipes. It returns true if at least one condition is true. If we say is logged in or operator and then has permission, it will return true because its condition is like if any comparison variables have at least one variable is equals to true, then our result will only be true. So let's see practically. Console.log. We say is logged in or has permission, it will return true. You can see because is logged in is true, then it will quickly return its result because we get one true and that is enough. If both are false, if we make it is logged in false, then it will return false because both are the false value. You can see it is returning false. So that was it for our operator. Now let's move on to our not operator. It is not operator. I've already told you that this is a sign of not. So what it will do is it will flip the value. Like if is logged in is true, if we keep it like is logged in, then it will return false because it flips its current value. If here is a true, it will flip it to false. If there is false, it will flip it to true. Let's see it. Log is logged in, and let's put that not operator at the starting. You can see it is returning false now because it is a true value and this operator is flipping its value. If we remove it, it will return its original value, which is true. So that was it for not operator. So the last is combined logical operator. We can combine operators like is logged in and operator. Let me show you. We can say log and then we can say is logged in and open parenthesis, closing parenthesis. Inside this we can say is admin or has permission. It is returning true because is logged in is true and the and operator will only return true when both or all values or variables are returning true value. So in this statement, JavaScript is getting the result of these two, like it's checking if is admin or has permission. Any of it returns true, then it will call its value true. Like is admin is true here, so it will quickly return true here, like this. Any of value is true, it will be true here. Is logged in is already true, so both values are true. That's why we have the true in the console. I hope you get it. If it will be like this, like if we say is admin is false, now both are false. So here it will be false, and now both values are not true. An AND operator requires both values to be true to returning true Boolean value. So now it will return false because one value is false, you can see. So I hope you understood these operators. So you just learned about arithmetic operator for math, comparison operator to compare values, and logical operator to compare or combine conditions. These operators are the building blocks for making decisions in your code. In lesson 5, we will use these operators with if statements, else if, and else to control the flow of our program. In lesson 5, we'll learn about control flow in JavaScript. Control flow lets our program make decisions and run different code based on conditions. We will learn about if-else statement, if statement, else if, and else statement. These are the building blocks for making your code smart and interactive. So let's start coding. I've already created index.html file and I have linked my JavaScript file with it. So let's not waste our time and dive into the JavaScript. So let's start with the simplest form, a basic if statement. So let's first add a comment. Basic if statement. I'll create a variable called age is equals to 18. Now I'll write if parenthesis. Inside these parentheses we should add our variable age. Let's say greater than or equals to 18. Then add curly braces. Inside these curly braces I'll add a log which will say you are an adult. Okay, this code checks if age is 18 or more. This if will be true, then it will run the code inside these curly braces. If this statement is false, it will do nothing. It will not run this code. So if we see the log, let's first see this, and you can see here we got our log message, you are an adult, because age is 18 here. So now age is equals to 18. So this is true. That's why we can see our log. If we make it 17, we will not see our log here. You can see because now this statement is false, so this block of code will not run. Now let's add an else clause. Let's say if else statement. So this if else statement, this else will give us an alternative action when the condition is false. I'll create a variable called user age is equals to 15 and write if parenthesis user age greater than or equals to 18, then curly braces. Inside this we can have a log saying you can vote. Then after this curly braces we should have else and then curly braces, and let's add a log here, you cannot vote. So now the condition if this if condition is true, it will show this log, this block of code, whatever we put inside this curly braces. And if this condition is false, then it will show me this block of code, this log, you cannot vote. So this is basically a fallback code. If this is true, it will say you can vote. If this is false, it will say you cannot vote. So if we see now in the console, you can see you cannot vote because this statement is false. User age is 15 and 15 is not greater than or equals to 18. So this condition is false. That's why we are getting this log, this else log. If we make it 18 or 19, we can see you can vote. Now this condition is true, that's why we are seeing this log, and this block of code will be ignored. And sometimes we need to check multiple conditions. That's where else if comes in. Let's see this. If else if statement. So now I'll create a variable called score is equals to 85 and write if in parenthesis is score greater than or equals to 90. If this statement is true, we should see a log saying grade A. If this is not true, it will go on, and let's say else if score is greater than or equals to 80, we will get a log grade B. And else if, so you can put as many as condition with the else if statement. Greater than 70, then we will get grade C. Else if score is 60, then we will get grade D. And finally else if no condition is true, then we will run this code, log grade F. So in this code, JavaScript checks each condition from top to bottom. When it finds a true condition, it returns that block and stop checking rest of them. Let's see our log. We have grade B because this condition is true. That's why we are getting this log and ignored all the other logs as well. So what JavaScript is doing is our score is 85. So first it runs this if block. It is 85. So 85 is not greater than or equals to 90. So this condition fails. So it skipped this code and coming into else if. Then it is checking if this condition is true. 85 is greater than 80. So this is true. That's why it is getting us this block of code, this log, which we are getting in the console, and it is ignoring all the other logs. If we make it 0, then you can see we are having grade F, which is this block, because no other condition matches the statement. All the condition are false. That's why we are getting this else. I think you get this one as well. We can also combine multiple conditions using logical operators, which we have covered in lesson 4. Let me show you that. Multiple conditions. So I'll create two variables. Is logged in is equals to true, and const has permission is equals to true. So now we write if open parenthesis is logged in, and operator, we have already covered this and operator in our lesson 4, has permission, curly braces, and we say log access granted and else access denied. So right now, if this statement is true, we will get access granted. You can see here we are getting this log because is login is true and has permission is true. So this AND operator requires both or multiple conditions to be true to get the result of true. So that's why we are getting this log. If we make any of it false, we will get access denied. You can see here because now this condition is false. So that's why we are falling back to this block of code. We can also put if statement inside other if statement. This is called nesting. Let me show you. Nested if statements. So I'll create const temperature is equals to 25, and another variable const is raining is equals to false. We will write if parenthesis temperature is greater than 20, then we will have log saying it is warm outside, and below this we can add nested if statement as well. Let's say if is raining, then we will get other log saying but it is raining, bring an umbrella. If it is not raining, then we can say else log perfect weather for a walk. And if temperature is not greater than 20, then we can say else log it is cold outside. So nested if statements let us check conditions inside other conditions. You can see here, first it will check if the temperature is greater than 20. If this is true, this condition statement is true, then we will run this block of code and it will get this log first. Then it will check this condition. If is running is true, then it will get us this log. If this is false, we will get this log. And if this condition is false, then it will not run any of this code and switch to this else statement, and it will get it is called outside. Let's see our console. Let's comment these out to see our log clearly. Okay, now you can see we have our first log, it is warm outside, which is this because this condition is true. And the second log we have is perfect weather for a walk, which is this one because this condition is false. If is running is false, then it is switching back to this else statement, which we are showing here, this log. If we make is running true, then we will get this log. You can see here, if we make this temperature to 10, then if statement is false, it will get us this block of code. Because this statement is false, it will not run this code. We are getting it is called outside. So I hope you have understood this nested if statement pattern. That's it for today's lesson. You just learned how to control the flow of your programs using if, and else statements. These statements let your code make decisions and run different code based on conditions. Practice with these examples and try creating your own conditions, because without practice you will not understand or remember these logics. So do try your own. So in the next lesson we will learn about switch statements and the ternary operator, which are alternative way to handle multiple conditions like we did in our current lesson, if else statements. In lesson 6 we'll learn about switch statements and the ternary operators. These are alternative ways to handle multiple conditions, and they can make your code cleaner and easier to read. Switch statements are great when you have many conditions to check. The ternary operator is perfect for simple if-else situations in one line. Let's start coding. We have already added index.html and I have linked this script.js file with it. So let's dive into our JavaScript. So let's start with switch statement. They are perfect when you need to check one value against many options. So first let's add a comment, basic switch statement. Let's create a variable const day is equals to Monday. Now I'll write switch parenthesis. There is our variable curly braces. Inside this I'll write case space Monday colon. Then I'll add a log. Today is Monday, start of the week. After that, I'll write break. So this break stops the switch from checking other cases. So let's add next case. If it is Tuesday, colon log, today is Tuesday, and break, semicolon. Let's add our third case. Wednesday, colon, today is Wednesday, and break, semicolon. And let's add others as well. And let's add default, colon, log, invalid day. We don't need to add break here. So switch checks the value of day and run the matching case. If no case matches, it runs the default case. So let's see in the console. First, let's save this. We are seeing here today is Monday, start of the week, because our day variable value is Monday, and switch statement first check the first case. In the first case we have Monday, so this value and the variable value matches. So that's why we are having this block of code. Whatever we put here, we will see that in our console. And this break is very important, because if we remove this break, we will see other logs as well, which even don't match the variable. You can see we are getting today's Tuesday, today's Monday. So break is very important here. So if we make it Wednesday, we are getting today is Wednesday, because first it checks this case is false, because Monday is not equals to Wednesday, they don't match each other. So it switch to this Tuesday is also not a match of this day variable, then it matches this Wednesday case. So that's why we are getting this log. If we type anything here, then no case will match and we will get the default result, which is this one, invalid day. You can see here we are getting invalid day because no case match to the variable. So I think you get this one as well. If we remove break from here and here, and we make it Friday, we are three logs, because there is no break after each case. So it will continue running code until it get break. You can see here we got break here. If we remove this, we will see this log as well. So break is very important to add. Without this, your code will break. We can also switch with multiple cases. Like sometimes multiple cases should do the same thing. We can group them together. So let me show you that. switch with multiple cases. So let's say const month is equals to 2, and let's say switch month curly braces. So inside this we can add multiple cases, like case 1 if it matches 1, colon case 2, colon case 3, colon, and let's add a log here. It is winter season, and let's add a break column. Let's add a case 4, case 5, case 6, and let's add a log. It is spring season, and break here and here. Okay, so let's save this. So all three cases lead to the same code, this log. It is winter season, and these three cases, if any of this matches the variable, we will get this log, and same way with this and this. If no case matches, we will get this default log. So this is called groups. So let's see our result in the console. We can see here it is winter season. We are getting this log because month is 2, and first it will check this case. If it doesn't match, then it will switch to this case. So this is 2 and month is also 2. Then it matches this variable, so it will immediately get this log here, and it will not run other cases. If we make it 1, we will see the same log, it is winter. If we make it 8, we are seeing it is summer season with this one. If we make it 20, we will see the default one, invalid month, because no case matches the variable. And you can see switch statements works with any data type. We have used number here, and we have used string here. So you can put any data type you want to make it work. So now let's learn the ternary operator. It's a shorthand way to write if-else in one line. I've already covered if-else in our previous lesson, lesson 5. Let me show you the ternary operator. Let's comment these out first. Let's say ternary operator. Let's say const age is equals to 18. And let's say const message is equals to age greater than or equals to 18. Question mark. So this question mark checks if this condition is true, then we will show you are an adult, and space colon. So this colon will check if this condition is not true, then after whatever after this colon is, that will run you are a minor. And let's log this variable message. Let's save this. You can see you are an adult because this age is greater than or equals to 18, then it will get us this string. If this is not true, it will get us this one. If we make it 17, we will get you are minor. You can see here. So it is a shorthand way to write if-else conditions. You can also check it with two variables as well. Is student, or maybe let's say num1. Ternary also works with numbers and string. Like we have already covered string. Let's cover the numbers. Ternary with numbers. Let's say const num1 equals to 10, const num2 equals to 20, and let's say const max is equals to num1 greater than num2. If num1 is greater than num2, show us num1 value. If num1 is not greater than num2, then we will see num2. Let's add log. Let's see which number is max. We can see here we got 20, this num2, because num1 is not greater than num2, so we are getting this one here. If we make num2 10 and num1 20, we will get 20 because now num1 is 20 and we are getting num1 here. If we make it less than sign, we will get 10 here because now it is checking if num1 is less than num2. So this condition is false, it will show this result. When it is true, it will show this. Right now it will show num2 value here. You can see it is getting 10 and num2 value is also 10. We can also nest ternary operators for multiple conditions, but be careful, it can get hard to read. So let me show you that as well. Ternary, say nested ternary operator. So let's say const score is equals to 85 and const grade result equals to score. If score is greater than or equals to 90, then show us A. If it is not, then check if score is greater than or equals to 80, then show us B. If this is also not true, then check if score is greater than or equals to 70. If this is true, then show us C. If this is also false, then check score is greater than or equals to 60. If true, then show us D. If not true, finally show F. You can see it is very long here. It is hard to read. I prefer using if-else statement rather than this if we have long conditions to match. So let's see the result of it. Read result. Let's comment these out. Save this. Okay, you can see here we are getting B because this checks first score is greater than or equals to 90, which is not true because the score is 85. 85 is not greater than or equals to 90. So it will check this condition now. Score is 80, 85 greater than or equals to 80. So this condition is true and we are getting this result and skipping all of these. So this is how you can check multiple conditions using this short and ternary operators. So the nested ternaries works, but if else is often cleaner for complex logics. So do practice on your own on these, which we have covered in our lesson 6. Try adding different conditions, add multiple conditions as well. If you not practice these, you will not get good results. So practice is must. So that's it. You just learned about switch statements and the ternary operator. Switch statements are great when you have many conditions to check against one value. The ternary operator is perfect for simple if-else situations in one line. Remember, use switch for multiple conditions, ternary for simple true or false decisions. In lesson 7, we will learn about functions, how to create them, use parameters, and return values. Functions are the building blocks of reusable code. This is lesson 7. We will learn about functions in JavaScript. Functions are blocks of code that we can reuse again and again. They help us write cleaner, more organized code. We'll learn how to declare functions, use parameters to pass data into them, and return values from them. Functions are one of the most important concepts in programming, so let's master them together. Let's start coding. I've already created this index.html file. Let's dive into our JavaScript. So let's start with the simplest function, one without any parameters. I'll create a function space greet parenthesis inside curly braces, and let's add a log here. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to developer Maruf. Now to use this function, I need to call it. So we should come here and let's call this function greet and parentheses. So this is called calling or invoking the function. When we run this code, the function will execute and print our message. Assalamu alaikum, welcome to JavaScript. So let's save this and see our log. You can see we have our message in the console. If we comment it out, we will not see any message here because this function is not running now. To make this function run, we should always call the function here. So this was our basic function without any parameter. Let me show you the functions with parameters. So let's add a function with parameters. The functions become more useful when we can pass data into them. We do this with parameters. So let me show you. Let's create a function called greet user and parentheses. Inside that parenthesis, we can write anything. For now, we are writing name because we will get the name and curly braces. Inside that, we will have our log saying let's add template literals because we will use this name variable inside that message. Let's say assalamu alaikum and $, curly braces. Inside that we should have our name. So whatever this name is, it will show inside this curly braces or our message. Let's add exclamation. So let's now call this function greet user and curly braces. So we can pass any data here. So let's say now I pass this data inside this parenthesis, so we will get this data into that. So this is a flow, and from here we are getting this variable here. So it will say assalamu alaikum. So let's save this and see our log. Let's comment these out first. Okay, you can see assalamu alaikum Maruf here because we are getting Maruf from this parameter name, and Maruf is coming from here. So if we change it to grenade, we will have grenade here. We can also call this function many times. So we can use anywhere this function. Let's say greet user and let's say Ali here, and we will get our second log here, assalamu alaikum Ali, because we pass Ali in our parameter, so it will get Ali. We can call as many times as we want. If we change it to Hassan Usman, or let's say Noor, we will have our log here 5 times because we have called our function 5 times. We can also pass multiple parameters to send multiple data. So let me show you that as well. Let's comment this out. And let's say function with multiple parameters. So if we say function introduce and parentheses inside that, let's add a name parameter and an age. You can add multiple, as many as you want. So and add a log here. Let's have my name is this and I am age years old. So if we call this function here, introduce parenthesis, and let's have our name John, comma our second parameter age, let's say 20. So if we save this and see our log, my name is John because we have put name here and name is coming from here. We put John, so we are getting John, and I am 20 years old. So this 20 is coming from this parameter. We call it here and have given the value here. So this is how we can pass more information into our function. So let's comment this out and let me show you the function with return statement. Let's add a comment, function with return statement. So functions can also give us data back using the return statement. So let me show you how. Function show message. We will have our message here and code braces. So first let me show you the function without return statement, which we have done here and here. We haven't used any return state inside those functions. So let me show you that first. Let's say function without return statement, and let's have log here and say message colon comma, call this message here, and let's call this function show message parenthesis. This is a function without return state. Okay, so if we save this, we are getting our message. This is a function without a return. So this function just print a message. It doesn't return anything, which is fine for functions that just do something. So now let me show you the function with a return statement. Let's say function is adult age. Let's have curly braces. Let's add return age is greater than or equals to 18. Let's see our log outside the function. Let's say is 20 and adult. Let's call our function inside the console. So it will return true or false because we have added a condition here. So whatever the condition gives us its result, and we will get that value in here. So let's save this and see is 20 an adult. It is saying true because we have paused 20 here. 20 is greater than 80. So this condition is true and it is returning true to this is adult function. So if we add here 17, it will get us false. You can see is 17 an adult. It is saying false because 17 is not greater than or equals to 80. So this is how you write function with return statement, returning any value. Let's comment these out. Let me show you now our final functions with default parameters. So sometimes we want to give parameters default value. This way, if someone doesn't pass a value, it uses the default one. So let's add a comment here. Functions with default parameters. And let's have function greet with default parenthesis and curly braces here, and inside that parenthesis we should have our name, and let's assign the default value is equals to guest. So this is the default value I am giving to this name variable, name parameter, and let's add a log here saying welcome name. So now let's call this greet with default, and let's keep it empty. So we haven't passed any parameter here, so this name will get the default value and add it to our name. So you can see here in the log welcome guest because name is now assigned to the value of guest. So this is how the default parameter behave. If we don't pass a name, it uses the guest as a default value. If we pass anything here, let's say John, it will ignore this default value and have our John inside the name. So if we save this now and see our log welcome John, because now we have passed the name, so that's why we are getting this name here. If we call it again without any parameter, it will give us guest. You can see we are getting guest here and we are getting John here, because here we have passed our name John and here we have kept it empty, so it is getting the default parameter value. So that's it for today's lesson. We just learned about functions in JavaScript, how to declare them, use parameters to pass data and return value. Functions helps us write reusable code instead of writing the same code multiple times. We write it once in a function and call it whenever we need. So practice creating your own functions. Try to solve problems by breaking them into smaller functions. In lesson 8 we will learn about function expressions and arrow functions, which are alternative ways to write functions in JavaScript. In lesson 8 we will learn about functions, expressions, and arrow functions. These are alternative ways to write functions in JavaScript, and they are very popular in modern code. Functions, expressions store functions and variables, and arrows functions give us a shorter, cleaner syntax. Both are powerful tools you will see everywhere in JavaScript. Let's start coding. I've already created our index.html and link our JavaScript file with it. So let's write our JavaScript here. Let's start with function expressions. Instead of declaring a function with a function keyword, we store it in a variable. So let's add a comment, function expressions, and let's have function expression stored in a variable. So I'll create a variable const read is equals to function parenthesis curly bracket, and inside that we have our log salamo. So now let's call this function. Let's have our variable and parenthesis. This is how we call our function. So this is a function expression. Function is stored in a greet variable. So if we save this, we can see in the console our message salam alaikum. So this is how function expressions work, just like function declarations, which we have covered in our previous lesson, which is this one. So the only difference is we just store that function in this variable. So let's create one more function with the parameters inside that. So let's add a comment, function expression with parameters. Let's have const add is equal function, let's say a and b curly braces. Inside that we can return any value. Let's say return a plus b. So we are adding a plus b here. Whatever the output of this is, we can have that value inside our variable add. So let's call this add, or let me call this in a log so we can see inside our console. So let's say add 10 is a and 20 is b. So we will have 30 inside our console because its output is 30. Let's save this, and you can see in the console we have 30 because 10 plus 20 is 30. So this is how we can add values to our function with the parameters. So now let's see arrow functions. They are a shorter way to write functions. They were introduced in ES6. Arrow functions use an arrow, which is an equal sign and greater than sign together. So let's start with a basic arrow function with no parameters. Let's add our comment here, arrow functions. Let's start with a basic arrow function, no parameters. Let's create a variable, say hello equals to parenthesis arrow and curly braces. This is how you write the arrow function. This is the way to write function if you want to write an arrow function. The only difference is we just remove this function into that arrow to make it an arrow function. So this is the only symbol you can identify that it is arrow function. So let's have our log inside this arrow function and say hello from arrow function. Let's save this and let's call this say hello function, and let's comment these out so we can see our log clearly. Let's save this, and you can see here hello from arrow function. And now let's try it with one parameter, arrow function with one parameter, and let's say const greet user is equals to name and arrow. Inside this we can have our log, and let's have our backticks and say salam alaikum $, and our parameter here and an exclamation. Let's call this greet user, and let's add our name here. Let's say Maruf, and let's save this, and you can see here salam alaikum Maruf. So this is how you can create arrow function with one parameter. Let's see with multiple parameters, and let's have const multiply is equals to a comma b because we will return that. Let's add a return statement, and let's multiply a and b. And if you want, you can also store that into a variable. Let's say const product is equals to multiply, and we can pass 10 comma 2 20, and we can see our message inside our log. Let's say product and comma our product. So you can see here we have 200 because when we multiply 10 and 20, it will give 200. So that was it for arrow function. But let me show you other feature of this arrow function as well, which we call implicit return. So arrow function have a special feature called implicit return. If your function only has one expression, you can skip the curly braces and return keyword. Let me show you how. So let's add a comment here, arrow function with implicit return, and let's have const, let's say subtract is equals to a comma b arrow, and you can write a minus b. So this is called implicit return. You can notice there are no curly braces or no return keyword. The arrow function automatically return the result. So if we log this, let's store that into a difference variable, subtract 10 comma 3, and have our log. Let's say difference comma difference, and let's comment these out as well. Okay, so you can see we have 7. This is how you write arrow functions with implicit return. when you have only one expression. This is much shorter than writing return a minus b inside curly braces. Let's create another with one parameter. Let's comment these out and have our const square is equals to, let's say, x, arrow x multiply x. And let's have our result is equals to square, and let's have 5. And let's have our log square of 5. Let's see the result. You can see we have 25. That's how we can add our arrow function with one parameter. Now let's see with no parameter. Let's say const get message is equals to parenthesis arrow, and let's say welcome to developer Marius. And let's have it inside our message, get message, and let's log this message. So you can see welcome to developer Marius. So this is how you can write arrow functions with implicit return. So let's comment this out, and let me show you all 3 ways to write the same function so you can see the difference. So let me add a comment, comparison of all 3 ways. So let's say this is our function. Let's declaration. Let's comment this out, and let's have function add declaration a comma b curly braces return a plus b. And our second function expression const add expression is equals to function a comma b curly braces and return a plus b. And our final arrow function const add arrow. Let me show you the implicit return one which we have covered above. If we log these 3, you can see our first addition. These are the 3. You can see here we got our results here, and this is the way how we write 3 of them. So they all give, but arrow function are more concise here. It is much more cleaner and easier to read than these. Arrow functions can also have conditions inside them. Let me show you that as well. It's out. And let's say arrow functions with conditionals. So let's create a function that finds the maximum of 2 numbers. Let me show you how we can create that. Let's say const get max is equals to, this is, let's say, a and b arrow curly braces, and say if a is greater than b, then we should return a, and if it is not greater than b, return b. So this is how we can get our maximum number. Let's add a log and say a maximum, and let's say get max, let's say 10 and 5. If we save this, you can see 10, it is returning this one, a, because a is 10. If we write here 11, we will have our 11, because now it is returning b, because a is not greater than b, b is 11, so it is returning the maximum. So you can try this on your own. Practice this with ternary operators, which we have covered in our previous lessons, and you can also use arrays and many things to do. You just have to practice and build a script on these functions. So that's it for today's lesson. You just learned about function expressions and arrow functions. Function expressions store functions and variables, giving us more flexibility. Arrow functions provide a shorter, cleaner syntax, especially for simple functions. All 3 ways, function declaration, function expression, and arrow functions, but arrow functions are very popular in modern JavaScript. So in lesson 9, we will learn about scope and closures, which are important concepts for understanding how variables work in functions. In today's lesson, we'll learn about scope and closures in JavaScript. These are important concepts that helps us understand how variables works and how functions can remember their environment. Scope tells us where variables can be accessed. Closures let functions remember variables from their outer scope even after the outer function has finished. These concepts might seem tricky at first, but with examples, you'll understand them clearly. Let's start coding. So I've already created index.html. So let's write our JavaScript, which we already have linked. So let's start with global scope. Variables declared outside any function are in global scope, meaning they can be accessed from anywhere in your code. So I'll create 3 top level variables. Let's have our comment global scope, and we have const, which is global variable. I am let's say I am global. We have let global let, let's say global const, and I am also global, and var global var I am global too. Okay, so now I'll log all three to show they are accessible here. Let's have our log. Let's say global const. Okay, so you can see we have accessed them inside the console. Now let's create a function to show that global variables can be accessed inside functions too. Let's have our function access global. Let's have our log here inside function global const and we should call this function or invoke this function here to get value. So as you can see, we can access our global variables inside our function. This is the global const, which is this one. We can also access other let and var too. You can see we have our var let as well. So this is how the function can access the global variables. So that's global scope. Now let's learn about local scope, also called function scope. Variables declared inside a function are local to that function. So let's comment these out and let me show you here. Let's add a comment, local scope, and let's have our function, my function. So variable inside that function or any function we call as a local scope. Let's see, const, local const, I am local let is equals to I am also local, and var local var is equals to I am local too. So let's log these variables to see its value. Okay, and let's invoke this function to see the value. You can see we have all the values inside the log. So these variables only exist inside the function. If we try to access them outside, we will get the error. Let me show you. If we log here and if we say outside function local const and we call it here, we will get an error. Let's comment these out to see our log later. You can see we got an error here, uncaught reference error. Local const is not defined because it is inside the function. So we cannot access that outside the function because now it is a local scope. But we can access the global variable if we uncomment this one because this is outside the function. So it is a global scope. And if we say global const, let's call it here as well. So we can see our log here because we are accessing the global variable here. So I think you get this one as well. Let's comment out. Now let's learn about blocked scope. So blocks are created by curly braces, which are these ones. These are the curly braces. So let me show you practically. Let's add a comment, block scope, and let's have our if-else state, which we have covered in our previous lessons. Let's only keep if true. Then let's define our variables here. Block const is equals to I am block scope, and let's have our let, block let. I am also block scope, and let's have our var, block var, which is not a block scope. It is a function scoped variable var. So let's say I am function scoped, not a block scope. If you don't know the difference between block scope or function scope, you can check our previous lessons where we have covered these scope. So let's access them inside our block, which is these curly braces is called block. Let's have our log, const var, and let. Save this. You can see we have the value of all these three, so we can access them inside our block. Now let's try to access these variables outside the block. Let's have our log, block const, let, and var, and let's comment these out to see our log clearly. You can see we are having an error. Block const is not defined because const is a block scope variable, so we cannot access that outside its block. So it is throwing an error. Let's comment this out and let's see our next, which is block let. It is also a block scope variable. This let, we cannot access it outside its block, so that's why we are getting an error. Let's comment this out, and in this var, we can access that outside its block because it is not a block scope variable. It is a function scope. So whether you call this inside any block or any function, we can access that outside the function or outside the block. So this is how scoping works. Let's comment these out. And okay, so now let me show you the concept of scope chain. So scope chain means inner functions can access variable from outer scope, but not the other way around. So let me show you what do I mean by that. So let's add a comment, scope chain, and let's have our const. Let's name this outer variable is equals to I am outer, and let's have our function here, outer function. Inside that we can have our const. Let's name this middle variable, I am middle, and let's have our another function which we can say inner function, And let's have our inner variable here. I am inner. So that is scope change. We can access our outer variable inside our inner function. Let's suppose this is our inner function. So if we add logs here, let's say log inner variable, middle, and outer variable, and we should call this function here and call this outer function here. Save this. You can see we are getting all three values because we can access the outer function, middle function, and the inner inside our inner function. So this is how scope chain works. But if we log all three variables here inside this outer function and outside this function, we add this logs, middle variable, outer variable, and let's have our inner variable as well. So we should not, or we cannot access this inner variable because it is inside another function which is its inner function. So we cannot access any inner variable outside its block or outside its scope. So if we comment these out and let's save this, you can see we are only getting the value of middle variable, which is this one, and our outer variable, which is this one, and we cannot access this one because it is inside the inner function. And if we log it outside this outer function, middle and inner, let's comment these out and save this, you can see we are only getting the value of our outer variable, which is this one, because these two variables are inside the function, and we are getting our errors because we cannot access them outside because it's a const variable. So const variables are the block scope and they are inside the function. So the simple thing is inner functions can access outer variables, but outer functions cannot access inner variable. That's the scope change. So let's comment these out as well. So let me show you another concept which we call closures. So a closure is a function that remembers variables from its outer scope even after the outer function has finished. Let me show you practically so you can understand much easier. Let's say function, let's name this outer function closure, parentheses, braces. Let's have our const variable, outer variable equals to I am from outer function, and let's have our inner function closure, and let's have our log inside this inner function accessing outer variable, and we will return this closure function, and let's invoke or let's store it inside our another variable closure function. You can directly call it, but I prefer to do it this way. If we save this, you can see we are having our log here, inner function accessing I am from outer function. So this is the concept we should always remember about the closures. Even though outer function closure has finished when we call this, but the inner function still remembers outer variable that's called the closure. We can also call it multiple times. You can see we are still having an inner function accessing the outer variable. I hope I cleared your concept about the closures. It is very simple. You will also face these kind of concepts in your interviews. You can simply answer that by saying outer function closures can be remembered by the inner function even though outer function closure has finished. This is a simple concept of closure. So try it on your own. You can try it with the data, anything inside the parentheses and the parameters. You can access these values inside, and you just have to practice that building a grip on these kind of concepts. So that's it for today's lesson. You just learned about scope and closures in JavaScript. Scope tells us where variables can be accessed, global, local, or locked scope. Closures let functions remember variables from their outer scope even after the outer function has finished. These concepts are important for writing clean, organized code and understanding how JavaScript works. So in lesson 10, we'll learn about arrays, how to create them, access elements, and use common arrays methods. In today's lesson, we will learn about arrays in JavaScript. Arrays lets us store multiple values in a single variable, and they are one of the most useful data structures in programming. We'll learn about how to create arrays, access elements using indexing, and use common arrays methods to manipulate our data. Arrays are everywhere in JavaScript, so mastering them is essential. Let's start coding. I've already created our HTML file and linked our JavaScript with it, so let's write our JavaScript. So let's start by learning different ways to create arrays. The most common way is using array literals with square brackets. Let me show you practically. Array creation, and let me show you method one, which is array literals. This is the most common way. Let's say fruits. This is our variable of array, and we have we can put any data type here. Right now I am only writing our string values. So let's say apple, comma, banana, comma, orange, and our semicolon, and let's log this to see its value. Let's say fruits and save this. You can see we have our arrays in our console. We have all the values. These are the indexes, 0, 1, 2. Index always start with the 0 and so on. So this is the first method. Let me show you our second method, which is using array constructor with the new keyword. Let me show you that as well. Const. Let's have our numbers is equals to new array, and we have our 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Let's log these numbers. Let's save it. You can see we have our array here starting with 0 indexing. So this is our second method, how we write arrays or create arrays. We can also create an empty array. Let's name it method 3 and const empty array and keep it empty and log this. Okay, you can see we have our array here which is empty because we haven't added any value here. So let me show you another thing, which is array can have different data types values. Let me show you that as well. Array with different data types. Let's say const mixed array, and let's have our hello, and let's add a number 42, a boolean, and our null data type, and our undefined. If you don't know what is data type, you can watch our previous lessons where we have covered all the data types. Let's log this to see. You can see we have our array with all the data types here. It's a string, it's a number, it's a boolean, it's a null, and it's undefined. So arrays are flexible. They can store any type of value. Now let's learn how to access elements in an array. Like array use zero based indexing, which means the first element is at 0 index, which you can see here. The first element always starts with a 0 and 1 and 2 and so on. So let's comment these out. And let's have our comment array indexing, and let's add a const. Let's name it colors, and array, that's a red and green and blue, yellow, and let's have our purple. So to access the first value, we always use 0. Let me show you in the log. Let's add a log, and let's have color, which is this variable. You can see we have our values here of all the arrays. If you want to access this first one, which is red, you should add an array bracket and add 0. So the 0 is its index. If you put here 0, you will get red in the log. You can see if we add 1, we will see green. If we add 2, we will see blue, and so on. So this is how we can access element based on 0 indexing. So this is our first. Let's add others as well. Let's have 1, 2, 3, 4. You can see red, green, blue, yellow, purple with a 0, which is red. 1 is green, blue, 2, and so on. So if you want to access the last elements, like starting from the last element, we should always use length -1. So let me show you that as well. If we, let's add a log here. So log, if we say colors, and inside our array bracket, we should add colors dot length. So colors dot length will give us the length of this array, like starting from 1. So this is red is 1, and this is 2, 3, 4, 5. So these are the 5. The colors length is 5. So lengths always start with 1, but the indexing start with 0. And if we want to get our last element, we should always use colors dot length -1. You can see we have purple here. So this is how you can get our last element. If we want to have our yellow value, you can say -2, then we will get the yellow one. If we have 3, and so on. So that is how you can get our last element of an array, or last value of an array. So if we try to access any value which is or like any index which is not, or which does not exist, we will get undefined. Let's have our log and see colors, and let's say 10, because there is no value on index 10, because we only have these 5 values, which is starting from 0 to 4. So after that we don't have any value, so we will get undefined on that. You can see we have undefined. And if you want to modify any element inside an array, you can do it like this. If we say we have to put colors, which is our variable, and whatever value you want to modify, let's say I want to modify this red, so we will add our index here, and let's have is equals to pink. And if we log now, see colors, and if we save, you can see the value has been changed to pink, but before it was red. And if we add a log here, you can see it will update the original array. It will not create any copy of array to change it. You can, if we expand it, you can see we have pink in our 0 index. Before that we have red, but we updated it, so we are getting pink now. So this is how you can modify any array. So let's comment this out and move on to our next concept. Or let me show you our array length, which I have told you just now. Let me explain more about it. So every array has a length property that tells us how many elements it contains, right? So I've already shown you here the length always one more than the last index, because indexing start with a 0 and the length start with 1. So that's why I am subtracting length with minus with 1, because here we have our 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. These are the 4 indexes, and the length of it is 5. So that's why I am subtracting it with 1. So we will get here 4. So this is a, like, see it as a statement, and its result is 4. So inside this array bracket we will get 4 here. So this color variable will see the 4th index of it and return us that value. Let me show you another example so you can make it clear. Let's have animals. Just add 2, dog, and let's say cat. And if we log this, animals, and let's add another log, animals.length. We save this, you can see we have our dog and cat with 0 and 1, and its length is 2, because it is it counts as 1 and 2 as a length, but as an index it counts as 0 and 1. So if we minus it with 1, we will get 1. Now you can see we have 1 index. So if we add this to our animals and have our array brackets, we will get cat here as an output. I hope I can clear more, but I think you get this one as well. So let me show you array methods, or adding elements to an array, how to add elements inside an array. So let's add a comment, array methods, adding elements. Let's say const. We can add animals here as well. Let's have our same values here, cat and dog. So in this concept we will learn how to add elements inside this array. Like we will use push method to add any element to the ending of this array, like here. Let me show you practically. So let me add a log here first to see our animals, dog and cat. And let's add our push method, which is this one. This is how we will add elements to our array. It add to the end of an array. Let's have animals dot push to push any value at the last of this array. We will have our parentheses and put any value which you want to put inside this array, or add inside this array at the last or at the end of this array. I am putting, let's say, bird, and save. And if we log this, we can see we have our array dog, cat, and bird. So it will these methods will not update or modify the original array, but it will create a copy of that array and add this bird element or bird value at the last of that animals array, the copy of that array. So we have another method, which is the unshift method. It adds elements to the beginning of the array. Like right now we are having our bird value here at the last of this array, like on index 2. And if we want to add any element at the starting, like at the 0 index, we can do that with our unshift method or function, you can say. These are basically array methods. Let's say unshift. What it does is adds to the beginning. So let's have our animals dot same way unshift, and let's add fish. If you log this, you will see we have our elements here: fish, dog, cat, bird, and its length is 4. So you notice that we have our fish value at the starting index. So the unshift always adds at the starting, but push method will always add to the end of the array. If you want, you can add multiple values as well, like this, animals dot push. If you want to add multiple, let's say hamster, comma, with a comma you can add multiple values inside our array. Let's say rabbit, and save this, and let's add a log. You can see we have our hamster and rabbit at the last of the array. So I hope you understand the concept of the adding elements to an array. Let's comment these out. And let me show you how we can remove elements from an array. So these are the array methods which removing elements. So it is like same way, but these methods are used for removing the elements from an array, like pop, and another one is shift. So pop removes the remove from the end of the array, which we added with the help of push, and shift method will remove arrays from the beginning, which we have added with the unshift. So let me show you const. Let's add vegetables, carrot, tomato, onion, and let me show you its value first. Vegetables, we have our vegetables here. So let me show you the pop method first. It will remove the last element or elements. So let's add our last item. I'm creating this variable and adding our or storing our last element on it. Let's have pop. So it will pop the last element, which is this one, onion. It will pop this, and we will see our onion here. The reason why I'm storing inside this last item variable, because we will see our element which we have removed. So let's add a log here, last item which we have removed, which is this one, onion. And let's see our original array now, vegetables. You can see we have 3 values only now, but then we have our 4 values. So we also can't see here our 4th value, which was onion, but you can see here because now onion has been removed from the array. So this pop method will only remove the last element and return us our array. And now let me show you our shift method, which will do like remove the first, or like remove from the beginning. Let's see our first item which we will remove, vegetable.shift, and our method here. Let's log this first item, vegetables. Okay, so you can see we have our carrot which we have removed because carrot is the first element. So this shift method remove this first element and return us the remaining values. So you can see now we have only 2 values because we have removed this carrot right here and we have removed this onion right here. So they modify the original array and return us our remaining values. So that's it for this part. Let's comment this out and let's learn methods to find elements in array. So there are many ways to find elements in arrays, like index of method and last index of or includes. Let me show you practically so you can understand much better methods, array methods. And let's add finding elements. Let's say const names is equals to Maruf and Ahmed. Let's add Sarah, Ali, and let's have Maruf again. Let's add the same value. I'll show you why I added Maruf at the starting and at the end. So our first method is index of. What it will do is it will find our first index of element. So if we add a log and let's add names dot index of, and let's add our value here. So we will get 0 inside our console. If you can see, we have 0 because if we see our Maruf, the index of Maruf is 0. So this is returning the index of Maruf value. If we add Ahmad here, we will see 1 because Ahmad is on 1 index, you can see here. So this is how you can get our index. If we add any value which does not exist inside our array, it will return -1. If we say not found value, because there is not any value named not found, so it will return -1. You can see here it is returning -1. So you have noticed that when we add names.index of Maruf, it is returning only 0. So what about this one? This is also Maruf and this is Maruf. So for that we have our method called last index of. It will start from the last index. So it will see for this value from here to here. But with this method it will see from the 0 index to index 4. But with this one, it is last index of method, it will find our last index of element. So if you want to see, you can add a log and have our names dot last index of Maruf. So so it will show 4 now. You can see here we get 4 because this last index of try to find from here, so it is getting this one, showing this value index. So I hope you get this one as well. Let me show you the last method, which is includes. What it will do is it will checks if element exists or not inside an array. So let's add a log to see if includes we have Ahmed or not. Let's save this. We get our boolean here, which is true because Ahmed is included inside our array here. If we add anything which does not include inside our array, we will get false. So it will only check if our array has a value or not. If we save this, we get false because John does not include inside our array. So these are the 3 methods how you can find elements. Let's comment these out. And now let me show you another concept, which is slice and splice. What is the difference between them? So slice and splice are powerful methods for working with array sections. So basically a slice method creates a new array without modifying the original one, and the splice, it modifies the original array. So let me show you how. Let's say array methods, slice and splice. Let's add numbers. Let's say numbers 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and let's say 8. Save this. Okay, so let's see our slice method first. Slice, it will create a new array, and it doesn't modify original array. Okay, so let's add our slice is equals to numbers 1 dot slice, and let's have 2 comma 5. I'll tell you about these arguments, why I have put 2 comma 5, but let me show you first the log and save this, and let's have our original array to show you. Okay, so you can see inside our log we have our sliced array, which is returning 3, 4, 5, only 3 values, but our original array have 8 values from 1 to 8. So what this slice method does is when we add 2 here, so this 2 is the starting point, and comma the second argument is our ending point. Like if we want to get elements, like right here I am getting values from the 2 index, starting from 2 index, like this is 0, 1, 2, from here, like from 3 to 5. So the second argument is our ending index, like from 2, 3, 4, 5. Like from here to here, I am telling this array to give me the values from the 2 index till the 5 index. So this 5th index will not count, so that's why it is returning us 3, 4, and 5, and it is not modifying our original array. When we log this, you can see we have our original array as it is. We have created the new one with a slice method. So that's how you can take control on our arrays. If we want to get from 0 index till 5 index, so we will get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So let me show you. If we change it to 0, you can see we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, starting from 0 index till 5 index. So this is how we use our slice method. The purpose of it, to create a new array if we want any change inside an array. So these are the 2 arguments. That's how we can take control. We can also add 1 argument only. Let me show you that as well. Let's say sliced 2 is equals to numbers 1 slice and our 3. First, let me show you its result. Sliced 2, and let's have our original array. Let's comment these out to see our log clearly. You can see we have our 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, because there's 1 argument is this one only, because we haven't passed any stopping index. So the second argument is like telling our array to stop here, like from this to this. But with the 1 argument, we are telling it to get us the values starting from 3 index, which is 1, 2, 3, or 0, 1, 2, 3, like from here till here. And you can see it doesn't modify our original array. It is as it is. So that's how you can take control with 1 argument as well. So let's comment these out, and let me show you our splice method. Let's add a log here, splice, and what it does is it will modify our original array. So if we add const number 2, let's comment this out as well, and let's say is equals to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Save this, and let's add a log first, numbers Okay, so you can see we have our original array here. So let's remove some elements from our array. Let's add removed variable numbers dot, or let's say number2 dot splice. This is our splice method. So let's add 1 comma 2. So what this 1 is, it is the starting index, and this 2 is how many elements we want to remove. So we are telling it from the index 1, remove 2 elements, like from 0, 1 here, from here 2 and 3, only 2 elements removed. So we will get 2 and 3 in the output, and our original array will be modified as 1, 4, 5, because this splice method modifies our original array. So let's log these both. Let's add our removed, and let's add our number2 array, and let's log this, comment it out. You can see we have 2 and 3 on this log removed because we have removed these ones, and our original array is now 1, 4, 5 because it modifies our original array. So this is how splice work. If you want, you can also add elements inside an array with this splice method. Let me show you that as well. Let's comment these out, and let's have our comment here, splice method to add elements. Let's add our variable number3 is equals to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Save this, and let's first log this array. We have our array. If we want to add anything like number3 splice, so let's add, so this first argument is the starting index. Let's add 2, and the second argument is how many elements you want to remove. I don't want to remove anything, I just want to add. So this third argument and fourth and fifth and so on is our values which we want to add. So let's add a comma b. So on this 0, 1, 2 here, we will add a and b. So our output will be 1, 2, a, b, 3, 4, 5. Let's see it. Log our number3 array. Let's comment this out and save it. You can see now it modifies our original array, and we are getting 1, 2, a, b, 3, 4, 5 because we have added these elements from index 2, which is 0, 1, 2 here. So this is how you can add elements to an array. Let's comment this out, and let's start learning our join and concatenation or concat method. So let's add a comment, array methods, joining and concatenating. Okay, so let's learn about join method first. So join method converts array into the string. So this is the purpose of join method. Converts array to string. Let me show you how. Let's add words. Let's say hello. Let's add my name is Maruf. And if we want to join these words into a string, we can do it like this. Const joined is equals to words, and in that words array we want to join these elements by space, because if we don't add any space, it will be tightened into a one word and it will be hard to read. If you want to add anything here, it will go in between these words, whatever these elements contain. So let me log this to show you clearly. Okay, so you can see we have converted this array into a string with a space because we have added here a space, like telling this words array to join our elements with a space. So that's why we are getting the space. If we remove this space, it will be tightened into one word. Or if we add dashes, we will have our dashes here. You can add anything, but I prefer to use space. So we are getting hello, my name is Maruf, and our original array as it is. So that's how join method works. Let me show you our concat method, which is used to join two or multiple arrays with each other and create a single array. Let me show you that. Concat method, it combines arrays into one. Let me show you how. Let's have our array 1 is equals to 1, 2, 3, const array 2 is equals to 4, 5, 6, and let's add array 3 is equals to 7, 8, 9, and let's add our combined. And if we want to join these arrays, if I want to join array 2 into array 1, I can do it like this. First I will put array 1 because I want to join another array with it, and let's have our dot concat method, and inside these parentheses we can add our arrays here. Let's put array 2, and let's save this, and let's add a log combined. Okay, so you can see we have combined these two arrays with each other from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If we join array 1 to array 2, we can do it like this. Just put array 2 and array 1 here. So now it is 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3. So this is how you can join two arrays. If you want to join multiple arrays, you can do that as well with const all combined. Let's add array 1 concat and put our arrays here with the comma. As many as you can join. Let's add log and all combined. Save it. You can see now we have 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 because we have combined these three arrays. So that's how concat method works. Let's comment this out and let me show you other two methods, which is reversing and sorting. These are also an array methods. Let's add reversing and sorting. So let's first add a comment reverse. It will just reverse our array. It reverses array and modifies the original array. So let's add our letters is equals to a comma b comma c and so on, and let's just add letters dot reverse. So this is how you can reverse. Now the output will be CBA, not ABC. We just reversed it. Let's add a log. You can notice it modifies the original array, like reverses the original array. Now we are getting CBA with this reverse method. And now let's see our sort method, which will sort our array. So first let's create our unsorted array. Unsorted, let's add this one. So you can see this is unsorted array, unsorted numbers. If you want to sort it, so you can do it like this, unsorted.sort method. And now it is sorted. It will give us result with the sorted numbers like 1 2 3 and so on. Let's add log and it will modify the original array. So you can see now we are getting 1 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 because we have 2 1 1 here. So now it's sorted and modifies the original array. Now comment this out and let me show you our final method for checking if this value or this element or this variable is an array or not. So it will return us boolean values, true and false. Let's see this as well. Methods checking array. So to checking an array, we use array.isArray method. So this is what we use to check arrays. So let's add our array here, numbers. So this is an array. So let's check this numbers variable if this is an array or not. We will private array.isArray. We are checking numbers variable. So this numbers is an array and it is getting true because this is an array. If we add anything else here like 1, now it's a number, it's not an array. So you can see we have false because this numbers is not an array. If we change it to any string, you can see it's still getting false because this is also not an array. So I hope you get this one as well. So that's it for today's lesson. You just learned about arrays in JavaScript, how to create them, access elements, and use common methods. Arrays are essential for storing and manipulating collections of data. Practice with these methods. Try creating your own arrays and experimenting with different operations. So in the next lesson, we'll learn about loops, for loop, while loop, and do while loops. Loops let us repeat code, which is perfect for working with arrays. In today's lesson, we'll learn about loops in JavaScript. Loops let us repeat code multiple times, which is essential for working with arrays and performing repetitive tasks. We'll learn 3 types of loops: for loops, while loops, and do while loops. Each has its own use case, and we will see when to use which one. Loops are one of the most powerful features in programming, so let's master them together. Let's start coding. I've already created our index.html, so let's write our JavaScript. So we will start with a for loop, which is the most common type of loop. A for loop has 3 parts: initialization, condition, and increment. Let me show you by typing it. So we will cover for loops. Let's start with the basic one, basic for loop. And this is how you write for loop: for parenthesis, curly bracket, and inside your code which you want to run. Let's say count, comma, I. So inside this parenthesis, first we should add our initialization. Let's say let I is equals to 0 and semicolon. Now we will add our condition, whichever condition you want to put here. I'm putting I less than 5, semicolon, and our increment I plus plus. So this is how you write our basic for loop. So this loop starts with I equals to 0. It runs while I is less than 5 and increment by 1 each time. So what do I mean by that? Let me first show you the console. Let's save this. Here we got our consoles. So this is the loop which is running our console 5 times. So why we are getting this result? Because the loop works like that. First, it will initialize this I is equals to 0. So the I is 0. Then it will check the condition if it is true or false. The moment this condition is false, the loop will stop running and we don't get our further logs. So right now it is 0, so 0 is less than 5, so this condition is true. Then we get our console first, count 0, you can see here. After this, it will go here, it will increment our I, which is 0, with +1. So this I plus plus is like this. I plus plus is the same as I is equals to I plus 1. So I is 0, and when we plus 1 with the 0, we got 1. So now I is 1. I hope you get it. We have already covered this increment and decrements in our previous lesson. You can check it out. So now the I value is 1. Then our loop start running again. Then we have I is equals to 1 because we have incremented. So now I is less than 5. So this condition is true. Then again, it will shift here. And now our I value is 1. So we are getting 1 here. And then again, the same process. I plus plus, I is 1 plus 1, 1 plus 1, 2. Then again, it will go here. I is 2, and here 2, 2 is less than 5. Then we got 2, and our 3 and 4. So now this is 4, and 4 here, 4 is less than 5. So we got our log 4 here. Then after 4, it comes here. I is 4 plus 1, which is 5. So then it will go here again. Then I is 5. Then it will check 5 is less than 5. So now the condition is false. So it will stop running. It will not give us our consoles. That's why it is stopping at count 4. Because after that, our conditions are false. So I hope you get the concept of loops. Let me show you with the arrays. For loop with array, let's say const fruits is equals to apple, comma, banana, comma, orange, comma, grape, and our semicolon. Now let's run our loop. Let's add our initialization. Let I is equals to 0. You can initialize anything, A, B, or any name. I prefer I, and you can initialize any value here or define any value. I'm putting it 0, and our semicolon, and then our condition. I'm making condition of I less than fruits.length. If you don't know what is fruits.length, we have already covered it in our previous lessons of arrays methods. You can check it out. So our semicolon, and then our increment. Let's say I plus plus, and our curly braces. And let's add a log saying fruits, or let's say fruit at index. Let's do some concatenation. Let's wrap it up inside our template literals. It is much cleaner than this. Let's add our I here, $ curly braces I is $ curly braces our fruits and its index, whatever I will be. Let's save this and let's comment this out. Okay, you can see we have 4 logs. The first one is fruit at index 0 is apple, because at the 0 index we got apple, and then banana at 1 index, and 2 orange, and 3 grape. So what this is doing is, first it's the initialization, it is 0, so 0 less than fruits.length, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, which is 4. So 0 is less than 4, so this condition is true. Then we got our log here. Here we got 0, because right now the first time our I is 0, so we got 0 here. Fruits at 0 is, and our fruits and its index, we put I, so I is 0, so we got our 0 index fruit, which is apple. That's why we are getting apple, and again it is going here 0 plus 1, and the same process goes on until the condition is false. So I hope you get this one as well. And if you want, you can also add decrement instead of increment. Let me show you that as well. Let's say for loop or counting backwards. Okay, let's add a for loop. Our initialization I is equals to 5, and let's have our condition I is greater than 0 and I minus minus curly braces. Our log, let's add countdown, comma, our I. If we save this, you can see we are having 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is our initialization, which is 5. 5 is greater than 0, it is true, and we got 5 here first. Then it is going here and decrement our I. So the I is 5 minus 1, it is 4 now. So 4 will go here, here, then check a condition and go here and so on until we got 0. 0 is not greater than 0, so the condition is false and loop will stop. So I hope you got it as well. If you want, you can increment or decrement by any number. Let me show you that as well. So for loop with, let's say, step, let's increment by 2. How we write it is, let's say, for our initialization I is equals to 0, semicolon, our condition I less than 10, semicolon, I plus or equals to 2, and our curly braces. Let's add a log. It will give us our even numbers, so let's add even number and comma I. Save this You can see we have our even numbers only, because right now our initialization is 0, so 0 is less than 10, and first it will run it. We got 0 here, you can see here. Then it will go here and it will check if 0 plus 2, so 0 plus 2 is 2, so it will go here. Now it's 2 is less than 10, then again here, then again we will go here, 2 plus 2, and so on until we got 10. Then the statement will be false, and the results are here. I hope I cleared the concept of for loop. Let me show you our nested for loops. Nested for loops. So we can put loops inside other loops. These are called nested loops. So let's create a multiplication table. Let's have our for our initialization I equals to 1 semicolon. Let's have our condition I less than or equals to 3 semicolon, our increment I plus plus, and our curly braces. Inside that we can nest loops. Let's have our second loop for initialization. Let's have j is equals to 1 semicolon j less than or equals to 3 semicolon j plus plus, and our curly braces here. Let's add a log inside it, and let's add our template literals and say I x or multiply j, or let me wrap it up inside our curly braces, because we are getting the data from I and j, and is equals to whatever the value will be I asterisk, which is multiplication j. And let's save it. So this creates a multiplication table where each number from 1 to 3 is multiplied by each number from 1 to 3. So you can see inside our log, first we are getting 1 multiply 1, then 1 2s are 2, 1 3s are 3, then our 2 1s are 2, 2 2s are 4, and until our 3. So how it is working is, first we are running this loop, let I is equals to 1. So 1 is here, 1 is less than 3, so this condition is true. So that's why we are going here, and here we are running this loop. So until this loop finishes, this loop will run again by incrementing the I, like whatever inside these curly braces inside this loop, until it run completely. Then this loop will start again until the condition is false. So we are getting 1 here, 1 is this statement is true, so this for loop runs and let j is 1, so 1 is less than 3. This condition is also true, so this log will create our I, which is 1, and multiply j, which is 1, and its value I asterisk 1, which is 1, so that's why we are getting this log. Then it will go here on the j plus 1, which is 1 plus 1 is 2, so it will go here, then check the condition, 2 is less than 3, so again it will run this log, then it will go 3, then 3 is less than or equals to, because 3 is equals to 3, so that condition is also true. Then it will run again, then it will go all the way here, then it will say 4 is less than or equal to 3, so now the condition is false, so this loop stops running, and we will plus our I value, which is 1, so 1 plus 1 is 2, then again it will see the condition 2 is less than 3, so again it will run this log until it finishes. Then again, same way the process go on. I hope you understood this nested for loops. Let's comment it out. And now let's start learning the while loop. So the while loop runs as long as the condition is true, the same way we did for loop, but the syntax of while loop is a little bit different. Let's say while loop, and first we should add our variable here. Let's say const, or let's say count is equals to 0. And let's write our while loop, which you can write it like this: while parenthesis count less than 5, and our curly braces. Inside that we can add a log. Let's say while count, and we can increment it right here, count plus plus. So this is the way you write while loops. So the increment or decrement will go at the bottom of this loop. In for loop, we were writing it inside this parenthesis, but in while loop we do it like this. So let's save it, and you can see we have our logs, while count 0 to 4. So this while loop, check the condition first and start running the loop until it's false. So this is working like this: count is 0, so 0 is less than 5, the condition is true, so it is running this log, and increment our count, which is 0 plus 1, then again see count 1 is less than 5, and same way it's looping through each value. So this is how we write while loops. You can try it on your own. We can try with different conditions. You can increment it or decrement it, or you can multiply it. Let's say count asterisk is equals to 2. Save it. You can see this is the mistake we should never do while we are writing our loops. If you do this mistake, which I did right now, your program will crash. You can see we have tons of logs and our program is crashed. You can see it's keep loading our HTML file, and loop is going on without getting a false condition. So we should always keep in mind what we are writing. So why this program is crashed, because what we did is we put count is equal to 0 and checking our condition here, 0 less than 5, which is true, 0 is less than 5. Then we are having our log. Then what we are doing here is we are doing like count is equals to count multiply 2. It means 0 multiply 2. So if you multiply 0 with any number, we will get the result of true. And we are getting 0 here, then it is shifting here again. And again we are getting 0 here, 0 is less than 5. So again we are running this log and getting the result of 0 again. And that's why it is, or it will never gonna stop looping, because this condition will never get false. So that's why we are crashing our program. So this is a mistake we should never do. Let's change the value of our count. Let's say 1, and we should open our file again. Let's close this and let's right click and open with live server. Let's close the sidebar, inspect and console. Now you can see our program is stable and we are getting only 3 logs, because now our value is count is equals to 1. So it will check 1 is less than 5, then our log, then multiply 1, multiply 2, then 1 2s are 2, the value has been changed to 2, then again it will go here 2, then 2 2s are 4, then it will go here, we get the 4, then 4 multiply 2, 4 2s are 8, then 8 will go here, then the condition is false. So this loop will stop running. So always put the condition which will at some point will give us false result. So that way our program will never get crashed. So I hope you get this one as well. Let's comment it out and let's move to our do while loop. So the do while loop is similar to while loop, but it always runs at least once. Let me show you the syntax how we write do while loop. We say let's say counter is equals to 0, and this is how you write do while loop. Do curly braces and then our while, and with parenthesis. Inside that we should put our condition here, counter less than 3, and our semicolon here. Inside this do we should have our log. Let's say do dot while count is this, and we can add our increment here, counter plus plus. So at least once this code will run, no matter the condition is true or false. At least once it will run. How we are doing it, let's save this first to see the results. You can see inside our log we have 3 log values, 0 1 2. So the 0 is our first running log, so it is running this log 0 because the value of counter is 0. Then it is incremented 0 plus 1, then it checks our condition, counter is 1, 1 is less than 3, so that's why we are running it again. We got 1, and then 1 plus 1 is 2, so 2 is less than 3, then running again. Then we got 2 here, then incremented 2 plus 1, which is 3. Now 3 is not less than 3, so this loop will stop. So most usually we don't prefer to use this do while loop, because no matter the condition is true or false, it will run our loop at least once. If we make it 5, because now the condition is false, 5 is not less than 3, so it ignores it because it will run this block first. So that's why we are getting our log 5 here, then it will go here, 5 plus 1 6, so the condition is false, so it will not run this loop again. So I hope you get do while loop as well. Let's comment it out. And let me show you other concept, which is break statement. Sometimes we want to exit a loop early, we use the break statement for that. Let me show you how. Let's apply it on for loop first. Let's add a break statement and our for loop initialization, that I is equals to 0, semicolon, our condition, I is less than 10, semicolon, increment, curly braces. Let's add our conditions if else, or let's put if only. Let's say if I is equals to 3, then break or exit our loop, and let's add a log outside it. We got number I. So let's see what happened. You can see we have 0 1 2, so it stops at 2 because we add a break here. So when I is equals to 3, the break statement exit our loop, so we only see numbers from 0 to 2. It will not consider this, because if we don't add any break or condition, we will have our 9 numbers, because now until this condition get false, it will continue running our loop. Let's uncomment this and let me show you how it's working. So initially our I is 0, so 0 is less than 10, then it is running this. It will check if I is equals to 3, so I is 0, 0 is not equals to 3, so it will ignore this block and it will shift this console. It will give us 0, you can see here, then it increment to 1, then check condition, I is less than 10, then again it will check I is equals to 3, and so on, and it will come 3 here, 3 is less than 10, then it will check this if statement. So 3 is equals to 3, this condition get true. So then it will run this block. So inside this block we add break. So this break exit our loop. So we will not run this log again or increment or the statement. It will ignore all of that with this break. It will just exit our loop. You can also add this break to our while loop, same way as this. So I hope you get break statement. And we have another statement which is continue statement. So this continuous statement skips the rest of the current iterations and goes to the next one. Like, let me show you practically. Let's add our for loop. Let I is equals to 0, semicolon I less than 10, colon I plus plus. And again our curly braces. Inside that we can add if our condition here I equals 3, curly braces. Inside that we will say continue. Or let's change our statement a little bit. Let's skip the even numbers. So to skip our even numbers, we can write I, which is our initial value for now, and our modulus 2 equals to 0. So what this will do is it will skip all the even numbers and print us only our odd numbers. Let's add odd numbers or number and our I. Save this. You can see we are getting 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. So this will print odd numbers because continue statement skips the even numbers. So this continue will skip whatever we add the condition here. Like when we add continue, let me show you how it's working. So let I is equals to 0. So now the value is 0. 0 is less than 10. Then it is coming to this. It will check if 0 is the modulus of 2, and it will result in equals to 0. Like 0 is multiple of 2. It is true. So 0 equals to 0. This condition is true now. So it will run this block. Inside this block we add continue. So what this continue will do is it will skip this iteration and it will go again here. It will not run this log. It will just skip our loop. It will not exit our loop like break statement. Break will exit our loop and it will not run again, but continue will only skip this iteration only. It skips 0 and it will go here. Then it will say 0 plus 1. So now is 1. 1 is less than 10. Then it will come here. 1 is not multiple of 0. Sorry, multiple of 2. So it will not result in equals to 0. So this condition will be false. So it will go here and we get our 1. In same way 1 plus 1 is 2. Now 2 is multiple of 2 and it will result in 0. So it will be true here and it will run continue. Continue will skip 2 and it will go here, and this loop is go through all the even numbers and it will skip them all and get us only the odd numbers, and until this condition is false it will exit our loop. So this is how everything is working. So that's it for today's lesson. You just learned about loops in JavaScript, for loops, while loops, and do while loops. For loops are great when you know how many times to iterate. While loops are perfect when you need to loop until a condition is met, and do while loops ensure code runs at least once. We don't usually use do while loop. Break and continue gives you control over loop executions. Practice with these examples which I have just shown you here in this lesson, and try creating your own loops. In next lesson we'll learn about array iterations, which helps array to iterate. We can say array iteration helpers like for each, map, filter, and reduce. These are modern ways to work with arrays that make your code cleaner. In today's lesson we'll learn about array iteration helpers like for each, map, filter, and reduce. These are modern JavaScript methods that make working with arrays much easier and cleaner than our traditional loops. For each is for performing actions on each element. Map transforms arrays, filter selects elements, and reduce combines elements into a single value. These methods are used everywhere in modern JavaScript, so mastering them is essential. Let's start coding. I've already created our HTML file. Let's dive into our JavaScript. So let's start with for each. It's used to perform an action on each element of an array. Let me show you from the basic. Let's add for each method, basic for each. Let's say const fruits is equals to apple, banana, and orange. So this is our fruits array. So let's apply our for each method. Fruits dot for each. Inside these parentheses, we can have our arrow function. Inside that, we can add log. So for each element, we can have our fruit here. You can name an element anything. I am just typing here fruit because these are the fruits. So we are getting each element, which is fruit. So let me add a log. Fruit, comma. Let's save this and see our console. We have all 3 fruits here. So for each takes a function that runs for each element. So the function receive the current element which is this one, and this one as a parameter. So this function will run again and again until our all fruits or all values has been printed inside our console. You can see here. If we add another fruit here, mango, you can see it is also printed here. Let me show you our for each with our index parameter as well. Okay, so let's add our fruits dot for each, our method. Inside that we can add our arrow function, and in these arguments or parameters we can have our fruit comma index. So the second parameter, index, is the index of our current element. Let's add a log and see our result. Log. Let's add backticks. Inside that we can add index colon $, curly braces, our index, and let's add a colon here, space colon, and $, curly braces, our fruit. Let's save this. Let's comment this out. Okay, you can see we are having our indexes as well. 0, 1, 2. On the 0 index we have apple. On 1 we have banana. You can see our all elements are printed here in the console. And if you want, you can also use a separate function instead of an arrow function. Let me show you that as well. Let's say for each with function declaration. You should see declaration. Let's comment this out. Let's comment this out as well. And let's say function print item, and let's have our item inside this parenthesis, curly brackets, and a log here. Let's say item comma item. Save this, and we should have our fruits. So let's uncomment this again, and let's say fruits dot for each. Inside our parenthesis we can have our function. Let's save this, and now you can see we are having our items here. So if you want to write functions like this, you can do that. If you want to do it like this, we can do that as well. So what this fruits dot each print item is doing, this is directly passing the function name as a parameter, like we are passing our each fruit inside this function, like here. So each fruits are printing in this console. So that's it for each method. Let's move on to our map method. Let's add map. So map transform each element and return a new array. Let's start with the basic one. Basic map transform each element. Okay, so let's have our array numbers is equals to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Save it. Semicolon. So let's transform this array by doubling it. Let's say const doubled is equals to our numbers array and dot map. So this is the method, and let's add our arrow function here. Let's get our each number. Let's say num our arrow. If it's a single statement, you can do it like this without any curly braces. Let's say num multiply or asterisk 2. So each element or number will be multiplied by 2 and give us our result in a new array. Let's add our log. So first let's see our original array numbers comma numbers. This is our original array. Save it. You can see we have our original array as it is. Let's add a log and see our doubled array numbers comma doubled. Let's save this, and you can see map creates a new array with transformed value. The original array stays unchanged. We have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 because each element is multiplied by 2. 1, 2s are 2, so that's why we are getting 2. Then our 2 multiplied by 2, 4, and so on. So this is with numbers. Let me show you with strings. Map with string, let's say const names equals to Maruf, comma Ahmed, comma Sarah, and our semicolon. Let's say const, let me capitalize it, capitalized equals to names dot map, our method. Inside that we should add our arrow functions, and inside our parentheses we can get each name and our return statement because we are returning our value. Let's say name dot character 8. It's for which character we want to target. Let's say 0 index. So inside each element we have our 0 index. Like for this string, 0 index is this M, and A is 1, so we are targeting this first character, which is M, and for this we are targeting A, and for this we are targeting S. So that's why I have put here 0, so it will target our 0 index of each name. And for capitalizing it, we can have our dot to uppercase method. And if we save this and let's add a log, let's have our original names and capitalized names, and let's comment this out. Okay, now you can see our original names and our capitalized name. We are getting only our characters because we have returned only our 0 index character. For the full name, what we need to do is we need to add a plus for concatenation and say names dot slice. So the slice method, we already covered it in our previous lessons, you can check it out, and add 1. So this slice 1, so let's add a name, not names. So this slice 1 will slice each name from 1 index, like it will remove our M and give us AROOF, and here it will remove A and give us remaining from 1 index till last. So we are getting AROOF here, and we are concatenating it with our M, which is our 0 index, which we made uppercase. So it will result in this. You can see now we have capitalized our names with capital M, capital A, and capital S. So that's it for map with strings. Let's comment this out, and you can do many things with that. You can map to create new objects. I'm not showing you objects right now because we haven't started our objects yet. We'll see what is object in our next lesson. So let me show you our filter method. Filter. So the filter creates a new array with only elements that pass a test. Let me show you how. So let's start with the basic filter. Basic filter. Filter keeps elements that pass test. Let's add a const numbers equals to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, 10. And our semicolon. So with filter, let's make them or filter our only even numbers. Let's say const even numbers equals to numbers, which is our array dot filter. Okay, so let's add our arrow function. Let's get our num, and num, let's say modulus of 2, and will result in equals to 0. So this statement will get our numbers which are multiple of 2, and they will result in 0, which means even numbers only. So if we log this, our original numbers and our even numbers, let's save it. You can see our original array, original numbers here, and this is our filtered numbers. With the filter method, you can see we got only our even numbers because only these numbers passed our test, or you can say condition. So this is how filter method works. You can practice it with strings, which we have done here, and with objects and etc. You can do many things with it. Let's comment this out, and let's see our reduce method. So reduce combines all elements into a single value. Is the most powerful but also the most complex. Let me show you practically how it works. So let me show you basic reduce. That's sum of numbers. So let's say const numbers equals to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Save this, and let's sum equals to numbers dot reduce method, and our arrow function. Inside these parentheses, we have 2 arguments, which is accumulator, and our current value. So this accumulator builds up the result, and this current value is our current value from our array, like 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5. Let me show you by the logs so you can understand better. Let's have our accumulator, accumulator, and this current value, and you can save it. We also should return it, our accumulator plus our current value, and let's add comma 0. So accumulator start with 0, and let's add logs outside as well. Let's add our numbers and our sum and save this. Okay, now let me help you understand this reduce. So right now we are having our original array as it is. So that proof that it is not modifying our original array, it is creating the new one. And in here we got 15. Why? Let me show you from the starting. So when first this arrow function runs, we got accumulator 0, because here we add 0. This is the value of accumulator, our initial value of accumulator. So right now it is 0 at the first time, and our current value is 1. You can see here we have 1, our current value. So then it will plus accumulator plus value, which will be 0 plus 1 will be 1. Then it will go here it will store accumulator as 1. So it's just see this accumulator as a storage, like our results. So again, it will run for our 2 element. Now here is 2, accumulator is 1, and current value is true. You can see. So when it returns 1 plus 2 is 3, then again it stores here in our accumulator, and then our third value is 3, so accumulator is 3 and current value is also 3, and 3 and 3 you can see here, and again it comes here, 3 plus 3 is 6, and accumulator will be 6, and our fourth value 4 here, 6 4, you can see 6 4, and when we plus 6 with 4, then we got 10, and 10 will be our accumulator. Then we have our last element, which is 5. So 10 and 5, 10 plus 5 is 15, and then when we print this sum, we got our result 15. I hope you get the concept of reduce, accumulator, and current value, how it works. If you want, you can change this value. Remember, this is initial value of this accumulator. So accumulator will start from 100. You can see here we got 100, then 1, then 100 plus 1 is 101. You can see, then 2, then 101 plus 2 is 103, and so on. We got 115. So I hope you get it. So try it your own, practice these methods. If you want, you can chain these methods together. Let me show you that as well. Let's combine these. Combining methods. Let's chain our map and filter. Let's say const numbers equals to 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 and 10, and we have our result equals to numbers. First, let's filter. What can we do? Let's get our even numbers. Let's say our arrow function, let's say same way, num modulus 2 equals 0. So this will get us our only even numbers, 2 4 6 8 10, and let's map those even numbers. Let's say dot map. This is how you chain methods. Then again, we can add our arrow function here, our num, which is number, and let's double each even number. Let's say num asterisk 2, and our colon, let's save this, let's add logs. Okay, now you can see our original number array, which is as it is, and our result, you can see it starts with 4 8 12 16 20, because we first filter our even numbers with this condition. Then for our even numbers, we map those even numbers by multiplying each of them with 2. Like 2 multiply 2 is 4. Then again, our even number is 4. So 4 multiplied by 2 is 8, and so on. So this is how you can chain each method. You can add reduce as well. So I hope you get the concept of these array iteration helpers. So that's it for today's lesson. You just learned about array iteration helpers: for each, map, filter, and reduce. So for each is for side effects and actions, map transforms data, filter selects data, reduce combines data. So these methods make your code cleaner, more readable, and easier to understand than our traditional loops. Practice with these methods. Try chaining them together to solve complex problems. In the next lesson, we'll learn about objects, properties, methods, and object literals. Objects are another fundamental data structure in JavaScript. In today's lesson, we'll learn about objects in JavaScript. Objects let us store related data and functions together, which is essential for organizing our code. We'll learn about object literals, properties, methods, and this keyword. Objects are everywhere in JavaScript, so understanding them is crucial. Objects helps us model real-world things in our code, making it more organized and easier to work with. Let's start coding. I've already created our index.html. Let's dive into our JavaScript. So let's start by creating objects using our object literals. So object literals use curly braces. Let me show you that. Object literals, let's say const person equals to our curly braces. So these are the object literals. Let's add our properties. Let's say name. What is the name? Name is Maruf, comma age. Age is 24, comma city. City is Hyderabad, and our comma, and save this. So this is a simple object with 3 properties: name, age, and city. Let me show you that inside our log. You can see here is our object with 3 properties. Now let's create more complex object with different data types. Let's say const student equals to curly braces. Inside that we can add our name property with a string value. Let's say Ahmad, comma our age, which is 22, comma is active. Let's say true, which is boolean. Let's say grades. Inside grades we can add array 85, 92, 78, comma address. Let's add our another object. Inside we can have other properties. Let's have a string 123 main street. Let's add comma and our city. Let's say Lahore, comma. So this is the object which contain different data types, including our arrays and our another object, which we can say nested object because it is an object inside an object. So it is called nested object. Let's log this student. You can see we have our object here, dress, grades, is active, name, age, all of our properties. So that is how we create our objects. Let's comment these consoles. And let me show you how to access properties in objects. Let's say accessing properties. Inside that, we can access our object properties with dot notation, bracket notation. Let me show you first our dot notation. Let's say dot notation. Let's add our log here. Let's access our name from our person object. So we can do that by typing person, which is our object, and dot name. If we save this, we will have Maruf, because by this dot we are accessing our name property from this person object, which is this one. So this is how you can access our properties from our objects with dot notation. Let me show you another example. Let's say log. If we want to access any other property, let's say age, let's have person dot age and save. You can see we have our 24 value, which is here. This value is assigned to this property, so we are getting that property from our object with our dot notation. So this is how you can access our properties values from our objects. Let me show you our bracket notation. With that, we can also access our properties. Let's add a log. If we want to access our name from person, we can do that. First, let's comment these out, and let's have person, our array bracket, and our strings, and add name. So this is how you can access our name property from our person object with the bracket notation. You can see in the console we have Maruf, which is this one. If we want to access age, you can just type here age, then we got 24. So this is how we can access our properties with bracket notation. Let's comment this out. If you want, you can also access our properties with variables as well. Let's see, bracket notation with variables, and let's create our variable. Let's say property name equals to, let's say, city, because we want to access this property. Or if we want, we can access this property as well, because these both are city. And let's add a log. Inside that, we can add person, and inside our brackets we can add our variable, which is equals to city. So we are getting Hyderabad. You can see we are getting this one because we are accessing our property from person object. So this is person object and this is the city. So it is the same thing if we are storing this strings and plus our key, or you can say property. So this is equals to this, and we are accessing this inside our bracket notation. So this is how we can access with our variables. Let's comment these out. And let me show you how we can access our nested properties, which are these ones. These are inside our object and inside our nested object. So we can access them with our dot notation. Let's say accessing nested properties. And let's add our console log. Let's add student, which is our object, dot inside our student object we have address property, which is this one. And if we want to access this street or city, let's say we are accessing street, so we again put dot because the street is inside our address object. Let's say street, and if we save this, we have our 123 main street, which is this one. So that is how you can access our nested properties. Let's add one more. Let's say student. If we want to access with dot notation our arrays, let's say grades, which are these ones, we can also access that as well. You can see we have our arrays. If you want to access any of these values, let's say we are accessing 92, which is this one, we can add our array bracket and our index. Let's say 1. We are having 92 now because 92 is at the index 1. So that's how you can access nested properties. Let's comment these out. And let me show you how we can modify them, or we can add properties. So let's add modifying and adding properties. So objects are mutable, which means we can change them after creation. Let me show you how. Let's modify an existing property. Let's say person, which is our object, and let's modify our age property. So to modify, you just need to make it equals to any value you want to change it to. Let's say 23, because before we have 24. Now we have modified this age property inside our object and made it 23. So if we log this now, you can see now age is 23 because we have modified it right here. Before it was 24. So this is how you can modify our properties. Now let's add a new property. You can do it like this. Let's say modify, or let's directly say person. And to add any property, you just need to type that property. Like say we don't have email property inside our person because we have only 3 properties, name, age, and city. If we want to add any other property, we can type dot email. Let's say we are adding email, and let's equals to developer or Maruf at developer.maruf.com. So this is my email, which I've added to this person object. Now if we log this, let's say log person and save this, you can see we have our email property added inside our object, which we just added right here. Before, we don't have any email property here. So that's how you can add any property. If you want to add with our bracket notation, you can do that as well. Let's say person. If I want to add any other property, let's say I want to add phone, let's say phone, this is our property, and let's say equals to 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9, and save this, and let's add a log person. Now you can see we have our phone property inside that as well. So this is how you can add properties with bracket notation or dot notation. If you want, you can modify our nested properties as well, which are these ones. Let's say student dot dress dot city, and let's modify it to Islamabad. And let's log this, our student, save this, and you can see we have modified our city to Islamabad, but before that we have city equals to Lahore. We have modified it with Islamabad. So this is how you can modify nested properties as well, or objects. So let's comment these out. And now let me show you object methods, or we can say the function inside our objects are called methods. So that's why we say object methods here. Let's say object methods. Inside that, let's create a calculator object. Inside that, we have property num1 colon 10 comma num2 colon 5, and let's add a method. Let's add a method, add, and our function. So this add is equals to function, like num2 is equals to this number. Our function here, let's return this dot num1. We are getting this value in here. I'll tell you about this property in our next concepts, but for now let's keep it that way. Plus this dot num2, and let's add our another method. Let's say subtract colon function. Inside that, let's return this dot num1 minus this dot num2 semicolon our comma, and save it. So let's add a log. Let's access these add and subtract. Let's say calculator object dot add. We should have our parentheses because this is a function. You can see here add value is function, so we have to put it like that, the parentheses after this add property. And if we save this, we will have our value here 15 because we are returning num1 plus num2, which is 10 plus 5. So this function is equals to or return 15, and it will go here. The value of add will be 15. You can see. And let's log our subtract method. Let's say calculator dot subtract parentheses save. We have 5 because we are returning num1 minus num2, so 10 minus 5 is 5, and it is returning 5 to this, and we are getting it here. So this is the object with our methods. So this is the old way of writing a function or method. Let me show you the shorter syntax for methods, which was introduced in ES6 ECMAScript 6. Let me show you that as well. Let's say method shorthand in ES6. Let's say const car equals to object. Inside that, let's add a brand. Brand is Toyota, comma our model. Let's say Camry. Let's add a year is 2020. Let's add our method. Let's say get info, and we can add it like this directly without our function or our colon, and we just return. Let's add backticks and $sign this dot our brand and our model and the year and our comma. Let's add another method. Let's say start, and our method, let's return car is starting. Let's save this. Let's add a log. First, let's get our get info from car object. Let's say get info, our parenthesis, and log our start method. Save this. You can see we are having our message Toyota Camry 2020 from here because it is returning our brand, which is this, our model, which is this, and our year, which is this. And this method is printing car is starting. which you can see here. So you can see this is much cleaner and shorter syntax than this one. Now let me tell you about this keyword. First, let's comment these out. And let's add a comment here, this keyword. So the this keyword refers to the current object, which you can see here, this dot brand, which is referring this to our current object, and dot brand is here. That's why we are getting this Toyota. Let me show you another example. Let's say user equals to object. Let's add name property, Sarah, comma, age, 25, greet method. Inside that, we can return our backticks. Salam alaikum, I am this dot name. So this is referring to our current object, which is this one. User is our current object, so this is a user. You can put it like this, but because we are inside our object, we can't do that. We can do this. So inside this object, we have our name property, and we are accessing Sarah here. I hope you get it. Let's add I am this dot age, years old, and let's update our age. Let's add any parameter here. You can also pass any parameter. If you don't have any idea what is the parameter, you can check our previous lessons where we have learned about functions. Let's add this dot age equals to new age, which will come from our parameters. Return our age updated to this dot age. Receive this, and let's add a log. Let's say user dot greet function or method. Save this. We are having Assalamu alaikum, I am Sarah. So Sarah is coming from here to here, and I am 25 years old. So 25 is coming from here to here. And let's add another log and say user dot update age. Right now age updated to undefined because we haven't passed any data here, so that's why it is returning this dot age is equals to undefined, because this dot age is equals to new age here, but we haven't passed any age here. That's why we are getting undefined, because this age is not defined yet. So let's define it by 26. Now we are having age updated to 26, and let's see our log now, our user object. Save this. So you can see the age is updated to 26 because we have updated right here. Before that, we have our age 25. You can see here. So that's it for this keyword. Let's comment this out. So it is very simple. This allows methods to access and modify the object's own property. You just have seen right here. Now let me show you an example of our nested object. I've already shown you our nested objects here, but let me show you more complex nested object to make you understand much more clear. Let's say nested objects, and let's add our const company equals to our object. Let's add name. Let's say tech corp, comma, location. Let's add a object, our address. Let's add any address. Let's say 456 Tech Street, comma, city. Let's say Karachi, our country, Pakistan, comma, our employees, our object. Inside that we can have our total employees, which are 50. Our department, let's say departments is also an object. Let's say engineering 20, sales 15. Let's say marketing 15. Let's add a comma and save this, and you can see these are our nested objects. Location is inside our company object. Inside our company object we have another object which is employees. Inside that employees object we have our department object. So this is how you nest our objects. To access them, you can add a log. Let's say we want to access our name first. Let's say company dot name. Save this. We have tech corp. Let's access our city from location. Let's say company dot location dot city. Save this. We have Karachi. Here is Karachi. If we want to get any department, let's say log company dot employees dot departments dot engineering. We can have 20 departments. You can see here. So this is how you can access our nested objects. Let's comment this out, and let me show you our object methods which are built in. Let's say built in. Okay, so JavaScript provides built-in methods for working with objects. Let me show you that built-in methods. Let's add a product object. Product equals to, inside that name, let's say laptop. Let's comma our price. Let's say 1000. Category, add electronics. And let's save this. So from our built-in object method, we can get our keys, our values, our key value pairs, and we can do many things. Let me show you some. Let's start with object.keys. Let's say object.keys. This is the method. What it will do is it will get all our keys from that object. Let me show you how. Let's say const keys equals to our object built-in method, and inside that built-in method we have a property called keys. So which object keys we want, we can add it right here. Let's add our object product to get our keys from our product objects. Now all the keys have stored inside here. The keys are this: name, price, category. We can say properties or keys. Let's add a log. Inside that, let's call our keys variable where we stored our keys. In the console, you can see name, price, category, which are our keys here, or you can say properties. So this is how, with the built-in method, you can get keys. Let me show you how we can get values. Let's say object dot values. It will get all our values. Let's add our values inside this. Let's say object dot values. This is another method. I want to get our values from our product object. Let's log this. Values, you can see we are having our values: laptop, 1000, and electronics, which are these ones. These are the values, these are the keys or properties, you can say. Now if we want to get both key value pairs, so these are the pair, this is the one pair, this is the second pair of key and values, so we can get that as well with our entries method from our object dot entries. What it will do is it will get all key value pairs. Let's add entries is equals to object dot entries and our product object, and let's log this entries. Now you can see we have our key value pairs inside our arrays, because this will store our key value pairs inside arrays and return us our key on 0 index, our value on 1 index. If you want, you can get any of it. Let's say array and 0, so we get our name laptop because it is on our 0 index. Let's keep it that way. You can see this is our nested arrays inside our array. This is how we can get our key value pairs. If you want to check if property exists or not, you can also do that with our object dot has on property method. This will check if property exists or not. Let's add a log and let's check inside our product. We have has on property method to check. So what do we want to check? We want to check name. If this exists or not, it is returning true because we have name property inside our product object. If we want to check, let's say stock property, it will say false because there is no property named stock. So that's why it is returning false, because this stock property does not exist in our current object. So these were some object methods which are built in JavaScript. There are tons of more. You can try it on your own. Let's comment this out now. And let me show you object with arrays. Let's add const teacher equals to object. So inside our object, we can add our arrays, or inside our arrays, we can also contain any objects. Let me show you that. Con name, let's say Mr. Khan, comma subjects. Let's make subjects as an array: math, science, our English, comma. Let's add our objects inside our arrays. What we can do is we can add students, colon our array. So inside our array we can have multiple objects. Let's say object name, say Oli, comma our grade. So Ali's grade is 85, comma, we can add another object of name, Sarah, Ahmad, save this. So you can see we can have arrays inside our object, or objects inside our arrays. Let's log these. Let's log our object, teacher. This is our object. If we want to access any of our subject, we can do that with teacher.subject, which is this one. Inside that, I want to access maths. Let's add our index 0 because math is at our 0 index. You can see here. Now if I want to access our this student, this Ali grade, we can say student and our 0 index to access this one. Let's add a log. Let's say teacher.student and our 0. You can see we are having our student Ali at 0 index. If we want to access any property here inside that object, we can do that. Let's say we want to get name of this student. Let's just add a dot name, and we are having our name here. So this is how we can work with arrays inside our objects. Let's comment this out, and let me show you our final concept, which is computed properties. So these are the properties which let us use variables as property names. Let me show you how. Let's add any variable here. Key1 equals to, let's say, first name, and let's add our second variable, key2, last name. So these are the keys we will use inside our object. These are called computed properties. Let's add our person object here, and we can use our computed properties here. Let's add a bracket and key1. So here we will get first name because key1 is equals to first name. So this is how we can get our properties from a variable. Let's make it equals to Maruf, comma, our second key, key2, and let's add Ali and comma. So we are getting error because this is a const variable and we have assigned this person. I think the person is already defined. You can see we have person here, so we cannot name variables the same to this const variable, so we can change it to 1 to make it unique because const requires unique names. Let's add a log and let's have our person1. Save this. We are having our first name with Maruf. So this first name is coming from here to here. So this is how you can use computed properties. If you want to access this first name, you can just add a log person1 dot first name, and we will get this Maruf here. You can see. So I hope you get this one as well. So that's it for today's lesson. You just learned about objects in JavaScript, its properties, methods, and object literals. So objects lets us organize related data and functions together, making our code more structured and easier to manage. The this keyword lets methods access and modify the object's property. So practice creating your own objects and methods. Try modeling real-world things like we did in the examples. In the next lesson, we'll learn about destructuring and spread REST operators. These are powerful features that make working with objects and arrays even easier. In today's lesson, we'll learn about destructuring and spread and rest operators. These are powerful features that make working with arrays and objects much easier and cleaner. Destructuring lets us extract values from arrays and objects. Spread operator lets us copy and combine data. Rest operator lets us handle variable numbers of arguments. These features are used everywhere in modern JavaScript, so mastering them will make your code much better. Let's start coding. I've already created our HTML file. Let's write our JavaScript. Let's start with array destructuring. It lets us extract values from arrays into variables. Let me show you practically. Array destructuring. Let's first see our basic array destructuring. Basic array structuring. Let's create our array first. Let's say const fruits equals to apple, banana, orange. So now let's destructure it. So we can destructure it by typing console, our array bracket equals to fruits, which is our array. So this is how we can destructure our values from our fruits array. So if we want these values, we can name anything here. Like let's say, let's get our first value. So we can type anything here. Let's say first, or you can say fruit 1, comma, our second fruit, fruit 2, comma, fruit 3. So this is how you can destructure our arrays. If you want to see the values, let's say our first fruit, and let's log our second and third. You can see we have apple, banana, and orange. This is how you can destructure our arrays. This extracts each element into its own variable. You can see here. And let me show you how we can skip our elements. Let's say skipping elements. First we create our array. Let's say numbers equals to array 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Save this and let's destructure it to skip any number. Let's say we want to print our 1 and we will skip 2 and we will get 3. We will skip 4 and get our 5. So we can do it like this. First we say we can name any variable for any element. Let's say for the first element 1, I am saying first, comma. So to skip, we just keep it empty and add our comma again. So we have skipped number 2 and now we are getting our third, comma, and let's skip number 4 and again keep it empty and write comma, and fifth equals to numbers, our array. Save this. Let's log first, third, and fifth. Now you can see we have 1, 3, and 5. We have skipped 2 and 4. So this is how you can skip with keeping it empty and shifting to our next element which we want to show. If you want to skip third, you can just keep it empty, and if you want to show our fourth, let's say fourth, and let's write here fourth. Save this. You can see we got our 4 and we have skipped number 2 and number 3 here. And if you want, you can also put default value as well. Let me show you that as well. Default values. Let's create our colors array. Let's say red and green, and let's restructure it with color 1, with our color 2, comma. If you want to add any other color, you can just put here color 3 and give it our default value. Let's say blue equals to colors. Save this, and let's add log our 1, 2, and 3. You can see we got red, green, and blue. You see blue is not added in our colors array, but we have put a default value, so that's why we are getting blue. If we add any third value, it will get that value. Let's say yellow. If we save this, we will get yellow here because we have defined a value. If we not define any value, it will get our default value. You see blue. This is how we can put default values. If you want, we can also swap any values by our variables. Let me show you that as well. Let's say swapping variables. Let's create variables. Let's say a equals to 10 and let's b equals to 20. And if we want to swap values, we can just add our array bracket, and first let's get our a variable and b, and we will make it equals to b comma a. So now a will get the value of b and b will get the value of a. So a is 20 now and b is 10, but before a was 10 and b was 20. Let's log it to see our value. Let's say a, b, save this. You can see we have 20, which is a, and 10, which is b. If we don't swap it, we will get 10 and 20, which are our current values. So this is how you can swap any values. Now let me show you a REST operator. We will cover it in detail, but let me show you how it works. Let's say REST in our destructuring. First, let's create an array. Let's say numbers. We have our numbers. Let's make it unique 2 equals to our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now let's destructure it. Let's get our first number, our second number, and for the remaining numbers, or if we want not to type them separately, we can do it with REST operator. Just put 3 dots and say REST, or you can put any name here. From numbers to array. So if we log this, let's log our first number, second number, and our REST variable. You can see we got 1, which is our first value or element, second number, which is 2, you can see here, and our REST, which you can see an array with 3, 4 till 8, which are the REST elements. If you want to get our third number, we can also do that, and let's add our console. We got 3, and our REST will start from 4 because these are the REST ones which are remaining, which we haven't added here. So that is how REST works in destructuring. Let's comment these out, and let me show you our object destructuring. Let's add a comment, object destructuring. So the object destructuring are the similars with these arrays, but it uses curly braces because object start with curly braces. We already have covered objects in our previous lessons. You can check it out. But let's start with a basic object destructuring. Let's create a person object equals to array. Let's name equals to my roof, our age, 24, our city will be Hyderabad. Save this, and let's destructure it. It's a const, and to destructure we can add our properties here directly, comma age, comma city from our person object. You can see we have used curly braces because it is an object. We are destructuring an object, so we always use curly braces. But when we were destructuring an array, you can see we have used array brackets. So you should always keep in mind to not make any mistake. Let's log these properties, name, age, and city. You can see we got Maruf, 24, Hyderabad, which are the value of these 3 properties or keys, you can see. If you want, you can rename any variable, like these are the variables. You can also rename them. Let me show you how. Renaming variables. Let's say const user object, and let's add a username. Let's make it developer Maruf, comma our email. Let's add Maruf at developermaruf.com. Save this, and let's destructure it first. Username, comma email equals to user object. Save this. If you want to rename this username variable, you can do it like this. Just add colon, just add colon after that and say username or anything. You can rename it. If you want to rename this email, you can do that as well. So let's log this if we get the value of it or not. So you can see we have developer Maruf, which is the value of this username, which we have renamed to this, and we are getting the value of username from here and email from here. You can see it. So this is how you can rename any variable. Let's comment these out, and let me show you how we can add default values. Let's say default values. Let's create again the user, or let's copy this one here. If you want, you can type it. I'm making it quick. Let's say const, let's destructure it, username, comma our email, and you can add our more properties which are not added inside our object. You can add it with a default value. Let's say is active equals to true. This is the default value. Let's say role equals to user from our user opt. Save this. Let's log these username, email, and is active role. You can see we have developer Maruf, our email, and our true value from this property which we have given the default value. If you don't give any value here, you will see undefined. You can see it because this is not defined yet, so we should give it a value. And if you will give value here, it will get that value and ignore the default one. Save this. You can see now it is false. It is ignoring this true value because we have given this is active value of false inside the object. So you can do that as well. If you don't do that, it will get the default value, which is true. This is how you can give default values. Let's comment this out. And let me show you our nested object destructuring. Nested object destructuring. Let's create a student object. Let's name this Maruf. Let's give it an age 24. Let's add address object, street, city, and country. It is not India, it is Pakistan, so keep it Pakistan. And let's first destructure it. Const, let's say name, our age, and our address from this student object. Save this. And we can destructure this nested object. How we can do that? We can just add a colon and object brackets, and we can get our properties here. Let's say I want to get city and our country. If you want to rename the city, you can also do that with city name. I've already shown you right here. So let's add log, see the values of it. Name, age, city name, country. You can see we got Maruf inside our name. It's Maruf 24, which is age. Hyderabad, which is our city name. City name is coming from here and here, which is Hyderabad. Pakistan is coming from our object. So this is how you can destructure our nested object like that. Let me show you our REST operator with our objects. Let's say REST in object destructuring. Let's add a product equals to object name laptop, our price 1000, and category electronics, and stock, let's say we have 50. Save this and let's destructure it. Let's destructure name, our price, and if we want to get our REST, you can do that by 3 dots and name it REST, or you can name it product details from our product object. Save this. Let's log this. Name, price, and product details. You can see we have our name, our price, and our REST product details, which is category and our stock. You can see here. If you want to get our category, you can do this like dot notation. We have our electronics. If we want to get stock, you can do that as well. We have already covered these dot notation and bracket notation in our object lesson. You can check it out. So this is how we can add our REST operator with object destructuring. Let's comment this out. And let's move on to our spread operator. So the spread operator uses 3 dots like the REST operator, but it is to expand arrays and objects. Let me show you how. So first let's start with the arrays. Let's say spread with arrays. Let's create 2 arrays. Let's say array 1 equals to 1, 2, 3. And let's add our second array, const array 2 equals to 4, 5, 6. Save this, and you can combine it. Let's say combine equals to array. So you can use our spread operator with 3 dots and our array variable name, comma, our second array. This is how you can expand our arrays with our spread operator. Let's log this. You can see we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is how you can combine, and you can use our spread operators. You can also log our array 1, 2. You can see it. So the array 1 and 2 remain the same, and the spread operator combined our both arrays into one, just like that. And if you want to copy any array with the spread operator, you can do that. Let's comment this out, and let's say spread with or 2 copy array. Let's say original equals to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and let's copy it. Let's say copy equals to our array bracket and our spread operator origin. So this is how you can copy our arrays. Let's log this. Copy and our original array. So you can see this is the copy of our original array. This is the original array. So this is how you can copy with our spread operator. If you want to push any number, you can do that. Let's push 6 inside our copy, and let's log this. you can see we have 6. So this is how it will work. Let's comment this out. And if you want, you can also add elements with the spread operator. Let me show you that as well. Spread to add elements. Let's create a number array 1, 2, 3, and let's create a new numbers equals to 0. This is the new array, comma. Let's add our numbers or elements to add these numbers inside this array. Inside this array, you can do that by 3 dots and our numbers array, comma, 4, 5, 6. Save this. So this is how you can add elements with our spread operator. Just 3 dots and our array name which you want to add. And if we log this, let's say new numbers, you can see we have 0, 1, 2, 3, which is coming from this array which we have added in the new one. That's why we are getting 1, 2, 3, and then 4, 5, 6, which are the remaining numbers. So that's it for arrays. Let's comment these out, and let me show you spread operator with the object. Same way, spread with objects. You can create any object. Let's say original object equals to name equals to Maruf. Let's age equals to 24. Save this, and let's add another object. Let's rename it to object1, or let's say it A, and let's give it a number, make it B, and give it 2, and just copy it, paste it here, change the name object2, it is 3 and 4. So these are the 2 objects. Now if you want to combine those both, which we did here for the arrays, we can merge these objects with this. Merged equals to our object bracket, and then dot 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 object1 comma object2. Save this, log this, and see here we have 3 and 4. Why is that? I don't know. If we log our object 1 and 2, we got A and B, 3 and 4, but in merged we are getting 3 and 4. We should get 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I made a mistake, because these both properties are same as the object1, so that's why we have to change these properties to anything else. Let's say C and D. If we save this now, you can see we have our all the properties with these values, because if we make those properties same as object1, then these properties with the same names will override with the object2, so we will not get object1 properties. This is how spread operator work with objects. Let me show you how we can copy objects with the spread operator. Let's say spread to copy object. Let's say original object equals to our name, Maruf, and age 24. Let's say const copy object equals to our dot 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 and our original object. So this is how you can copy our object. And if we log this, you can see we have our copied object. This is our original object. So this is how you can copy our objects with the spread operator. And let me show you that our override properties which we done here. So let me show you more about it. Spread to override properties. So let's create an object. Let's say default settings. Let's say theme is dark. Another property language English, comma font size. Let's say 14. Save this. Let's create another object. User settings. So inside this, we can add our spread operator to get those values inside this. You can do it with dot dot dot, our object name default settings, comma. You can add a theme, let's say light, and font size 16. Let me log this to see you how we override our values. Okay, log default settings and our user setting. If we see in our first log, let's add a comment here, our default settings, and this is our user settings. Save this. You can see this is our default settings which we are getting as it is. You can see we have dark theme, English, 14 font, and you will see here in the user settings we are getting font 16, which is this one, and our language is coming from default settings because we have used spread operator here, so it will get all the values. But why we are not getting these 2 properties? Because these 2 properties already exist in the user setting object, so they will override these properties, and this language does not exist in our user setting object, so it will get only this property. So this is how overriding works with the properties inside object. So that's it for the spread operator. Let me show you our rest operator, which I have given you our basic concept. We have used here our rest operators. Let me show you inside our function. Let's add rest in function parameters. So REST operator is the same as spread operator with the 3 dots, but it is used differently. REST operator collects remaining items only. So let me show you function. Let's add sum, and inside our parameters we can add anything. Let's say we will get numbers. Let's say numbers. Our function, let's return some value. Let's add our numbers parameter dot reduce. We have already covered this reduce in our previous lessons. You can check it out. Let's say add our arrow function. You already know in reduce we have accumulator and our current value, let's say number, and let's plus them, and the default of accumulator is 0. Save this, and let's add a log. Inside that we can add sum, our function, and inside our arguments or parameters you can add any numbers. Let's say 1 2 3 4 5. So this REST operator will get all the numbers inside our parameter. You can see we got 15 because this reduce is adding all our numbers one by one and storing it inside accumulator and returning us 15, because when we plus those numbers it will result in 15. Let's add another log. Let's see sum. Let's add 1 2 3 4 5. Save this. We have 15 again. Let's keep only 1 2 3. We have 6. So this is how REST operator works in our function. Let me show you REST with other parameter. Let's say REST in or with other parameters. Let's add another function, greet. So let's take one parameter as greet and another one is names with the REST operator to get all the names, and return. Let's map these names, map. Let's get our name, arrow, and let's add a tactics, our greeting parameter. Let's say greeting, comma, our name one by one. Let's add exclamation, and let's add log. Let's say greet, our function, and our first parameter we can add anything, like I'm putting assalamu alaikum, which is our greeting. And let's in the second parameter, because this is a REST operator, so as many as I can add with commas it will get all of it. Let's say comma Maruf, comma Ahmed. These are the names, so it will get all of that, Maruf, Ahmed, and Sarah inside this because it is a REST operator. And if we see this inside our console, you can see we have our array with Assalamu alaikum Maruf, then our Assalamu alaikum Ahmed, and Assalamu alaikum Sarah. And if you want to join them together, you can do it with dot join, which we already have covered in our previous lessons. Let's join it with space. You can see we have converted the array into our string with the space Assalamu alaikum Maruf, then our space which is coming from here, and then our Ahmed and Sarah. So this is how REST operator works with the other parameter. Now let me show you our REST operator with our arrow functions. These were the normal functions. Let me show you our REST in arrow functions. Let's create one. Multiply equals to our parameter as our REST operator. Let's put arrow in the curly braces, and then return our numbers, reduce, and our arrow function here, accumulator, asterisk, which is multiplication. Our current number, let's start with 1, and let's get our accumulator and number. Save this, and let's add a log. Inside that we can call our function or invoke our function, and let's add some, let's say 2 3 4. Save this. We are getting not a number and an n because we made a mistake here. We call numbers, we have to call our num, so it will get our current number, each number. Now we are getting 24 because when we multiply these all, we will get 24 in result. So this is how you can use REST operator with our arrow function. So that's it for REST operator. So that's it for today's lesson. You just learned about destructuring and spread and REST operators in JavaScript. Destructuring makes extracting values from arrays and objects easy and clean. Spread operator lets us copy and combine data without mutating originals. REST operator lets us handle variable numbers of arguments elegantly. These features make modern JavaScript code much more readable and maintainable. In the next lesson, we'll learn about JSON and working with structured data. JSON is how we exchange data between systems. In today's lesson, we'll learn about JSON and working with structured data. So JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation, and it's the standard format for exchanging data on the web. We'll learn how to convert JavaScript objects to JSON strings, parse JSON back to objects, and work with structured data from APIs and storage. So JSON is everywhere in web development. APIs use it, databases use it, and we use it to store data. Mastering JSON is essential. So let's start our coding. Already created our HTML file. Let's dive into our JavaScript. So let's start by understanding what JSON is. JSON looks like JavaScript objects, but it's actually a string format. JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation, remember that. It is nothing but a text format for storing and exchanging data. Let me show you practically so you can understand much better. So JSON, let's say const JSON string. So inside our string, we can have our object name. Let's say name is Maruf. So this is a JSON string. This is how JSON looks like. You can say it's an object inside a string, which is called JSON. Age 22, city Hyderabad, and our semicolon. So this is what JSON is. This is a JSON string. This is nothing but a text format, how we write JSON strings. Let me show you inside a log. Let's say JSON string. You can see this is a JSON string. It's not an object. It is inside a string. That's why we are getting it like this. We will see the methods how we can turn these JSON string into an object or an object into a JSON string. So for now, just remember this is what JSON string is. Let me show you the type of JSON string. It is a string. It is not an object. I think you have the basic understanding of JSON. We can convert any arrays into our JSON string or any objects into our JSON with the .stringify method inside our JSON. Let me show you that. So let's start with JSON.stringify method. So what JSON.stringify will do, it will convert JavaScript objects and arrays into JSON string. So first let's convert our object into a JSON string. So let me create an object first. Let's say const person equals to object. Inside that we can have our values. Okay, let's say roof, age and city. So this is an object. Let's convert this object into our JSON string. Let's say const our JSON string 2 equals to JSON dot stringify. Inside that we have our object because we want to stringify that object. Let's log this first. Let's log our original object person, our JSON string, and let's log our type of JSON string, and let's comment this out. Let's see, it's a JSON string. And here. Okay, save it. Okay, you can see we have our object, which is our person as it is, our original object, and this is our JSON string. You can see this JSON.stringify converted our object into a JSON string that can be stored or sent over the network, and its type is string. But before that, it was an object. Let me show you that as well. Let's say log type of person, and you can see it is an object, but after we convert it to JSON string, it gives us string. So now let's convert our array into our JSON string. Let me show you that as well. Let's say arrays to JSON, and this was object to JSON. Let's create our arrays first. Fruits equals to apple, banana, cherry, and our JSON, let's say fruits, and let's convert JSON.stringify and our fruits array. Now let's log this. First log our original array, then log our type of and our JSON fruits and type of JSON fruit. You can see we have our original array as it is, and we have type of this original array is an object, because when we get the type of any array, it always be an object, and when we convert this array into a JSON string with the JSON.stringify method, it is converted to a string now, and its type is string. So this is how you can convert any array into a JSON. Let's comment this out. If you want, you can also stringify any nested objects or nested arrays. Let me show you that as well. Stringify with nested objects. Firstly, create our student object equals to this. Let's put name, age, skills, etc. Okay, we have skills array and our nested address object. So let me stringify that object. Let's say const JSON student equals to JSON dot stringify method. Inside that, put our object, and let's log first our nested object and then our JSON string. Save this. You can see we have our nested object first as it is, and when we convert it, it is converted to a JSON string. You can see JSON can handle nested structures as well. If we want to format this JSON to make it readable, right now it's not formatted at all. It's very hard to read. If you want to format it, let me show you how you can do that. Let's add a comment, stringify with formatting, pretty print. So let's create our formatted JSON variable. So JSON equals to JSON json.stringify. Inside this object, we have three parameters. First is our object, comma. Second argument is a replacer function, which we'll skip with null. And third argument is indentation, spaces. We make it 2. Now let's log this. Formatted JSON, save it. Now you can see our JSON is formatted, JSON formatted properly. This makes the JSON easier to read. If you want to exclude any properties, you can use replacer function to exclude any property. Let me show you. Let's say stringify with replacer function. First, let's comment this out. And let me create another object. Let's say const user equals to name. Let's say name is Sarah. Our age is 25. Password, let's say secret 93. Our email, sarah@simple.com. Save this. So this is our object. If we want to exclude our password inside our JSON, we can do that by, let's add a comment first, exclude password from JSON. Let's create a safe JSON variable. Inside that, we can say json.stringify to convert our object into string. Let's say user, and our second parameter, which is replacer function. Let's create our arrow function. Let's say okay, and inside these parameters we have key and value. Keys are these properties, or we can say keys, and these are the values. Inside these curly braces or function, we can put condition if our key equals to password, because this is a key is equals to password, then return undefined. What it will do is it will exclude our password, and if it not equals to password, for the other keys or properties, we have return our value. If we log this, save JSON, user and JSON, you can see we have name Sarah, age 25, and our email. We can't see password here because we have excluded our password right here. This is how, with this replacer function, you can exclude any password or any property. That's it for json.stringify. Now let me show you another method, which is json.parse method. So json.parse converts JSON string back into JavaScript object or arrays, like json.stringify converts any object or any array into our JSON string, but json.parse is opposite of it. It will convert our JSON string into any object or any array. Let me show you that as well. So first, let's create our JSON data first. Let's say JSON data equals to our name, age, and city. Save this. Now let's create parsed object, because it is an object. Let's say equals to json.parse, which JSON string we want to parse. We want to parse this JSON data, and let's log this parsed object, and let's say type of this and our JSON data and type of it. Let's save this. You can see now it is a real object we can use, and type of parsed object is object now. Before it was a string, JSON string, and its type was string. We have converted with the json.parse to an object. So this is how you can convert any object, convert any JSON string into an object. Let me show you the conversion of arrays. Let's say const JSON array equals to, let's see, 1 2 3 4 5, and let's say parsed array equals to JSON parse. Like that, JSON array. Now it is parsed. Let's log this and log our JSON array. Save this. Now you can see we have our parsed array and our JSON array as a JSON string. So this is how you can convert JSON string to an object or any array. You can also convert any nested JSON string into its proper form. You can try it on your own. I think you have understood the concept of JSON parse and JSON stringify. And sometimes JSON might be invalid. We need to handle errors when parsing. Let me show you that as well. Let's add a comment, handling invalid JSON. So first, let's try to parse our invalid JSON. Let's add a comment, try to parse invalid JSON. Let's say try. Let's add our try catch block. Inside that, we can have const invalid JSON. Let's create invalid JSON first. Let's add a name. Okay, name is Maruf. and let's add comma. So this is invalid JSON form which has a trailing comma. It makes it invalid. So let's try to parse it. Let's say JSON.parse our invalid JSON, and inside our catch we can log our error. Let's say error.message. Save this. You can see we are having an error, expected double quotes property name in JSON at position 18. If we remove this comma, now our JSON is valid and we can't see any error. We can log this to see our value. Let's store it first. You can see we are having our parsed JSON. If we add comma, we will get error because this trailing comma make our invalid JSON. Let me show you our valid JSON example. Valid JSON sample. Let's add our try catch block. Try, we have const valid JSON equals to, let's say, name Maruf, and log our, okay, before log we can have a result equals to JSON dot parse. Let's parse this valid JSON and get our results and log our error if have any. Save this and let's comment this out. Save it. You can see we are having our parsed JSON. So this is how you can handle our invalid JSONs. So we should always use try catch blocks when parsing JSON from external source. We will cover this try catch block in our coming lessons, but this was an overview of this JSON, how to handle invalid JSONs. Now let's see how JSON is used in real scenarios like API responses. Let me add a logs first, working with JSON data. So let's simulate API response. Let's create first comment simulating API response. Let's create a variable API response equals to an object. Inside that object we have our status. Let's say success. Okay, now our data, which is inside object, we have free data. Let's say we have ID of a user 1. We have its name, let's say Maruf. We have its email, and the email of it is at example.com. And our second, okay, we made a mistake. We should make it an array, not an object. Okay, inside that we have Sarah. We have these 10 users, and let's add another, or total we have 10. Save this. Now let's convert it to JSON to send our data. Let's first say const JSON response equals to JSON dot stringify our API response object. So now it is converted to our JSON string. Let's log this. Okay, you can see we have converted this, our API response object, into a JSON string. So this is how we can convert our data and send to our server. And we can also parse the JSON string we received like this. Let's say received data equals to JSON dot parse, and let's add our JSON response which we created, converted. Let's add a log received data and save this. Okay, now you can see we have converted our JSON string again to our object. We have parsed this JSON string, and if you want to get any user, let's say I want to get our first user, we can do that by typing received data dot users, not users because we haven't added any other property, so we can do it like array and 0. Save this. You can see we have our first user. If you want to get its name, you can do that by dot name. Save this. You can see we have Maruf, which is this one. So this is how we will handle our APIs when sending data. We will convert our API response to JSON string, then send it. When we will get any response, we will make it to our object or our array by this parse. So that's it for today's lesson. You just learned about JSON and working with structured data in JavaScript. JSON.stringify converts JavaScript objects to JSON string for storage and transmissions. JSON.parse converts JSON string back to JavaScript objects for using in code. JSON is the standard format for data exchange on the web, used by APIs, databases, and storage systems. Always use try catch, which we have used here when parsing JSON from external source to handle errors gracefully. In today's lesson, we'll learn about error handling, try catch, and finally blocks. Errors are inevitable in programming, and handling them gracefully makes our code more robust and user-friendly. We'll learn how to catch errors, handle them properly, and use finally blocks for cleanup. We'll also learn how to throw custom errors and create our own error type. Proper error handling prevents our programs from crashing and gives users helpful feedback. Let's start coding. I've already created our index.html file and linked our JavaScript. Let's dive into our JavaScript. So first, let's start with our basic try catch block. So try catch block lets us handle errors without crashing the program. Let me show you how. First, let's create our try, our brackets. Inside that, we can have const result equals to 10 divided 0. Now let's log this result. And then we have our catch block. After that, takes parameter error. If we have an error, it will catch it without crashing our program and log that error. We'll know what error we get. Error dot message. Save this. You can see we have our result, which is infinity. So infinity is not an error. That's why we are getting this result, this log inside our try. We make an error. Let's say remove this. Now an error. You can see we have our syntax error. Or let's say we remove this t. Now let's catch the actual error. Let me show you that as well. Catching actual errors. Let's make a try catch block again, and inside our try we have const value equals undefined, and let's log this and log our value to make it an error. Let's say value dot property. Now this is an error because value have value undefined, and we are getting the value dot property because value is not an object, so it will throw an error. And let's catch that error inside this our second block, which is catch. Let's say error catch and our comma error dot message, because error is an object and it has many properties inside it. We can get message, can get the error type as well. Let's log this. Let's say error type, error type name, error name. Let's save this. Let's comment this out to see clearly. You can see we have error catch cannot read property of find, because property is find side value that is also defined. That's why we are getting error. Which type of error is it? It's a type error because value is not a type of an object. So this catches the error and prevents program from crashing. Now let me show you our finally block with try and catch. Let's say try catch find. So the finally block always executes whether there's error or not. It's perfect for cleanup code. Let me show you that as well. Let's say finally always executes. Let's create a try catch block, and after that catch we have another block which is finally. First let's add a log. Let's say inside try block to see which block are we in, and let's say const data equals to let's say JSON.parse. We have already covered our JSON topic in our previous lesson. You can check it out. So this is our JSON string. Let's log this. Let's say parsed data. Save this. Inside our catch we can have our log here. Let's say error in catch. Let's get our message. And inside our finally block, which always executes, let's say finally block always executes. Save this. Okay, now you can see we have our inside try block and our parse data. Because there is no error, we are getting try block logs here, and this is our finally block console log. We are getting it. If we make any error, let's add a comma. Now this is invalid JSON, so it is error and it will not execute this try block. It will go to catch. It is catching an error. You can see we have side try block because this block runs. Shifted this, and this gets an error. Immediately it goes to this catch block and get a log with the error affected double quotes etc. So this is our catch block, and this is our find block, which always executes whether it is an error or there isn't an error. So this shows that finally always runs, which makes it perfect for closing files, cleanups, resources, or logging. We also use loading stuff inside this finally block. You will learn that in upcoming lessons. Now let me show you how we can throw our custom errors. Let's add a comment. Throwing errors. Let's create our function first. Let's say divide a. Inside that function we can have addition. If b equals 0, then throw new error, which will say cannot divide by 0. So this is how we can throw errors with this throw new error keywords. Inside that we have our error message. Let's return our a divided by b. Save this, and let's add a try catch block. Inside this we have our result equals to divide, which is our function. What we want to divide, we want to 10 0. So 0 will throw an error because we have said that if b is equals to 0, throw this error. And let's add our log inside our catch so we can get that error error message. Save this. You can see inside the console we are having cannot divide by 0, which is this error because we put 0 and 0 is the value of b, and is checking here if the 0 is equals to b, then throw this error. So that's why we are getting this error. If we make it 1, we will have 10. There's no error because now b is 1. Ignore this condition and return a divided by b, and the result of 10 divided by 1 is a divided by b, 10. You'll get result side of try block. If you want, you can throw errors with different error types. Let me show you that as well. First, let's comment out, and let's say throwing with different error types. Let's create a function and let's say validate age, and inside that we will get our age function. Let's conditions. Let's say if type of age is not equals to a number, then throw error, throw new, which is type error. Type error is type of error. Let's say error message is age must be a number. See this, we will put another condition. Inside that we will say age equals 0, then again throw an error new, which is range error. This is another type of an error. There are multiple types. I am doing 3. Age cannot be negative. And our last condition will be if our age is less than 18, then throw new error, which will be must be 18 or hold. Save this. Now we should return to save this. Let's create our try catch block. Inside this catch block we will have our log, our error message, and log our type is error dot name. Inside our try we can have our validate a function. Inside that parameter we can have a string. Let's see what happened. 20. Save that. You can see we are having age must be a number. This because age is not equal to a number, we have paused a string. That's why we're getting type. You can see if we make it -5, save this, we can have age cannot be negative, is this error, and it is a range error because we have put negative number, and this condition says that age cannot be less than 0. So that's why we are getting this range error. And if we put 16, save this, you can see we have must be 18 or older, which is an error, which is this. According to this condition, it must be greater than 18. If we make it greater than 18, then we don't have any error because no condition matches and we haven't get any error. This is how you can work with custom errors. Now let's comment this out and let me show you different types of error. Let's say error types. So JavaScript has different error types for different solutions. First, let's see our range error, or let's say first see our reference error. Let's add a try catch block inside this log. Let's add a variable which does not exist. Let's say non-existent variable. There's no variable of this name. And let's log our error dot name, which is type of error, which type of error we get, and error message. Save that. You can see it is a reference error because we haven't declared this non-variable anywhere. It is getting reference. We are having variable is defined because we haven't defined this variable. That's why we are getting reference error. Now let me show you a type error. Type error. Let's say try catch. Inside that try we can have const number equals to 7, and let's say num dot push 5. So this is an error because number does not have a push method. It is only for arrays. Let's see which error we got. It will be type error. Let's show you that. Error dot name and log error dot message. Let's comment this out. Save this. You can see we have type error because num dot push not a function, number is an function, or you can say number does not have push method. So this is a type error. Now let me show you our another error, which is a syntax error. It usually catch at parse time. Let me show you that. Let's say try catch, and inside we can have any invalid syntax. Let's say val function which have const x equals to bracket semicolon. So this is an invalid syntax. Let's log our error. Let's say error dot name and log error dot message. Save that. You can see we have syntax unexpected token this semicolon. So this is a syntax error. So that's it for the types of errors. Now let me show you how we can nest try catch block for more complex error handling. Let's say nested try catch. Let's create try catch block. Inside this catch we can catch an error. Let's say this is an outer catch to see which error we got. Inside the catch, so outer message, and you can name this outer message error, and let's log this. This is an outer try block. And now inside that try you can have another try catch block, nested try block, and inside this error we can name anything. You can put error. Also I'm putting a variable name. Let's say inner error, and let's log our inner catch comma inner error dot message, and then log error type error type, say inner dot name. And you can throw any error here if you want. Our custom error, let's throw new error. Beside that you can say rethrowing from inner catch. Let's save this. You can see we are in our outer try block because we have no error, right? And if we make any error, let's say inside this nested try, let's say const data equals to JSON dot parse, and let's create an invalid JSON, and let's log our inner try this one. As you save that, you can see we are in our outer try block first. Then it runs this. It immediately throws the error because this is an invalid JSON, and it goes to this catch block and it gives us our message. You can see unexpected token I invalid is JSON, and our name, which is syntax error, and our custom error throwing catch. This is how nested try catch works. And let me show you our error object properties as well, because it has useful properties we can access. Let's say error object properties, and let's make a try catch block. Inside this catch we will have logs. Let's first create our throw new error, so it will throw an error and goes to our catch block, say custom error message. Now inside this error we can have our error dot name, which is our error type, and we can log error dot message. We will get custom error message. Let's log error dot state. Save this. See, we are having error, which is type of error, and our error message, this one, we're getting inside this, and our stake, which is where we got our error, line number 1 2, this 1 2, and it is 9 characters, 1 2, or 9 columns. So this is how you can use different error properties to know error more. The stake property shows where the error occurred in the code. We can do many things. We can create custom errors for a specific error type, and there are lots of things to do. Do try it on your own. Practice these try catch blocks, try catch finally, and our custom errors, different error type to make a grip on that. So that's it for today's lesson. You just learned about error handling with try, catch, and finally blocks in JavaScript. Try catch lets us handle errors gracefully without crashing our program. Finally block ensures cleanup code always runs whether there's an error or not. Throwing custom errors and creating our errors helps us provide better error messages and handle specific error types. Proper error handling makes our code more robust and user-friendly. In today's lesson, we'll learn about built-in objects in JavaScript like math, date, string, and number. These objects provide useful methods and properties that make common tasks much easier. We'll learn how to perform mathematical operations, work with dates and times, manipulate strings, and handle numbers. These built-in objects are used constantly in JavaScript programming. Mastering these will make you much more productive as a developer. So let's start coding. I will already set up our HTML. Let's write our JavaScript. So first we'll start with the math object, which provides mathematical constants and functions. Math has useful constants like pi and e. Let me show you that. E is Euler's numbers. So first let's say math objects, and let's start with the basic one, basic math methods. So let's first add a log. Inside that, first this is our math object, which has pi property. Let's save this. You can see this is our pi, and let's log another property, which is our Euler number, which we can say e. This is a Euler number, you can see it. So math is an object which has these properties. There are many properties and functions. Let me show you our functions as well. Let's say rounding functions. Let's add a log. Inside that we can round any number. Let's say inside our math object we have round function. It is a function, so it will get an argument. Let's say we want to round 4.7. Save this. You can see 4.7 has been rounded to 5. And let's add another log. Let's say math dot round. Inside we can 4.3, which is 4. Round of 4.3 is 4. Let's add another log. If you want round always up, you can do that with ceil function. Let me show you that as well. Ceil, which is a function. Let's say I want to round up 4.2. It is getting me 5. Now let's log another. If you want to round down always, you can use floor function. Let's say floor. We want to round down 4.9. You can see we have 4. If you want to remove decimals, you can do that with trunc function. Let me show you that as well. Math dot. You can see we have many methods inside our object. If you want to see it, you just have to type math and then dot. After dot, you can have a list of these methods. I'm just showing you a few of them which can be usable inside our code. Most of them we don't usually use them. You can see with the trunc function method, we have removed our decimal. So these was rounding functions. Let me show you min max functions. Min and max. Let's add a log. First, let's comment these out. So inside our log, you can say math object have max function. If you want to get the maximum number, let's say we have multiple numbers, let's say 10, 20, and 5, let's say 30, and we save this. You can see 30 is the maximum, so we will get in the console 30. So this is how you can get the maximum number. If you want to get minimum number, you can say math.min function. We have same way 10, 25, and 30. You can see we have 5, the minimum number, and we are getting 5. So this is how you can work with min-max functions inside our math object. If you want to work with power, square root, or cube root, you can do that as well. Let's say power and square root. You can add a log inside that math dot. We have power function POW, and we can get our power like 2, 3. So now it will get 2 2s are 4, 4 2s are 8. So 2 to the power of 3 will result in 8. You can see we have 8. If you want to get a square root, you can do that with square root function. Inside that, if we want to get a square root of 16, square root is 4. 4 4s are 16. If you want to get cubic root, you can do that with math dot cubic root, and this is a function, so it will take a number, let's say 27. So this is the cubic root of 27. So if you want to get a random number, so for the random number we have random function, let's say log. Inside that we can have math dot random, which is a function. And if we save this, you can see we have a random number. If we again save this, we can have a different number. It is only from 0 to 1. We will get, see, every time I refresh, the number is changing. So we are getting a random number from 0 to 1. If you want a random number from 1 to 10, you can apply this condition. Let's say math.floor, because we want to round down. And inside our floor, we can add another method, math.random, and we can multiply our random number with 10, and after that we can plus it with 1. You can see we have 9. Again we refresh, we have 7, but it is from 1 to 10. And if you want to get a random number from 1 to 100, you can do it like this, math.floor. Inside our floor we can multiply it with 100. Let's say 100 and plus 1. Save this. You can see we have now 17, refresh, 8. So this is how you can get random numbers. Let's comment these out. There are a few other methods. Let's say we want to get an absolute value. You can do it like, let's say absolute value. We can add a log. So for getting the absolute value, we can have math.abs function. So this is how we can get absolute number. Let's say we want to get an absolute number, absolute value of -5. Save this. It is a 5. If we want to get for abs 5, it is also 5. So this is how you can get absolute value. If you want to get trigonometric function, you can also do that. Let's say we want to get trigonometric functions. Let's add a log. We can do it with math.sin or sine. You can say inside our sine we can have math.pi, and we can divide it with 2. So we can see this is how trigonometric function works. You can see we have 1, and if we want to const, let's say we want to get from 0, you can see we have 1, and our final, which is 10. Let's say math.10, and inside that we can have math.pi divided by 4. Save this. You can see we have 0.9. So this is how you can also add trigonometric functions. Let's comment this out. That's it for math object. Let me show you our dat object now. Date object. If you want to work with dates and times, you can use our dat object. What it will do is it will create a new date with a current time and date. Let me show you practically. Let's say we want to create a date. Let's say creating date, and how we can create it. Let's say const now, and we have new keyword and our dat object. So this is how our current date has been created. Let's log this now, save it. You can see this is our current date. This is a month. This is an year. Sorry, this is a day, this is a month, and this is our date, and this is our year with the time. This is a Pakistan standard time. So that's how we can create our dates. If you want to create any specific date, you can also do that with our const, let's say specific date, and our new keyword and date object. Inside our date object, let's say we want to create a specific date, which is 2024, and 0 and our 15. So 2024 is a year, 0 is month, and with a 0 index, and 15 is our date. Let me log this. specific date, save it. You can see we have Monday, January 15. This is January at 0 because months start with 0 indexing. So that's how you can get specific dates. If you want to get a date from string, you can also do that. Let's say const date from string equals to new keyword and our date object. Inside that we can have a string, and you can get it 2024, let is 01 and 15, and log this date from string, save it. You can see we are getting as it is. So this is how you can get dates. There are many components of getting dates inside our date object, so let me show you that as well. Let's comment these consoles and let's add a comment. Let's say getting date components, and inside our log we can have our now function, which is date object, because we have stored our date object inside our now variable. And now dot we have a component called get for year. Save this. It is a function because so we have to add a parenthesis. You can see we are getting here. There are many components inside our date. If you want to get them, we can add now dot, and after dot we have many methods. You can try it out. I'm showing you only few. Let's say get month. To get our month, you can see it is 11th month. And if you want to get date, you can get date, save this, it is 25. And if you want to get our day, which start with 0, like 0 is equals to Sunday, so we can get it with get day, day not date, and you can do it. You can see it is 4 because today is Thursday, and 0 is equals to Sunday, then 1 is equals to Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So Thursday is 4. If you want to get hours, you can also get them with get hours function, 16 hours. If you want to get minutes, seconds, millisecond, I'm also showing you that as well. Get minutes, get our seconds, and if you want to get our milliseconds, you can see these are minutes, our seconds, our milliseconds. So this is how you can work with our date components. If you want to set any date component, you can also do that. Let's comment out and let me show you how we can set. Let's say setting date component, and let's add a const our custom date and new date object, and we can have custom date for setting a year. You can also set it with set full year. Inside that you can set any year. I'm setting 25. If you want to set a month, you can also set that with set month method. Inside that, because it is 0 indexed, so we can add a June, which is 5. If you want to set date, also set that with our set date, dot set date. Inside our set date we can have 20, and let's log these custom date, save this. You can see we have set our new date and year 25, 20, or June, Friday. So this is how you can set custom dates. There are other date methods. Let me show you that as well. Let's say that methods inside our log, or let's copy this because we are adding loads many times. Let's say now dot to ISO string and the function. You can see we are having our string of date. If you want to get date to our string, you can also get it with this function or method. Now we are getting string of our date. If you want to get time string, you can also do it with our toTime string function. This is how you can get our time string. If you want to get our local string, you can also do it with toLocal string. Save this. You can see we are having a string. If you want to make any calculations inside our date, you can also do that. Let me show you that as well. Calculations. Let's say const date 1 equals to new date. Inside our new date, we can have a string 2024. Let's say it is first month and first date, and we have our date 2, which is equals to new date. Let's add a new date. Let's say 2024, same year, but 12th month and 31 date. Save this, and we can also subtract our dates to get a difference. Let's say different time, and you can make a difference with 2081. Save this. You can also add a calculation. Let's say get a different days. We can do it with different days equals to const, and we can say we can add a seal method from our math object. Let's say seal, which is a function. We are adding different time, and we can divide it with our, let's say 1000 multiplied by 60 and multiplied by 4. Save this. Now let's log this different days. So it will show you our dates between our days. See, it is 365 days. So this is how you can add calculations as well. So that's it for date object. Let me show you our string object now. String object. So the string objects have a lot of methods for manipulating text. Let me show you how we can manipulate text. Let's say first add a text equals to, let's say assalamu alaikum, and let's say JavaScript. Okay, so JavaScript. So first, if you want to get a length from this text, you can get it with text dot length. Length of this text is 29, because when we calculate from 0 to this 0 indexing 0 1 2 3 4 and so on, it will be 29. If we want to make any case conversion like uppercase or lowercase, let's say first we want to make it an uppercase, you can do it with text dot, we have a method called toUppercase, and it is a function. So let's see, you can see now our string is uppercase. If you want to make it in lowercase, you can also do it with our lowercase. You can see it is now a lowercase. And if we want to search any index, you can also do that with, let's say I want to search any index, let's say text dot index of, like we want to search index of this JavaScript, let's say index of this JavaScript. Save this, it is in a string, remember that. You can see the index of JavaScript is 18. So this is how you can search any string. We have another method which is last index of. It will get from last index, let's say add a log. Inside of a log we have text dot last index of, let's say we want to get a last index of a. Save this, a is 21 because we are getting this one, a. It is checking from the last. If we want to get a boolean, like we are checking if this includes in our string or not, let's see, let's say includes, which is a function, and we want to check if JavaScript includes inside our function or not. Let's say JavaScript, it is saying true because JavaScript exists in our string. And if we want to check if something is start from this or not, you can also do that with text dot start with, and inside our start with, let's say our string is starting with a salam. Let's put that. Save it, it is saying true because our string is starting with a salam. And if we make it false, let's say it is starting with salam, it will say false because it is not starting with salam, it is as-salam. So this is how you can also check our starting with any word or an alphabet. If you want to check end with, you can also do it with ends with. And let's say we have exclamation mark at the end, let's add it. It is saying true because string ends at exclamation mark. If we add anything, let's say something like this, it will say false. So this is for searching. If we want to extract anything, let's say we want to extract our substrings, we can have method like, let's say first add a comment, extracting substrings, and add a log. You can extract our substring with text dot, let's say substring. Inside we can get from 0 to 7, save this. So from 0 index to 7 index, 0 to 7, it's just salam, and we are getting salam. So this is how you can extract any substrings. If we want to slice anything, let's say we want to text slice, and we can slice from 0 to 7, save this, we are getting salam, same. And if we want to slice from last, let's say we want to slice from -10, save this, you can see we are getting -10, which is this one. So that's how you can extract any substrings. Let's comment this out. There are many methods, I can't show you all of them, just do try it on your own. There are many methods like replacing, splitting, and joining. We can trim, we can access any character, we can add paddings, we can do many things. So you just try on your own for your understanding. So that's enough for you from my side. You can try it with different methods on your own, practice it. So in the last, I am showing you our number object. So this number object is for working with numbers. We can do many things. We have many methods inside this object. Let's first create a number. Let's say this is a number 1 2 3 point, let's say 4 5 6 7 8 9. Okay, this is a function, or sorry, number. And let's add a log. We have to fixed method, let's say 2, save it. You can see after our point we are getting only 2 numbers. This is how you can get it. If we say 1, get a 1 after point. So this is how you can get it. We have another method called num.fixed. To get a fixed, let's say 0, you can see we are getting a fixed number, not a point, anything. If you want to get a precision, you can also do that with num.our toPrecision method. And let's add a 4, save it. You can see we are having precision number. Let's add a log. If you want to get exponent, we can do that with 2 exponential and 2. This is how you can get it. There are many methods. That's enough for now. Now let me show you our number properties. Let's say log our number object have number properties as well. So this is our number object. Inside our object we have max value. Save this. This is our max value. These all are number properties. We have another property called min value. You can see we have many properties. Let's say we have a property called max safe integer. You can see it. We have many more properties. Let's say we have a property called minimum safe integer. This is it. We have a property called, let's say we want to get positive infinity. Here is it. You can see we have infinity. We can also get negative infinity. Let's say number dot negative infinity. This is the negative infinity. If we want to get a property of not a number, you can also get it with nan, not a number. So these are some properties. There are tons of others. You can check it out on your own. You can check numbers as well. Let's say we have methods. Let's say number object dot. We have a function called is integer to checking. Let's say we want to check 5. Is it an integer or not? It is saying true because 5 is an integer. If we get 5.2, it will say false because 5.2 is not an integer. If we want to check another integer, or let's say we want to check if it is finite or not. Let's say in 100 is finite, it is true. If we want to say infinity, so infinity is finite, definitely not, because infinity is not a finite, false. If we want to check is it a number or not, let's say log number dot nan, not a number. Let's say nan is not a number. Okay, we are getting an error. Nan is not defined because it is not a number. So let's add nan like this. It is also saying number dot nan is not a function. We made a mistake. Let's say dot na is okay. We put invalid function. Let's save this now. Nan is not a number. We are getting true because nan is not a number. If we want to check, let's say here we can change it with 5. So 5 is not a number. It is false because 5 is a number and it is checking if it is not a number. So this is how you can check any numbers. So there are many things. I can't show you all of them. You can check it out on your own. You can parse, you can convert to number, anything. So just do try and practice it. So from my side, that's it for today's lesson. You just learned about built-in objects in JavaScript, math, data string, and number. You have seen math provides mathematical constants and functions like rounding, random numbers, trigonometry, and our date, which is here. So date lets us work with dates and times, create dates, get components, and calculate different components. You've seen it. And our string object, which was to provide many methods for searching, replacing, splitting, and formatting text. And lastly, our number, which provide methods for formatting numbers and checking numbers properties. You can do many things. So basically, these built-in objects are essential tools that you will use constantly in JavaScript programming. In today's lesson, we'll learn about DOM, which is Document Object Model. The DOM is how JavaScript interacts with HTML elements on a web page. We'll learn how to select elements from the page and manipulate them, changing text, styles, adding or removing elements. This is how we make web pages interactive. This is a crucial lesson because everything we do to make pages dynamic uses the DOM. Let's start our coding. I've already set up our HTML file. You can see I have added some stylings, added some elements, heading, paragraph, some divs, some unordered list items, buttons, and some divs. So we will manipulate these elements using our JavaScript DOM. So let me show you how. So let's start by understanding what is DOM. DOM stands for Document Object Model. It's a representation of your HTML document as JavaScript object. Let me show you by console. Let's say document. Let's save this, refresh our script. You can see this is a DOM, which is an object which has many methods inside it. Let's see the type of DOM. Type of document is an object. So the document object is the entry point to the DOM. Everything starts from here, this document. So the most common way to select an element is by its ID, using getElementById from this document. So let's start by the getElementById by selecting elements. Let's say selecting elements by ID, and first we will create a main title. Let's say we want to get our title equals to document, which is our object, and inside it we have a method called getElementById, and inside these strings we should put our ID here. Let's see our ID. Let's see, we want to target this header, which is our title, JavaScript lesson. So we will copy this ID and paste it inside this. And if we log our main title, save, you can see we are having our h1 and its ID. So this is how you can select one element. And if we want to see this text content inside this h1, you can also see it with main title dot text content. Save it. You can see we are having JavaScript lesson 18 DOM introduction, which is this one. It is the content inside this main title element or ID, and this ID is assigned to an element which is called h1. And if you expand, we have multiple methods we can call. If this get element by ID method did not found any ID related to this, it will throw null. Let's say we add any random ID which does not exist, let's say title, and it will return null. You can see it is returning null because this ID is not assigned to any element. Now we have another method called getElement by class name, which will select an element by its class name. Let me show you that as well. Let's comment this out. Let's add a comment. Let's say selecting element by class, and we can create a variable called intro. Let's say intro elements equals to document dot get element by class name, and inside this we can put our class name to target any element by its class name. Let's say we want to target this paragraphs. We can copy this class and we can put it here to target this paragraphs. And if we log this intro element, you can see we have two paragraphs because these both paragraph elements have the same class, so that's why we're getting both of it. If you want to see how many numbers of elements we are getting from this class name, you can do it with intro element dot length. Save this. You can see we have two elements, and if you want to get the first one, you can do it with intro element bracket and 0. So at the 0 index we have this, and at the 1 index we have this one. So that's how you can get your elements by class name. So what this get element by class name will do is it will return us HTML collection, which you can see here, which is like an array but not exactly an array. You can see it is looking like an array. That is why we can get it with our indexes. And if you want, you can also select all elements of a specific tag type. Let me show you how. Let's comment this out. Let's add another comment. Let's say selecting elements by tag name, which is our elements like paragraph, p, and h1, and button, like this. So let's say we want to get our paragraphs. You can get it with paragraphs equals to document dot get elements by tag name, and inside this we can put any tag name, like let's say I want to target p, which is paragraphs, and if we log this we will have all our paragraphs. Save this. You can see we are having 1, 2, and 3 paragraphs. And if we see inside our HTML, we have 1, 2, and 3 paragraphs inside our HTML. So that's how you can get elements by tag name. If you want to see how many elements are there, you can say paragraphs.length. Save this. We have 3. So this is returning all our paragraph elements on the page. And in modern JavaScript, we use query selector and query selector all, which works like CSS selector. So let's see it practically. Let's say query selector, and we want to select our first matching element. To do this, we can use our query selector. Let's say query selector, which will select first matching element. Let's create our first para because we want to target our first paragraph, and we can say document dot query selector, and inside this we can put our any element, let's say paragraph. So it will gives us our first paragraph, and if we log this, you can put first para, and we are getting our first paragraph, which is this one, this first one. You can also select any first matching ID. Let's say we want to select our container. Let's say container equals to document dot query selector, and inside this we can add any ID. Let's say container's ID is this one, and copy it, and if we paste it here and let's log this. Oh sorry, we must add hash for selecting any element by ID using our query selector. We always use hash for the ID, and we use dot for class name, but with get element by ID method we should not add any hash for this ID name, but with query selector we must use hash. So let's log this and let's say container. Save this. You can see we are having div hash container because this container ID is given to a div. We are getting our div element. And same way, if we want to get any class, any first matching class, we can say const, let's say intro class equals to document dot query selector, and inside this we can say dot intro to get our first paragraph, the first matching element. You can see we are having p.intro. We are getting this one. These both are intro classes, but this query selector will start from here. It will match this and get us this only. So this is how query selector method works. Now let me show you query selector all, which will get us or select all matching elements. But with only query selector, it is giving us our first matching element, which is single one. But with query selector all, we will get all our matching elements. Let's say it will select all matching elements, and we can have const all paragraphs equals to document dot query selector all, and we can get all our paragraphs and log this, and we can have all paragraphs. Save this. You can see we are having our node list, which is similar to our array. You can see, and if we expand this, we are having all our paragraphs here. If you want to see how many paragraphs are there, you can get it by length. Save this. We have 3. So this is how query selector all and query selector works. Hope you get the concept. Let's comment this out and move on to our next concept, which is manipulating our styles. You can also manipulate these styles or any element style. Let me show you how. Manipulating styles. We have multiple methods we can manipulate styles, but remember, before manipulating styles we can also manipulate our text content. Let me show you that as well. So we have multiple methods like text content and inner HTML method. So what they will do, they will change the content of element. Like this is our content, JavaScript lesson 18, DOM introduction. We can change this by these methods. Let me show you our first one, which is text content. What it will do, it will get or set plain text. Let's suppose we have a button, and let's target that button with the document dot get element by ID, and inside this we can get our ID of the button. Let's see. Okay, here is our ID. Copy this and log this button. Save this. We have targeted our button, which is this one, click me. And if we want to see its text content, we can see click me is its text content, which is this one. You can see in our web page. If we want to change it to click me now, you can do it with, let's say, button, which is our variable, our button, and there's a method called dot text content, and we can make it equals to click me now. Save this. You can see we have changed our text content of a button. Now if we check what is our text content now of a button, you can see now it's click me now. So this is our first method. We can manipulate our text content, and there is our second method. Let me show you, which is inner HTML. It will also get or set HTML content. So first let's target our container div equals to document dot get element by ID. Inside this we can have our ID. We have ID called container, and let's log this first, container div. Save this. You can see we have targeted our div, and let's see its inner HTML. Let's say dot inner HTML. You can see its inner HTML have paragraph which says this is inside a container div. You can see we have targeted this container div, and we are getting its paragraph, which is inner HTML. Whatever we write inside this container, we will get them by the help of inner HTML method. So if you want to update inner HTML, you can do it with, let's say, container dev dot inner HTML equals to, inside our strings you can add any HTML tag. Let's suppose I am putting here strong element, and inside this I am saying this is bold text. Save this, and you can see we have added a new element which is strong, and says this is bold text. If we add anything here, and this is normal, save this, you can see this is a bold text, this is a normal. So that is how you can also manipulate our inner HTML. If we log this, you see its result. Let's say inside our tool dot inner HTML, save this, you can see inside this we have paragraph as it is, and we have a new element called strong. This is bold text, and this is normal, which we added right here. So this is how you can manipulate our text content. Use text content for plain text and inner HTML when you need HTML tag. And now let's move on to our manipulating styles. So we can change element styles directly using the style property. Let me show you how. So first, let's target this title, or let's copy this, paste it here. We want to manipulate our heading title element. Let's say we can do it with main title dot style, and let's suppose we want to change its color. You can do it with dot color equals to, let's make it blue. Save this, you can see we have changed our styles of this title. If we want to change its font size, you can do it with style dot font size. Let's say it is 32 pixels. Save this, and if you see, let's click this, and inside the style we have made it 32 pixels. If we increase it with 50, you can increase it. And okay, and if we want to change its background color, or let's say background color, let's make it equals to light gray. Save this, you can see we have changed its background color. So there are many things you can do, but this is how you can update any element styles or add or remove any styles with this style method. And if you want to get any computed styles, you can also do that with const, let's say computed style equals to, we have a window object. Inside that we have a method called get computed style, and we can pass our title here, and we can log our computed style. Let's suppose we want to check its color. Save this, go to log, we have RGB 00255, this is its color. And if we want to check its font size, let's say font size, save this, it's 50 pixels. This is how you can check our computed styles. So that's it for this manipulating styles. This is how you can manipulate. And if you want to manipulate our attributes of an HTML element, you can also manipulate it. Say manipulating our attributes. With this we can get or set elements attribute. Let's suppose we want to get attribute of this title. Let's say log, and we can say main title. We want to get its attribute. Let's say main title, let's get its ID, which is an attribute of this element. Say we want to get ID dot ID. Save this, you can see we have our ID. And let's say there is no class name, so if we want to get its class name, let's see what we will get. Let's say class name. Save. You can see we have nothing, which is undefined because there is no class name. And if we add any class name here, class, and make it Maruf, save this, you can see we are having class name, which I have just here. This is how you can get our attributes of an element. If you want to set any attribute, you can also do that with, let's suppose we want to set first, let's target this main title dot set attribute, and inside this we can say data custom, and its value is my value. So this is our attribute, and this is its value. I have just set it with the set attribute method. And if we log this, let's see, we have our get attribute. So we get attribute, and inside this we want to get our data custom. Save this. You can see we are having my value, which is our value of this data custom attribute. We just set it right here. This is our attribute, this is its value. So this is how you can set any attribute inside any element. And if you want to remove, let's say we want to remove this data custom attribute, you can do it with main title dot remove attribute. And inside this we can add any attribute which we want to remove. Let's say we want to remove this data custom attribute that we just created. And if we want to log, let's say we want to get attribute data custom, and now you can see we have null because there is no attribute with this name because we have removed right here. So this is how it works. You can manipulate our attributes. Now let me show you how we can manipulate our classes. Let's say manipulating classes. So we have many methods. We can use class name, we can use class list. So the class list property provides methods for working with CSS classes. We can add, remove, toggle, or we can check. Let me show you first our class list. Let's say we have a const. Let's target this first box. Let's say first box, and we can target it with document.query selector. And we can target our first, or let's say first box dot first box, and log. Inside our log we can have first box. You can see we have our div, which is our this one. We are targeting this one, and you can get class list. Save this. You can see we have our class list because we have only one class, which is box. And inside this class list we have many methods. Let's say we want to add any class, add class, and our first box dot class list, and inside this we have add method. Let's say I want to add highlight class, highlight. Save this. You can see it have raised up when I added this class because we put stylings right here. Highlight class will apply these styling. And if we refresh this, or let's copy these, paste it right here. See this. And if we log first box dot class list, save this, you can see we are now having two classes at this first box. Before we have one class. And if we want to remove that class, you can do it with remove class first box dot class list dot remove method. So with this remove method you can remove any class. Let's say I want to remove highlight class, and let's add a log. You see it is now in the same position because right here we have removed this highlight class. And if we log this class list again, we are now having only one class, which is box. And if you want to toggle, you can also do that with toggle class. Let's say first box dot class list, we have a toggle method, toggle. Inside that we want to toggle highlight. Save this, and just add a log. Inside our log we have first box dot class list. Save this. You can see again we have added this one. So what this toggle will do, if we have this highlight class exist in this first box, it will remove it. And if this highlight class does not exist inside this first box, it will add it. So right here inside our first box, we don't have this highlight class because we have removed it right here. So it will add it. If we don't remove it, it will remove it, this one, because now highlight class exists. This will remove. If we already remove it, it will add it. This is how toggle works. And if you want to check if any class exists, you can do it with this first box dot class list dot contain, and inside this we can have our light, and you see we have true because this highlight class exists in this first box. So that's it for this manipulating classes. Let's move on to our next topic, which is we can create elements. So we can create new elements with our create element method. Let's say creating elements, and create a new paragraph. Inside this we can document dot create element, and let's suppose we want to create a paragraph element and we want to add a text inside it. I've already told you how we can add a text. We can do it with new paragraph dot text content equals to this is a new paragraph created with JavaScript. Okay. And if we want to add any stylings, you can do it with new paragraph. I've already told you we can add styles with this dot style method and dot color. We can add a color. Let's suppose we can add a green color. Save this, and now if we log this new paragraph, we can see we have a paragraph, and this is how you can create a paragraph. So you notice this doesn't add this paragraph to our page, because to add this new paragraph into our page, we should append this new paragraph with the append method. So let me show you that as well. So let's add first appending elements. So appending means to add. Like we want to add elements to the page, we use append method. What append will do, it will add our elements inside our page. So first we have an append child method, append child. It will add to the end. So this append child will add an element to the end of a parent element. Let me show you how. Let's say we want to add this new paragraph inside our container. Let's say we want to add inside this one. So first we need to target this. Let's say we have already targeted right. Let's search it. Okay, we have targeted it right here. Let's copy this because I don't want to write it again, and let's add it here. Let's say we want to add this new paragraph to this div, which is our parent div. Let's target this container div dot append child method, and we want to append this new paragraph. Save this. You can see we have added our new paragraph right here with green color. We have added right here. It's content, and this is a paragraph. So this is how you can append any child or add any child to the end. This is at the end, and this is its first paragraph, and this is its second paragraph, which is the new one. You can also add multiple items. Let me show you that as well with the append method. So we can say append, and it can add multiple items or elements. Let's suppose we have a new div. Okay, equals to document dot create element. We are creating a new div. Let's say this is a div. Now new div have created. Let's add a content. Text content equals to, let's say, another new element. So we can add multiple items. Let's with the append method. Let's say we want to add this new div to our container div. So first we will target our container div, then we can say dot append, and inside this append we can add our first new div. So we have added this one, and with the comma you can add anything. Like I am adding a text and some text. Save this. You can see we have added this div inside this container div, and we have added this text also. So this is how you can add multiple elements. If you want, you can also add new paragraph again. Save this. You can see we have added new paragraph at the last again. This is how it will work. If you want to add to the beginning, you can also do that with prepend method. It will add to the beginning. And let's create our new, let's say, const first div. So create our first div, let's say dot create element, and inside it we can have div. Let's keep text content equals to this goes first. Save, and we can add to our container div, let's say dot prepend. So with this prepend method, we can add any element at the beginning. Let's say at the beginning, I want to add the first div inside this container. See, this goes first. So we have added this new div right at the beginning of this container div. This is how you can add at the beginning. So that's it for creating appending elements. Now let me show you how we can remove element. Let's say we're removing elements. So to remove elements, we use remove or remove child. So we have two methods. First one is remove, which will remove element. Let's first get our list, which is this one, item 1, item 2, 3, and we are getting it with ID. Let's suppose we are in document dot get element by ID. Inside this we can have list, and let's select our list item, our first list item. Let's say const first item, so camel case equals to document, or let's say not document but list dot get, or not get, but query selector. Inside this we have li. Save this. So this list ID is given to this UL, which is our list. Inside this we have list items. We are targeting only the first one with this query selector method. And if we log this to see its content, we can say first item dot text content. Save this, and let's see our log. You can see item 1. This we are targeting this one. So if we want to remove this first item, you can do it with first item dot remove method, and we can just keep it like that. You can see we have removed our first item and we are getting only item 2 and item 3. So this is how you can remove our first item. Now if you want to remove second item, let me show you with our remove child method. It is the alternative method. Let's suppose second item equals to list. Let's target our list, our UL, which is unordered list, and let's say query selector, and we are having li. Now let's put a condition. Let's say if second item, if we have a second item, we can say list, then from the list we can remove child, and remove this second item. Save this. You can see we have removed our second item as well. So this is how remove and remove child works. This is the alternative way to remove any element. So that's it for this remove elements methods. And if you want, you can also replace elements with our replace with method. Let me show you that as well. Replacing elements. Let's say const last item. Let's target our last item and equals to, or let's uncomment this to target this list dot query selector, and let's select our li, and let's put a condition. If we have a last item, what you will do, you will create a new item. Then for creating the new item, we can say document dot create element. Inside this we want to create new li, and we can add a text content inside it. Let's say dot text content. Inside it we can say new item, and let's say we want to replace our item 3 to this new item. You can replace it with, let's first target our last item and replace that last item, replace with our new item. Let's save this, and you can see we have a new item, because with this query selector it will select our first li, and it is selecting our item 1. Then right here, if we have last item, or you can see first item, not last item, I made mistake, this is first item, not last item. Also right here, first item, save this, and here we have created this one, this new li, its content is this, and we have replaced this first item with the replace function or method with this new. This is how you can replace any elements. So that's it for this replacing element methods. Now let me show you our final topic, which is traversing the DOM. So what traversing the DOM means? It means we can navigate the DOM tree to find related elements. Let me show you that with log. And inside this, first we should target any element. Let's say we want to target this container, this div container. Let's put that, and container div dot parent element. Let's say we want to see its parent element. Its parent element is body. Let's see. This is our container div, and its parent element is body, because this element is inside our body element. This is how you can check. Let's say if we want to check our container div, what we want to check, we want to see its children. You can see its children is only one, which is paragraph, which is its children is this one, because this is inside this container. So now paragraph is children of this container, and container is the parent of this paragraph p. You can also do it with first child. We will get text, because its id is text definitely, or we don't have id, so we are getting only text. Or if you can say first element child, it is p. You can say last element child, it is also p, because there's only one paragraph inside it. This is how you can get it. If you want to check any siblings elements, you can also check it with next element sibling method, and there are many more. So this traversing DOM methods lets us move around the DOM structure. I hope you get all the concepts of the DOM. There are a few more like event listeners or events. I'll cover it in our next lesson. So that's it for today's lesson. You just learned about the DOM, how to select and manipulate HTML elements with JavaScript. We learned multiple ways to select elements by ID, by class, by tag name, and using query selectors. We learned how to change content, how to change styles, attributes, and classes. We learned how to create new elements and add them to the page or remove existing ones. So basically the DOM is how we make web pages interactive and dynamic. In the next lesson, we'll learn about DOM events and event listeners. This will let us respond to user actions like clicks, keyboard input, and more. In today's lesson, we'll learn about DOM events and event listeners. Events are how we make web pages interactive, responding to clicks, keyboard input, mouse movements, and more. We'll learn how to listen for events, handle them, and create interactive features. This is what makes websites feel alive and responsive. Events are the bridge between user actions and JavaScript code. So let's start coding. I've already created our HTML file, and I have added some elements which are interactive like button, boxes, input fields, and a form. So we can demonstrate different types of events. I have also added some CSS to make elements look good and provide visual feedback. You can see here, and here I have linked our JavaScript file, which is script.js. So first let's start by understanding what events are. So events are actions that happen on the web page, like clicks, mouse movements, keyboard presses, or form submission. Events are user interactions, or you can say browser actions. JavaScript can listen for these events and respond to them. So let's start with the most common event, which is click event. There are two ways to add click handler. First, using add event listener, which is the recommended modern way. So let's see practically. Let's say const output equals to document dot get element by ID. If you don't know this method, you can check our previous lesson where we have covered all these methods. So let's put our ID here, which is output. You can see here is our output ID. We are targeting this element. So let's start with our first method of click event. Let's say our method 1, which is using add event listener, and let's create a variable called click btn equals to document dot get element by ID. If you don't know this method, you can check our previous lessons where we have covered all these methods. So inside this, we can add our ID, which is click btn, because we are targeting this one, click btn. This is a button. We are targeting this one, click me. So now we can say click btn dot add event listener, and inside this we are performing click event. So in the first parameter we can have our event, which is click event, and comma our function. So let's add a function. So inside these function we can log our output. So for this we can create a function here. It will be easy to read. Let's say output equals to document dot get element by ID. We are targeting output ID, which is this one. We are targeting this, and let's create a function log to output. So output, inside this we can have our message. Inside this function we say const to create a paragraph. Let's say document dot create element, and we are creating paragraph element. And inside this paragraph we can add our text content, which we will get from our argument. And let's say inside our output we can append our child, which is page, to show this. And let's also log save this. If you don't know these methods, text content, create element, get element ID, you can check our previous lessons. We have covered all these methods on that lesson. So let's call or invoke this function here, call to output, and inside this we can say button clicked using add event listener to see the output. Let's say this dot style dot background color, let's say back color equals to, let's say, green, and this dot style dot color equals to white. Save this, and if we click this button, you can see when we clicked it, its background color turned to green, which we have here, and its color to white. And we have seen our event appearing here, and our message button clicked using add event listener we have put right here. So on this click event, no matter how many times we click it, we can get these results on clicking of this click button, which we have targeted by this ID. You can see we have console as well, which we have added right here. So this was the first method, which was with add event listener. And let's refresh it. If you click again, you will get the same result. And if you want to use another method, we have the second method is using the onClick property, which is older but still works. Let me show you that as well. Let's say method 2 using onClick property, which is the older way. And let's say const click button 2 and equals to document dot get element by ID, and target our second button, which is this one. Let's copy this ID and paste it right here, and we can say click button 2 dot on click. So this is our second method and equals to our function. Inside this function we can log our output, call this function, and inside this we can say button click using on click property. Okay, and let's change it text. Let's say dot text content equals to click. Save this. Now if I click this one, click this, you can see our text has been changed to click button clicked using on click property, which is this one. And if we click this, you will see this message, which is right here, because we are targeting this button here. And you can see button is clicked shows when we click this button. So this is how click event works. I have used normal function. If you want to use arrow function, you can also do that. If you want to make an event on double click, you can also do that. Let's say arrow function with event listener, and let's call this first button the click bdn dot add event listener. Inside this we have a property called double click, DDL click, comma our arrow function you can add, and let's log our output. Let's say double clicked. Save this. Now if you double click it, if you click first time, let's click it, you will get this result, because we are getting on first click these results because we have put an event called click. If you double click it, you will get double clicked output. If you double click, let's say if I come here, refresh, and if we double click, you can see we are getting our double clicked message as well. So this is how click event works. Now let's move to mouse events. Let's comment these out, and let's add a comment mouse events, create our variable called mouse box equals document dot get element by ID. Inside this we can put our ID here. Let's see our ID. We have mouse box ID. Let's put it right here, and let's first see when mouse enter, or you can say if we hover, we want to let's say highlight this, or we want to see our output here. So we can do it with, let's add a comment first, mouse enter, and target our mouse box dot add event listener. Inside this we can have our event. Let's say we have an event called mouse enter. This is our event, and let's create our function, what we want to do on that event. Let's say we want to change or add this class, this highlight class, which we have added right here, to make it yellow. So let's do that with this dot class list dot add, and inside this we can have highlight class, and also let's log our output. Let's say mouse entered the box. Save this. Now if I hover over this box, it becomes yellow and we are getting our output here. So what this event is doing, when mouse enters, it fires this function when mouse enters on that element, which is box. You can see whenever I hover over it, we will get output, and this is only on hover. If you want to add any function or an action on mouse leave, when we do this mouse leave from the box, we can also add any function or add that event. Let me show you that as well. Let's say mouse leave. So first let's target our box, add event listener. Inside this we have an event called mouse leave, and let's add our function. So what we want to do on mouse leave, let's say remove that color, that yellow color when we leave. When we hover or when we enter our mouse, it will change it to yellow. So let's say this dot class list dot remove, and remove this highlight class, and also add our output, mouse left the box. Let's save this. And you can see when we hover, we are triggering mouse enter event and that function called, and we are getting below. And when we leave, our highlight class have been removed and we got our output here, mouse left the box. When we hover, when we leave, you can see it is now interactive. And if you want to add any actions on mouse move, you can also do it with our mouse move event. Let's say on mouse move, we can say const, let's say mouse box 2 equals to document dot get element by ID, and our mouse box 2, which is this one, and let's add a count first, move count to see our moves, and let's target this mouse box 2 dot add event listener. On that mouse box 2 we add a mouse move, and we want to do, let's say, function. We want to target this function when mouse moves. What inside this function we can do move count plus plus. Let's increment this move count when mouse moves, and let's add a condition if mouse or move count, let's say modulus 10 equals 0, and inside this we can log our output. Inside our output you can say mouse moved, and let's add our count here times. So what this condition is saying that it will log our output every 10th move to avoid spam. So let's see, if we come here, if we come inside this box, if we move, you can see we are getting outputs 10 times, 20 times, 30, 40, 50, and when we move again, you can see it is keep increasing when we move our mouse inside this box. You can see so this is how you can add event or functions on this mouse move event. And if you want, you can also add any function on mouse down or mouse up events, like pressing the mouse, clicking, and releasing the click. So first let's say mouse down and up, and let's target our mouse box, our first box. Let's add an event listener, and let's say we have a mouse down which is on click. Let's say inside this function we can say change its background to red, style dot background color, and make it equals to red, and we can log our output saying mouse button pressed. And let's add our second event on mouse leave or mouse up, which is when we click and release. On that release it will call this function, and on release we can change our style background color to, let's say, light blue, and we can log our output saying mouse button released. See this? Now if you see, when we hover, you already know the function we have added on mouse enter will fire, and when we mouse down or click and hold, it will become red. You can see now on mouse down event function is fired, and when I release the click it will turn to light blue. You can see it has turned to light blue, or if you want you can make it blue as well. Let's say click, leave, it becomes blue, click, leave, becomes blue, and we are getting our outputs here. So that's it for mouse events. I think I have covered all important mouse events. You can try it out on your own for more. There's a list of events. So now let's learn about keyboard events. Keyboard events, and let's first target our element keyboard input, and equals to document dot get element by ID. Inside this we can target our keyboard input, which is this one, to see our keyboard events. Paste our ID here. Now we are targeting this input field. You can see I have organized all our HTML separately, so it will be easy for you to understand all the events. These are for click events. I've already shown you that. We have also covered this mouse events. Now we are on keyboard events. Then we will move to this and this. So first we have an event called key down, which is pressing the key. So on pressing the key, let's say keyboard input dot add event listener, and we have an event called key down, which is press any key, and we want to call a function, let's say event, and inside this function we can log our output, and let's add a backticks because we will use that event inside this log output function to print our message with our data. Let's say key pressed. So which key is pressed? Let's add event dot key, and let's see the event code. Let's say code is $event dot code, and see this. Now if you click here and type, let's say I'm typing M, you can see we have clicked M key because I have pressed M on my keyboard, and code of that key is key M. When we click A, you can see, or OOF or OOF, you can see we are getting our keys here. So whenever I press any key, it will be printed inside this output. So this is how you can put any action on pressing the key. This is just for press or key down. If you want to add any action on key up, like pressing, and when we remove that press, we can call any function. Let's say on key up, we are targeting keyboard input dot add event listener, and inside this we can have our key up, our function, and inside this function you can have event and log our, or let's say put a condition if event dot key is equals to enter. When we click the enter key, then log our output. let's say enter key pressed. See this? Now if you come here, if you put maruf, now if I press enter, let's say enter, you can see enter key is pressed, because when I enter the key and press up, like removing that enter, it gets me that message. Let's come here, enter, you can see we are getting enter key pressed only one time. So that's it for key up. Let me show you another event called key press. Key input dot add event listener. Inside that we can put key press event, and inside this we can just log that output and say key, or let's say character type, and let's add our key. Save this. Now if you press roof, you can see we are getting MA. So this is the second way you can get our keys. And we have another event called input event. This input event fires when we change the input value. Let's keyboard input add event listener. Inside that we can add input event and our function event. Inside this we can log our output. Let's say input value event dot target dot value. Let's keep it that. So now if I put JavaScript, you can see we are getting JavaScript. You can see whenever we change our value, it is getting us our character by character, our full word. So these were the few events of keyboard which will be useful for you whenever you create any projects or for the forms, inputs, etc. You can use that. So now let's move on to our form events. So forms have special events we need to handle. First, let's target our form. Const my form equals to document dot get element by ID. Inside this we can have our form ID, which is this one. If I show you, here is our ID. And let's say const form input to target our form input. Let's say input equals to document dot get element by ID. Inside that we can put our ID of that input. This is its ID. And let's say we have an event called submit. So on form submit, let's say my form dot add event listener. Inside that we have an event called submit, and on that submit we can call this function, and we are getting our event. And let's first prevent our refresh. Let's say event prevent default. So this is for preventing our form for submitting. And let's log our output. We can get an output form submitted with value. Let's get our value here, form input. Whatever value we put inside that input, we can get it with value. And let's then clear our form when we submit successfully. Let's remove that or empty that field, that input. So now if I put, let's say maruf here, I click submit, I call this submit event on that submit, and our field has been empty again. When we click this, it comes here, it prevent the refresh, because if we don't put that event.prevent default function, the page will refresh. We don't want to refresh, so I have added this event.prevent default function. Then it comes here, it gets us output form submitted with value maruf here, you can see. And it has then empty our form input, which is this one. You can see now it's empty when we submit it. And we have another event called form focus. Let's say focus event. And inside this we can say form input. We are targeting our input because focus comes when we click this input. You can see this blue border is a focus when we click this. If you want to trigger this, let's say form input dot add event listener. Inside that we have focus event, and we can add our function. Inside this function you can change our border. Let's say increase our border to this dot style dot border equals to 2 pixel solid blue, or let's say red, and log our output input field focus. Save this. Now if I click this, so first we should refresh. We click this and let's say blue. You can see we are getting our input field focused output here, and our border is increased to. So this is how focus event works. And we have an event called blur. So that event called or fires when an event loses focus. Let me show you that as well. Let's say blur event, target our form input dot add event listener, our blur, and call this function on blur event. Let's change our border style dot border equals to, let's say 1 pixel solid, and let's say this, and log our output input field blurred. Let's click this. We call our input field focused. Then if we lose focus, you can see our border has been changed to this gray color. So this is how blur event works. And we have a event called change event. So that change event fires when the value changes and the element loses focus. Let me show you that as well. Change event. Let's target our form input dot add event listener. Let's add our event change event function. Inside that function, we can log our output. Let's say input field changed. Let's also add a value. Save this. So whenever we change this input, let's say Maruf, and lose our focus, you can see this input field change to Maruf as fired. So this is how change event works. So I think that's it for form events, because these were only the most important events you will use. There are many others. You can try it on your own. Now let's move on to event objects. So the event objects contain useful information about the events. Let me show you how many informations or how to get the information from our event. Let's say event object, and let's add a click button btn dot add event listener, and on click we can have our function event inside this, or that click. First we want to trigger that, let's say, or that one, this click, to see the events. Let's put it here. Let's open our console because we want to see that information inside our console. And let's add some logs. Let's say log. First we have our event, which is a full object. When we click this, you can see we have event object. It has tons of properties. The most common are the key event dot, let's say we have a type. When we click this, you can see the type of that event. We just click because we are clicking it, so that click event type fired. And we have event target, we have event current target, we have event timestamp, we have event dot. So when you add dot, we have tons of events. You can try it on your own. We have client X, client Y. Let's say client Y. Save this for now. That's, I think, enough. Let's click that button. You can see we are having our type, our target. We are targeting this button, and we have current target. We have targeted that button, and we have timestamp. We have client X, client Y. So the event objects gives us access to all event informations. You can try it on your own. So I think that's it for event object. And now we have a concept called event propagation. So what event propagation means is when event bubble up from child element to parent elements. This is what event propagation means. So let me show you that practically. Let's say const container equals to, let's make container document dot get element by id, or let's say document dot query selector, and let's select our body element where our all information exists. Let's target container dot add event listener. So inside that we can click, on click, fire this function, get our event, and log our output. What output we want to get? Let's say click bubbled to body, and target our tag name. Let's say event dot target dot tag name. Tag name. Now let's save this, and when we click anything, click here, you can see we are getting click bubble to body target h2 because we have clicked here. So this is h2. When we click this h1, you can see we are getting h1. If we click this button, we have targeted the button. If we click this box, we have targeted that div because this box is a div. If we click this button, so form refresh, so we can't get any log. If we click this input, you can see we have targeted that in. So this is how event propagation works, and you can also stop that propagation. Let's say propagation, and let's say const stop prop button, so btn, and equals to document. Let's create that button dot create element, and this is a button element, button, and let's say stop propagating propagation button, and dot text content is stop propagation, and let's add stop prop btn dot add event listener. On clicking of that button, we can see event, and let's stop event dot stop propagation function. So this will stops event from bubbling. let's log our output. Let's say propagation stopped. Oops, I have just added these ones. Remove this, save it. And after that, we can say document dot body, say body dot append child. So we want to append that button to see it, and append that button. Save this. You can see we have added this stop propagation. And when we click anything, we are getting this. Now propagation has stopped. We click this again, propagation has stopped. So this is how you can stop propagation. And if you want to remove any event listener, you can also do that. Let's first comment it out, and let's move on to our remove. Let's say removing event listeners. So first, let's say the named function for removal. Let's create a function called function handle click, and inside this we can log our output. Let's say this listener will be removed. Okay, now let's create a remove btn button. Let's create that button. Document dot get, oh no, sorry, create element and create that button. Now add some text, say text content equals to click to remove listener, and let's add an event on that click. Let's say remove button add event listener, our click event, and this is a function we want to call on that click. And let's append that to see my append child and remove button. You can see we have our button here, and if we click this, you can see this listener will be removed. We call this one. So this listener has been removed whenever we click this. If you want to remove that after 3 seconds or any time, let's say set timeout, and inside that we have a callback function with an arrow function, sorry, and inside this we can say remove button dot remove event listener. Inside this we have a click, and we have this function, and let's log our output, which will say listener removed after 2 seconds, but I want to make it 3 seconds. And let's remove button and text content equals to listener removed, and we can put our timer here. Let's say 3 seconds. And if we click this, you can see after 3 seconds, listener removed after 3 seconds, and our text has been changed. So this is how you can remove our event listener. Note, we need name the function to remove our listeners. So let's now comment it out, and let's move to our final concept, which is event delegation. So what event delegation is, it lets us handle events on multiple elements efficiently. Like instead of adding listeners to each item, we add one to the parent. Let me show you that. Let's add a const. Let's say dynamic list equals to document dot get element by ID. Inside that we can have our list. Let's see, we have our dynamic list. Let's copy this UL inside these strings, and let's add dynamic list dot add event listener. Inside that, on click of that UL, we can call this function. Let's get our event. Inside this we can put our condition here, event dot target dot tag name. If the tag name is equals to li, which is list item, so then do event dot target. Let's change its background style dot background color equals to, let's make it yellow, and let's log our output item clicked. Let's get our text content. See this, and when we click this any of these list item, you can see our list item background has been changed. Let's refresh this. If I click this item 3, its background has been changed to yellow, because when we click this, it sees which tag name is this one. It is li, so it is checking if it's li, then do this. So we are getting yellow here, and our output is this. It is list item 3, so we are getting 3. If we target this, it's list item 1, and we are getting all of our output here. If you want to add a new item, you can also do that. Let's say add new item, items, dynamic, so dynamically, and let's say const add item button. Let's target that button document. Let's make it equals to dot get element by ID. Now let's see what's its ID. It's add item button. Put that ID, and let's make it let item count, and let's target this item button dot add event listener. On click of that event, we can call this function. So inside these function, we can increment our count. So whenever we click it, we create new list items. So first, let's say new item. We want to create our list document dot create element, and which element we want to create? We want to create li, and we can target this new li. Its text content equals to item and add the number. Like if you want to click add new item, it will see 4, then we already have 4, then click increment, then 5, like this. And let's say click me, and now we will have to append that event child and child new item and log our output. Let's say added item and our count. Save this. Now if I click this, we are getting 5 because we already have 4. Let's make it 3 so it will look proper. Let's click that. We are getting item 4. Click me. We click again, we have item 5. You can see the log as well. Click again 6. Whenever we click it, we can add our item dynamically, and you can also select that. So new item automatically works with the parent listener. So that's it for today's lesson. We just learned about DOM events and event listeners in JavaScript. Events lets us respond to user interactions like clicks, keyboard inputs, mouse movements, and form submissions. Add event listener is the modern way to attach event listeners or event handlers. Event delegation lets us handle events efficiently on multiple events. The event object provides useful information about what happened. Events are what makes web pages interactive and responsive. In today's lesson, we'll learn about forms and user input validation. Forms are how users submit data on websites, and validations ensures that data is correct before it's proceed. We'll learn how to handle form submissions, validate different types of input, provide real-time feedback, and process form data. This is essential for building interactive web applications. Proper validation improves user experience and prevent errors. Let's start coding. I've already created our index.html file, and I have created complete registration form with various input types like text, email, password, confirm password, age, which is a number, select, radio, checkboxes, and text area. And I have added some CSS stylings here for error messages here and some visual feedback. And I have linked our JavaScript file right here. So let's start with our JavaScript. So let's start by selecting all the form elements we'll work with. So let's create form equals to document dot get element by ID, and let's target our form ID, which is here. Copy this, paste it here, and let's target our form output. Document dot get element by ID, form output right here, where we'll see our form output, and inside that we have form data. Let's say form data display. Document dot get element by ID and our form page data. So let's get our form elements. Let's say form elements. Let's say getting form elements, and let's create our user name input. Document get element by ID and our username ID for that field, and we have email input equals document dot get element by ID, and our email we have password input. Confirm password input equals document dot get element by ID and confirm password. We have age input, document dot get element by ID, and our age ID. We have country select, document dot get element by ID. The country ID is country. Let's get our gender radius. Document dot query selector all, because we have 3 radios. And let's add input. Inside that input we have different names. Say interest inside here, and say interests. Okay, we can't use double quotes here. See this. So this input name interest is right here. Oh, sorry, it's not interest, it's gender. Okay, so we'll change it to gender, because name of all inputs, these inputs, the radios, are gender name. So that's how we can target all of these with their names attribute. And let's say interest check boxes document dot. We also make query selector all here because we have multiple checkboxes. We will target it the same way with the name attribute. So this is our interest. All of our checkboxes have interest name, and let's target our text area, which is bio text area equals document dot get element by id, and our id is bio. And we have our terms checkbox equals to document dot get element by id and our terms. Save this. Okay, so those are our elements inside our form. These all, we have targeted them right here. So now let's create helper functions to show and hide errors. So let's say validation functions. So we should create a function. So we will create 3 functions, one for the error, one for success, and one for clear that error. So let's say show error. Inside that parameter we have input id and their message. Inside that function we can target our input document dot get element by id and our input id. Now we can target that div error div equals document dot get element by id and our backticks $sign our input id dash error. And we can add that error input inside of input field. Let's say class name.add class list.add error input, and we should target that error div. But before that we should also remove that class list dot remove and its success input. Okay, so error div dot text content, inside that we have this message, and error div dot class name equals to error. So we have already covered these class list, text content, class name, get element by id, error remove in our previous lessons. You can check it out if you don't know that. So this is for our show error function. Now let's create another function for show success. Let's also add a comment here to know that this function is to show error and this function to show success. Okay, inside that parameters we should have an input id, and let's target the same way our input equals document dot get element by id and our input id, and we can have our error div document dot get element by id. Inside that backticks we have input id dash error. Let's see input dot class list dot add, or not add, but let's do remove first because it's a success function. So we will remove that error, which is error input, and input dot class list dot add, we will add that success. Okay, and at last we will clear that error div, so text content, and clear our div. And our last function, which is to clear our errors. So let's say function clear error input id, and inside that we can have our input document dot get element by id and our input id, and our error div, which is document dot get element by id. Inside that we can have $sign input id dash error, and on clear we should remove both classes. Let's clear that, let's say class list dot remove. Let's remove our error input class and our input dot class list dot remove our success input class, and we should also clear our error div. So let's say error div dot text content equals to empty. Okay, so this function is for when any error appears, we will clear that success or remove that success class from our input field. So we will not get success message because we have error, so we will get the error message. So we will add this class inside that field which is getting error, and this function is for success. Same way, this is for error, this is for success. When any success we get, we will add that success input class inside that field, and we will remove that error field because there is no error. And on that clear function, we will remove both classes, error and success. So that is the purpose of these three functions. Now let's create our validation functions for each field. So we will say validation rules. So we will validate all fields. We don't need to validate all fields, but we need to validate username, email, password, and age. So we will validate these four. So let's say username validation, and let's create a function validate username, and we will get the username here, our function, and we will put if conditions. Let's say if. We have already covered these condition, if, else, else if. You can check it out our previous lessons. Let's say username. If we don't have a username, we will return this message which says username is required. If we have username, then we will check if that username length is greater than 3. So if username is not greater than 3, then we will return that username must be at least 3 characters. And if username past that, if username is greater than 3, then we will check if username dot length is greater than 20. And if username is greater than 20, we will return this username must be less than 20 characters. And then if that user passed that condition, then we will check a regex to ensure that username can only contain letters, numbers, and underscores. So we will put a regex. I'm not gonna type it, so I will just copy paste that, and we will say text test. We will test that to this username which he put inside his field. If that does not match, we will say username can only contain letters, numbers, and underscores. Save this, and if everything is good, then we will just return empty string after that. So that is for username validation. And let's create our email validation. Let's say function validate email, and our email, we will check first if we have email or not, because it's required. So we will return that email is required. If user put email, then we will check email regex equals this. So this regex will check if user email is valid or not. This email, we will test it with our email, and if email is not correct, then we will return a message invalid email address. Save this, or we can say please enter a valid email address. That's better. And if user put valid email address, then we will return a string. And now we will validate our password validation. Inside that we have a function called validate password, and we will pass our password here. Inside that we can check if user put password or not. So we will return password is required. Then if he has put password, then we will check that length is less than 8. If it's less than 8, then we will return password must be at least 8 characters. And if it's good, then we will check password, not password, but we will check regex, I think. So let's see, we will check that password must contain at least one uppercase, and then we'll test that password if it contain or not. If it's not contain any uppercase, then we will return that message password must contain at least one uppercase letter. And if it has uppercase, then we will check lowercase, at least one lowercase. So same way A to Z, and then we will test password, and we will say lowercase. Then we will check if it contain a number or not, at least one number. 0 to 9 dot paste our password. Then we will return this, and we will return empty string. So that's how we will validate. Now we will say age validation. Let's create a function called validate age. We have age. Inside that we can check if age is there. If it's not there, then we will return age is required. Then we will check condition, or before that we can create variable age number. So we will check if age must be a number, so we will say parse int. We have already covered that in our previous lesson. Is not a number. If it's not a number, then we will return that please enter valid age, or we can say age must be a number. Age must be a number. And then we will validate that user if it's below 18. If age number is below 18, then we will return you must be at least 18 years old. So that's tab, and we will check if user is greater than 100, age is greater than 100, then we will return you must, or you can say please enter a valid age. And then if it's good, then we will return empty string, no message. So those were for our fields validation, and now we will add real-time validations that checks if user types something, or when they leave the field we will show error if something goes wrong or user didn't put anything inside the required field. So we will create a real-time validations. First we will put for username real-time validation. So we will say let's target our user field, which is this one. Let's target username input dot add event listener. We will put a blur event, which is for focus, and then we have a function where we will see if there is an error or not. Let's say error, and our validate user function we have created right here, this one. Inside that we can pass the value which user have wrote inside our field. If we have error, so then we will show that error. So where is the error? It must be a username field, and we will pass that error message from that. This function we have created right here. It will get our input ID, which is the username in that case, and a message which will come from the error when it validates this. If we get any error from here, it will show right here. And else, if there is no error, then we will call this success helper function for that username field. So we will get the success message. Okay, so that's it for username field. Oh, we need to also add that clear error, because we need to clear that messages as well, success or error. We will say error listener on that input. We will call this function. Inside that function we have if the value length is greater than 0, then we should clear that error, which is at username field. Now username real-time validation is completed. Now let's move on to our email real-time validation. So for this we will target our email input field. Now let's add event listener. Then on blur, which is focus, we have function. Inside that function we can, in the same way, error equals validate email. We will get the value, and it will check if any error happens. Then we will get that error and show it to user from this show error function. We will put email on that error. If there is no error, then we will show success for that email field. Save this, and if there is error, then we will clear that when user put a valid text or email function. Inside that function we have if this value length is greater than 0, then we will clear that email field. Save this, and now we have password. Same way, real-time validation, password input function, and same way we will get error if any occurs. Validate password and this dot value, whatever the value he puts, and if any error happens, then we will show that error with the field name or ID and error. Else we will show success password. See this, and let's clear it if it's greater than 0. Put a function, and inside that function we will see if the value length is greater than 0. We will clear that error, password error. Save this, and we have a confirm password field as well, so we will revalidate. Let's say revalidate confirm password if it has a value. So we will say if confirm password value, if there is a value. So inside that we have a validate confirm password function, which will create now. So let's create that function. So we have confirm password validation, because we haven't created that. So confirm password function. Inside that we have a password, and we have a password input. We will get that value, whatever the value of the password is. Then we will get confirm password value, because we will compare that both passwords. Let's say confirm password equals to confirm password input dot value. Okay, so now if user haven't put anything inside that confirm password, we will show error that confirm password, which is the ID of that field, and we will send a message saying please confirm your password. If we have put anything inside it, then we will compare that password field and that confirm password. They are not equals to each other. Then we will show an error. Inside that we can put our ID of that confirm password and a message saying passwords do not match. And we can, okay, so we will return false, so it will not continue running. We will return false here as well. And then if it's good, then we will show success, that confirm password. And here we will return true because we got confirmed our password. So that is for confirm password. We haven't added event on that confirm password field, so we will add event listener, add event listener on that focus or blur, and we will call that function which we have created. And let's say confirm password input dot add event listener, Inside that we have input and our function. Inside the function we can check if this dot value dot length, if its length is greater than 0, then we will validate that confirm password, else clear that error, that confirm password. Save this. So that's it for confirm password validation. And now let's move on to our age real-time validation. So we will try with age input dot add event listener. Inside we have blur. We will put function. Inside that function we will have error if there is an error to catch. Let's say validate age, and we will pass that value which user put. If there is an error, then we can say show that error on that age ID field with the error. If there is no error, then show success and clear that error after. Let's say input function, if there is anything inside this field, and clear that error. Okay, so that's it for real-time validation. We can check, let's say put anything here, then we will leave. So we will have green border, it means our field is valid. If we remove anything, like let's remove this, let's put 2 character. If we come outside, then we will see our border get red and we get our message user name must be at least 3 characters, which is coming from our okay, it is coming from here because it's checking if username length is less than 3. So we put 2 characters AS, so it's less than 3. That's why we are getting this message, and our border get red, which is our stylings right here. Because when we are validating, if something gets wrong, we put this class inside that input. Same way for this, user haven't filled it, so that's getting error. If we leave this password, it will get error. If we leave this confirm password, it will get error. So these are the conditions which are checking if it's valid or not. If we put something here, we will get success. If we put anything here, we will get error because email is not valid. See, regex is throwing an error, so we will put valid email. So now it's good. And for password, okay, we made some mistake, regex.text. So where is that? Okay, here. It is not text, it is test, because we are testing it. Now let's check 8 error and .com. Now it's valid, it's green. Let's put something here, Okay, let's put MARFF. Leave password must be at least 8 characters. Let's say Ollie. Leave password must contain at least one number. Now let's put number 1. Now it's good. Let's do same way here. Now rule password do not match because it is not matching. Let's say Ollie and let's say 1. Now password matches. Both got green. And our age, let's say 1. You must be at least 18-year-old. And let's say put 18 or 19. Now it's successfully done. So this is how validation works. Now let's move on to our form submission. Let's handle our form submission and validate all fields on submit. So let's add a comment form submission, and we will create a form. So we are targeting this form which we have got here, its ID, and on that form let's put an element listener on that form submit. When we submit that form, we will have this function where we will say, first we should prevent default. We have already covered it in our previous lesson. It stopped from refreshing the form. And let's first validate all fields. So we will say validate all fields. And we create let is valid. Let's put a boolean true. By default it's true. Now we will check first if username is valid. How to check? Let's say const username error, and we will check that validation. Validate username, which is our function, and we will put username input value here. Whatever user put inside that field, we will get that, and we will check if there is any error. If there is an error, we will show that error inside that show error function, and we will make that is valid false because we can't submit if any field is invalid. Else, if everything is good, then we will show success and move on to others. Now let's validate our email, and for the email, same way, email error, we will get that, and we will check email error. Inside that we can say same way, if it's not valid then throw error and say field is not valid. Same way for password, validate password, and we will validate password. If there is an error, we will get that error, and we will check if password field has any error, then we will show that error and we will have success. And then we will check if confirm password does not match. Let's say validate confirm password function. If it's throwing any error, then it means confirm password is not valid, so that field is not valid, we can't submit our form. Then we will check validate age. So we will check age error, validate age. Inside we would age input and that value. If there is any error, age error, then we will show error and make is valid to false, and if there is no error, then else, show success. And we will check our country field as well, validate our country. So we will check if our, where is that, country select, let's target that country select. If that country select value is not valid, or there is no value, then we will show error with that country ID, country field ID, and we will throw this message, select a country, because the country must be selected if we want to submit our form. Every field is required. Then show success if user has selected a country. Save this. And now we can validate our gender, which is our radio buttons right here. So let's validate them. First we will select, let's say selected gender equals to, now we will put our array object. So we will say from, we have already covered this, you can check it out in our previous lessons. So we will target our gender radios, which is right here, our gender radios, all of these. So from our gender radios, we will find each radio and we will check them if any radio is checked. Okay, if any radio is not checked or selected, we will throw an error. Let's say selected gender, and we will show error that ID gender, and sorry, what am I doing? Please select a gender, and else we have show success. And now same way, let's validate interests. Let's say const selected interests, and same way there is an array, and from that array checkboxes we will filter and we will check, let's say check box, and we check if any box is checked or not. User haven't checked any box, we will throw an error that you must check any box. Let's say selected interests dot length. If it's equals to 0, then we will show an error, say an interest error message will be please select at least one interest, else we will not choose success, but we can clear that error. Let's say clear error. Okay, in the same way we can clear error here as well, or not here, sorry, but here. Clear error interest. See this. Now we will validate our bio and we will check if our bio text area we have a value. If we have a value, then we will trim it and we will get length. If its length is less than 10, then we will show an error of that bio, and we will say bio must be at least 10 characters long, and we can say valid false. We also put that for country, let's put that, and for here and here. See this, and let's say else. We can show success our bio field, and everything is done. Our fields, country, gender, interest, bio, and we have this terms. We will also validate. Let's say validate terms, and we say if terms checkbox is not checked, then we will show an error that terms you must agree to terms and conditions, and we will make it invalid if user haven't checked it, and if user have checked it, we will clear that error terms. Save it. Now we have validated all our fields, checkboxes, radios. Now we will add one last condition, which is for processing it. So let's say if form is valid, then process it, and for this we can check if is valid is true, then we will put a log saying form is valid. If it's not valid, save it. If it's not valid, then else we can put a log form is invalid. Save this. Let's remove that extra space. Okay, so this is our form submission function where we are validating all fields. If all fields are valid, only then we can submit our form. If any field is not valid, we must make it valid and we can submit our form. And to submit, we can have a function which we will call right here to process that form data. So we must create that function to process the form data when it's valid. So let's create processing form data, and we will call right here process form data, and let's create that function. We'll say function process form data, and inside that function, so now let's get our form data. So inside that form data object, we will store our all fields data. Let's say username, we will store user input value, whatever the value user put, and our email, we will get email input value. We will get password input value, and we will store age input value, and we will store country, whatever the country user selected, its value, and we will store gender, which we need to see which is selected. Let's say from gender radio dot find, and each radio, let's see which is checked and its value. Now we will check interests array dot from interest checkbox, then we will filter that checkbox, let's see checked or not, and if it's checked, and then we will map that checkbox and we will get each checkbox value. So that's how we can get our interest checkbox which is selected and its value. Then our bio text area value, then our terms and terms checkbox dot checked or not. Save it. So this is how we can get form data. We stored all fields data inside each object, and now we can display that form data inside our form display data element. Let's store that form data display dot text content. So that we can convert it to stringify that form data, and second parameter we will put null, and we will put 2 to format that, and we will target our form output, which is its parent div, and we will put style here, and display will be block, and our form output will be scroll into view, and inside that we have a behavior smooth, and we will log that value right here, form data, save it. This is for display that form data. This is for scroll to output. Okay, so this will process our data and it will show to that form data container, which will show here, and it will scroll automatically to that container, and we will log our data right in the console. So let's test it out. Okay, let's test it. Let's open. Okay, keep it right here, make it 1500. Okay, let's put our data here. Let's say a roof, or let's say developer a roof. Let's put our email roof8 developer roof.com. Let's put a password Ollie123 roof Ollie123. Our age, my age is 25. Country is Pakistan. I'm a male, and interest is coding and reading. I am a full stack web developer and a freelancer and a YouTuber. Let's check that and click submit form. Okay, so something went wrong. Cannot read property of null, reading class list at 47. Let's see what is that error. 47. Let's see 47. Okay, so we are getting error right here. So I think we should add inside our if else condition to fix that. Let's say if input, if we have an input, then we will do this, and if we have any error div, we will do this. Save it. Same for this, same way here. Sorry, this one should be here. Save this, and now let's taste it out. Fresh put a roof, confirm our password. Roof, say roof Ollie123, roof Ollie123, 25, Pakistan, meal, coding, reading. I am a full stack dev free. Let's check that, submit. Now you can see we have scrolled to down at that div, and we have got our JSON data, which we have added right inside the processing data or process form function. You can see we are getting all data here. We will get all data inside our console. We got all the fields. We can also hide this password. Let me show you that as well, how we can hide that password. If you come here, if you want to hide this, you can just put star inside that, and put hidden. Save it. Now your password will be hidden. So that's it for today's lesson. We just learned about forms and user input, validation in JavaScript. Forms are how users submit data, and validation ensures that data is correct and complete. We learned how to validate different types of input, provide real-time feedback, and handle form submission. Proper validation improves user experience and prevents invalid data from being submitted. Practice with these examples and try creating your own validation rules. In today's lesson, we'll learn about storing data in the browser using local storage, session storage, and cookies. These are 3 different ways to save data that persist between page loads. Local storage keeps data even after the browser closes, and session storage only lasts for the browser session. Cookies are the oldest method and can be accessed by servers. Understanding these storage methods is essential for building web applications that remember user preferences and data. Let's start coding. So I've already created our HTML file. In that HTML file, we have 3 sections, one for local storage, one for session storage, and one for cookies, with buttons to interact with them. And we did some stylings right here to make my demo look good, and I have added our JavaScript file here. So without wasting any time, let's dive into our JavaScript. So let's start with local storage. I've already told you local storage persists data even after the browser closes. So let me show you here where we will see our storage. You just inspect and open application tab. Here you can see we have local storage, and this is where our data will be stored as key value pairs. And this is our session storage. Here we will see our session storage data, and here are the cookies which are empty now. We will see our data one by one. So let's start with local storage first. So let's add a comment, local storage. We have different type of methods inside local storage. So let's say local storage. Inside that, we have a method called set item, which saves our data to the local storage. Let's say set item. So the set item takes two parameters, a key and a value. Both will be strings. So let's add a key named username, comma. Our second parameter will be its value. So let's say Maruf. You can see we have just saved our data as a key value pair inside our local storage. Let's add another one, local storage.set item. Inside that we can say age 23. You can see we have age as well. We can set item, mostly we add themes. Let's say theme, let's say it's dark theme. You can see we have added 3 key value pairs inside our local storage. This is how you set data inside the local storage. And we have a method called get item to get that value from our local storage. Like to retrieve our data, use get item. So we will get item by any key. For example, if we want the value of username, which is Maruf, we can just put our key here as a string. Let's say username. And if we want to see what is the value of username, let's store it inside a variable called username equals to this. And let's add a log, say username, and let's say username is, comma. Okay, let's see our console. You can see username is Maruf, which is right here. Now we can get our age. Say age equals to local storage dot get item age. We can get our theme as well, local storage dot get item and theme. If you want to log this, you can log it as well. Let's say age is age. We have a theme is theme. Save this. You can see we have our name, our age, and our theme. So this is how you save and retrieve our data from local storage. If you want to add any object to our local storage, you can do that as well, but we should send it as a string, as a JSON string will be suitable. Let's add a comment here, set item, sorry, not here. This is a get item. This is a set item. And now we will store our objects which need to be stringified. Okay, so let's create our object first. Let's say user equals to object. Inside that we can say name is, so first let's comment this out. Let's say Maruf, and another property, let's say email will be Maruf at developer.maruf.com. We will have a preferences. Let's say it is an object, and we have theme, which is dark, and we have a language, which is English. Let's save this. Now if you want to store that, I've already told you we have a set item method for this, set item, and we have 2 parameters. First as key, let's say we have a key named user or user data, comma, we have a second, which is a value. In that case we have an object, so we first need to stringify it as a JSON string, because we can only store strings inside our local storage. So first let's say JSON dot stringify user object. So now it is stringified, and you can see we have just added our user data here. You can see we have a full object which is stored as a JSON string. Without that JSON string we can't store it. Let me show you that. You can see we have no value, we have just object, so we must store as a JSON string to see it properly. And if you want to get that, you can get it. First we should parse that, because now it's a JSON string, so we first need to parse that JSON string into an object again. Then we can see inside our console. So let's say stored user equals to, we have a method called json.parse to parse that JSON string. Inside that we can get our user data key. So let's say local storage dot get item. Inside that we can have our user data key, and let's add a log to see our, let's say user data object from local storage is, and get our stored user. See this, come to the console, you can see we have a user data object from local storage is there. We get our object from our local storage. Now if you want to remove any key and its value, we have a method called remove item. Let's say remove item. It will remove our keys with their values. So we can say local storage dot remove item. Let's say I want to remove that age, so we need to add its key. To remove it, you can see we have just removed our age key from our local storage. So this is how you can remove any key with its value. And if you want to clear all of the keys, all of the local storage, whatever stored inside it, then we have a method called clear. Let me show you that as well. Local storage dot clear. Now you can see we have just cleared our local storage. So this is just all about our local storage. I've also added a UI, so you can connect that by adding JavaScript to save keys and values to our local storage. Right now I haven't added any JavaScript on it. It's just a UI, just HTML and CSS. I just created it for you guys. I've already taught you in my previous lessons how we can create functions and conditions and everything. You just need to create a function and some event handlers. So on click, the data of these input will be saved inside our local storage. You can add these set item to save it and this get item to get that value here in this box. I have added its IDs as well. You can just manipulate them with that. Sorry, not IDs, but classes. You can add extra classes as well, or IDs, whatever you prefer. So I think I have cleared enough your concept of local storage. Let me comment it out and let's move on to our session storage. So the session storage works the same way as local storage, but data only lasts for the browser session only. Means if we close the tab and we run our application again or open our HTML again, that session will be gone. It only lasts for the first session only, the browser session. So we will see here its data. Let me clear it up. So same way, we have the same methods inside our session storage as well. Let's say session storage.set item. We have two key values. Let's say we have a session ID and let's set a value of it as A, B, C or 1 to 3. You can see same way as local storage, it's saved inside our session storage. Same way we can get that as well. Let's say const session ID equals to session storage dot get item, and let's get our session ID and let's add a log. Inside that we have session ID. Let's add a comment as well. Let's say this is our session ID. Save this. Let's see our console. You can see this is our session ID, which is ABC13, which is stored inside our session. And this is stored. This is not from our code, but this is from the browser we are using. It's in their code to store it inside the session storage. That's why we are getting that. We can delete that, but it will come again when page refreshes. If we refresh the page, you can see we have that again. Maybe it's coming from our live server. Okay, so we have all the same methods as local storage: set item, get item, remove item, and clear. So now let's move on to cookies. Let's comment it out first. Now we have cookies. So cookies are the oldest method. They are more complex but can be accessed by servers. These are mostly used for authentication. Let me show you that as well. So let's first set cookies. To set any cookies, we first create a function. Let's say setting cookie. Let's add a function. Set cookie. We have 2 or 3 parameters. Let's say name. We have a value and how much time cookie lasts. So we have a days as well. Now let's say let expires and let's put a condition. Let's say day for days. If days can const date, which we will create a new date, and let's set our date, set time. We have date, get item, not item but time, sorry. To get our time, then we will plus them with our current days, and we will multiply that 24, 60, 60 and 1000. So we will expire our cookies after 30 days. This is just a helper function I'm creating to work with cookies. And let's say expires equals to, let's add a semicolon, expires equals, let's concatenate it with our date to UTC string. Okay, now let's set our cookies. Let's say document.cookie. This is how you set our cookie, and we have its value equals to name plus whatever name we will put inside our argument. We'll get that. Name equals to plus let's see value, if we have a value. If we don't have a value, then just keep it empty. And we have an expiry duration and an empty string, not an empty string, but so we have path equals to. So this is a helper function to set our cookies. Now let's create another function to get our cookies. These are just helper functions I'm creating. I'll show you how it will work. Let's say function get cookie, and inside that we have name. So we will get our cookie value with its name, which you can say key. Now we can create a variable called name eq. Let's say name plus equals to. This is for name and equals to. That's why I have e and q, which is equals to. And let's create another variable where we will get our character. Let's name it ca character at. So document dot cookie. We will split that cookie with our semicolon. And let's create a for loop. So inside that loop we have our variable. We have already covered how loops works. You can check it out our previous lessons for that. So we have variable, then we have condition. Let's say I, if I is less than our character length or our cookie length, you can say, and I plus plus, then iterated or incremented. Now let's c equals to ca I, and you can say while c dot character at 0. This is just a condition. Let's say if character at 0 index is equals to space, then c equals to c dot substring 1 comma c dot length. I'll explain you everything when we invoke our functions. Let's say if c dot index of, so the index of name eq is equals to 0, then just return our substring of c, substring of name equals to eq, and its length, and another parameter we have c length. And after that loop we will just return null. So this is our function for getting a cookie. Now let's create a final function to remove a cookie. Let's say remove in a cookie, and let's create a function to remove cookie. Inside that we have a name, and we can say document dot cookie and remove that cookie with the name whatever it is, and equals to colon, and then expires at, let's say, let's put anything. Let's say Thursday 01 January. Let's put any year. Let's say 1970. Let's add a UTC, so it's a 000000 UTC. Then we can paste the path. We have slash colon. So that's it for this function. Now let's actually set our cookie. So let's say set cookie. We are calling this function right here to set our cookie. This is a helper function. So let's say our name will be user preference. You can see we have a user preference, and we automatically added our path. Let's remove that and refresh that again. You can see now we have a preference path. Let's a little bit see clearly everything. The other argument is value, so we will add a dark is its value, and the last one is days for the cookies to expire. Let's say 30 days. Save this. So you can see we have just set our cookies. This is our key, this is our value, and this is an expiry date where I did some calculations. So it will calculate that current date, and after 30 days it will be expired. So you can see here is our date to expire this key, which is 2026, and second month 24 date. Right after 30 days it will be expired. So this is stored because of these calculations where I get our date or current date, then set our current date with the 30 days calculations, so it will be expires on that date automatically. And we just set our cookies, its name, and make it equals to value, which is coming from here, and with our expires with our path. So this is how you save any cookie. It's a bit complex, but when you keep doing it many times in many projects, you will get to know how to do it and you will used to it. So let's add another cookie. Let's say we can add anything. Let's say visit count, and let's add its value. Let's say 1, and let's add an expiry date 7. So after 7 days it will be expired. We have our key, our value, and our expiry date. You can see it. You can set as many as you want. So let me show you now how we get cookies. So first let's say set some cookies, get cookies. Now let's get the cookies. So first we will create a variable so we can console it to see our values. Let's say user preference equals to get cookies. Now our get cookie function, this one, let's invoke it. Inside that we can put our key here to get that value. So let's say user preference. Now if you want to see the value, you can just log this. Let's say our first cookie user preference. See this? Open our console. You can see our first cookie dark, which is the value of this user preference dark. And if you want to get the other one, let's say const visit count cookie, you can add a get cookie and its key visit count, and let's add another log. Let's say visit count cookie, our second cookie. Save this, come to the console, and you can see we have one, which is its value. And if you want to get all cookies at once, you can do it as well. Let's say get all cookies, and let's add a log, and you can just say all cookies, and you can just add document dot cookie. Now you can come to the console and see we have all our cookies. Our first one, user preference is equals to dark path, and our second one, count visit count equals to 1. So this is how you can get all cookies. Okay, so I think I have covered all our concepts for these three storage. So I hope you understood everything. You just learned about 3 ways to store data in the browser: local storage, session storage, and cookies. I haven't shown you the demo of this UI, but it's just created for you. You can just connect it with JavaScript and you can add or remove any data from local storage, session storage, and cookies right with the UI. If you want the video how we can connect that, just drop a comment. I will create a video on that and upload it so you will know how we can connect our UI with our JavaScript. So that's it for today's lesson. Let me quickly remind you again about these 3 storages. So the local storage persists data even after the browser closes, which is perfect for user preferences. And session storage only lasts for the browser session. It's great for temporary data like shopping cart or anything like that. And our last one, cookies, which are the oldest method. It have a smaller storage limit but can be accessed by servers, which is really helpful. Each has its use case. Choose the right one based on your needs. In today's lesson, we'll learn about asynchronous JavaScript, like how JavaScript handles operations that take time, like fetching data from servers or waiting for user input. We'll cover callbacks, the event loops, set timeout, set interval, and understand why JavaScript doesn't block when waiting for operations to complete. This is a fundamental concept that will help you understand how modern web applications work. So let's start coding. I've already set up our HTML file where I have linked our JavaScript file. Let's get back to our script. So let's start by understanding the difference between synchronous and asynchronous code. So the synchronous code runs line by line, one after another. Like if we write any consoles, let's say log, let's put first message, then we have another log, then we have another log. Let's say this is the second message, this is our third message. So this is how synchronous code works. This is a synchronous code. It runs line by line, one after another. First it will print first message. You can see in the console we are seeing first message, then we have second message, then we have third message. So these runs in order, one after another. This is called synchronous code. Let me put heading. Now let me show you asynchronous code. Now asynchronous code doesn't block execution. Let me show you that practically. Let's put a log here. Let's say it is a first message. Then we have a set timeout function which will get a callback function. Inside that we can put our second log. Let's say second message, and we put some time here. Let's say 1 second, and let's log our third message. And let's comment these out. Now if we save, if you come inside the console, you see our first message, then our third message, then our second message. So you noticed how third message runs before our second message, even though second message is written first. That's because set timeout is asynchronous. That's why we are getting our second message at last, because asynchronous code doesn't block execution like this. First it will run this, then if this message takes time in here, it will take 1 second, so it doesn't wait for 1 second to complete. It will go on and move to third message, then print this, then after 1 second it will print this. Even we put 0 here, no second, still we can see we have second message at last because it takes some time. This is how asynchronous code works. I hope you understood the difference between asynchronous code and synchronous code. So let's comment it out. And let's move on to our callback functions. So the callback functions are the functions passed as argument to other functions. Let's see practically. So first, let's create a basic callback example. Let's say basic callback, and then we can create a function named greet, and we can take name and a callback function. So we have two parameters, one is name, one is callback function. Callback, which is a function, obviously we will pass that function as an argument when we invoke this greet function. So inside that function we can just simply add a log here saying hello, and let's put the name here, sorry, with the $. And here we can invoke our callback function, which we'll get from the argument or parameters. And now let's create the function, the callback function, which we will pass as an argument to this greet function. Let's say goodbye, and inside that we can just add a log here saying goodbye. Now let's invoke that greet function, and inside that first we have a name, we can put anything, let's say Maruf. And inside a second argument we can pass our function. In that case I have created say goodbye, so I will invoke that, pass that function. No need to add parenthesis. This is how you can pass function as an argument to another function. Now if you see inside the log we have hello Maruf, which is coming from here, hello, and there's a name is coming from here, Maruf. And then we have goodbye, which is here, which is a callback function. It is coming from here, and its value is coming from the argument, and inside the argument we have passed say goodbye function, which is this one, so it is coming from here, goodbye. Now let me show you an advanced callback function with a parameter. Let's say callback with parameters, and let's create that function. Let's say process data. Inside that we can have our data and our callback function, and inside that function we can add a log. Let's say processing data, and let's add our data here, and here we can say result equals data, and let's convert that result or data to uppercase, and let's pass our data inside our callback. Okay, now let's invoke that function process data. Inside that we have two arguments to pass. First is data, so let's say data is JavaScript, this is our data, and inside a second argument we have to pass a function. So let's create a function, arrow function, and we have parameters here, result. So inside that we can just log our processed result and just print our result here. So now when we save, so let's comment this out and save and come to the console. You see, first we are seeing processing data JavaScript as it is. From here it is getting data from our parameters, and we have passed our argument here as JavaScript. So first it will get here, then show us this log. Then we have a second log, process data JavaScript in uppercase, because when we pass our JavaScript as a data we got our log, then we change that data to uppercase, so it is converted to uppercase now, JavaScript, and stored that JavaScript inside our callback function as a parameter. So that function gets our parameter here, and it is printing our results right here. So this log is coming from here. So this is how you can create callbacks with parameters as well. Let's comment it out. Now we have array methods with a callbacks, like for each map and filter they also use callbacks. Let me show you that as well. Let's say array methods with callbacks. So let's create array numbers equals 1 2 3 4 5, and let's see first our for each. Let's see numbers dot for each. So it is a method, or you can say function. So it will take a callback function, so function inside a function is a callback function. So inside that we can just log our output numbers, and we have to put any parameter here, number, so we will get our numbers here 1 2 3 4 5. If you don't know how for each works, you can check out our previous lessons where we have covered that as well. And now let me show you the map method. Let's say const, let's say doubled equals numbers dot map. It is a function, it will take a callback function, let's say number, and inside that we can just return, and we just multiply our number with 2, and we can comment it out, and let's log this to see the results. Let's say doubled numbers, and here we just call our variable. So you see we have our new array 2 4 6 8 10, because we have multiplied each number with 2. So this is for map method, how it use callbacks. Now we have final method, which is filter. So let's create a variable called even, or say events, numbers dot filter method. Inside that we have a callback number, and inside that we just return our number modulus 2, which will be equals to 0, so we will get even numbers only. So let's log this to see its results. Let's say even numbers, and let's call our variable here. Save this. You can see we got only our even numbers 2 and 4, because in this array we have only 2 even numbers 2 and 4, and remaining are odd numbers 1, 3, 5. So this is how array methods works with callbacks. So let's comment it out, and let me show you a bit about the set timeout which we have used right here. So let's see the demo of it. Let's say set timeout. So the set timeout runs a function after a specified delay. You have seen here, this is a delay. This is where we put the delay. In this case, we have put 1 second. So this function, callback function, will run after 1 second. So let me show you another version of it. Let's say basic set timeout. So let's create a set timeout function. Inside that we have a callback function in its first parameter or argument. In this second argument we have an array where we will put our delay. So first we will write our logic inside that function. Whatever you want to run, you just add that inside that function. So in this case I am just logging a message. This runs after 2 seconds. So now let's put a delay here. Inside that we just have to put our delay. I'm putting 2 seconds. You can put 3 or 4 or 5 or anything, like 10, 100, whatever you want. I'm just putting a 2 second delay. So this set timeout function runs after 2 seconds. So this 2000 is the millisecond. So 2000 milliseconds is equals to 2 seconds. So we put here milliseconds. Now if we refresh, you will see this message will run after 2 seconds. Not before, not after, just in 2 seconds. Refresh, wait. You see, after 2 seconds, we see our message. If we put, let's say 10 seconds, and I put here 10, now I refresh. Now we see we have no message. After 10 seconds the message will appear. So we will wait for 10 seconds to complete. You see we have our message. So this is how set timeout works. If you want, you can also add set timeout with parameters. Let's comment it out, and let's create a set timeout with parameters. Now let's create a function here. Let's say show message. Inside that we have a parameter called message, and we just have to log this message. Here we will say message is our message. So now we will call our set timeout function. Inside that we have our first parameter, which is a callback function, or you can say function. In this case I'm putting show message function, which I have created here. Right now there is no message, so it is getting undefined. So in the second parameter, you already know we have delay. In this case I'm putting 1 second, and we have a third parameter, which you can say whatever we will put here, it will be our message parameter. Let's say I am putting hello from set timeout. If we save, after 1 second our message will appear, message hello from set timeout. So this is how set timeout can also pass parameters to the callback. And if you want, we can also store the timeout ID to clear it. Let's see that as well. Let's comment this out, and let's say storing timeout ID. So let's create a variable called timeout ID equals to set timeout. Inside that we have our callback function, where we will put a log here. Let's say, and let's put a delay here of 5 seconds. So this log will obviously not run if we cleared it. So let's put a message something like that. Let's say this won't run if cleared. So if we want to clear that timeout, you can just put a function clear timeout here, and you just have to put its timeout ID. So this is how you can clear any timeout. Means if you want to clear, you will use clear timeout. Now let me show you in series to help you understand the concept better. Let's say multiple timeouts, and we will put our first log, let's say starting multiple timeouts ... Let's correct our spelling. Now let me put a timeout and our function, and let's add a log here. So inside that callback function we have a log timeout 1. Let's make it 500 milliseconds, so it's 0.5 seconds. Inside that we have 500 milliseconds. Why we are getting error? It is because we put our array here. We just keep it outside and there is no semicolon here. Save it, and let's create another. Let's say timeout 2. In this case we have 1 second, so 1000 milliseconds. In this case we have, let's say 100 milliseconds, so let's say 0.1 and 1, and let's add our last log, which is all time out scheduled. So now let's save and see which runs first and which runs last. Save this, refresh. Now you see first it runs starting multiple timeouts, which is this one. Then it runs all timeouts scheduled, which is the last one, because there is no delay on these logs. The delay happens only for these. So if there's any delay, it will skip that and move to the next. And then we have timeout 3, which is this one, because it has a less delay than the others. It is 100 milliseconds. This is 5 and this is 1 second. So it is the smallest one. So it runs next. Then we have timeout 1, which is 0.5 seconds, which is this one. Then it runs our second timeout, which is this one, which is the largest delayed function. So I hope you have understood the set timeout, how it works. So let's comment it out, and let me show you another method, which is set interval. Set interval. So the set interval runs a function repeatedly at specified interval. So what do I mean by that? Let me show you practically. So let's create a counter equals to 0. Now let's create a variable called interval id equals to set interval, which is our method or function, you can say. It will get a callback function, and inside that callback function we put our counter and increment that counter plus plus. If you don't know what this plus plus means, you can check it out our previous lessons. We have covered all of it. And let's add a log here. Let's say counter, and we will get our counter here. So we will just have to use backticks. And now we put a condition. Let's say if counter is less than or equals to 5, then clear interval. So what is our interval? Our interval id. And then we put a log. So we will see that condition matched. Interval stopped after 5 counts. This is to prevent the infinite loop, so our program will not crash after this condition. Let's put a 1 second delay. So this runs every second and stops after 5 counts. If we refresh, we will see counter 1, then counter 2, then 3, then 4, then 5. After each second, we are getting our count. If we don't clear that interval, then our program will crash and our application will stop. So we will always use clear interval when we use set interval, because this runs repeatedly. So we need to stop at some point to securely run our application. So if I don't use this, if I comment it out, the loop will go on and never stops, and our program will crash. If we comment it out, you will see count 1, count 2, count 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It will never stop. If I don't add any delay, any second, it will just go on and on. You can see our program will crash if you do that. So let's uncomment. So this is how set interval works. I hope you understood. Let's comment it out and move on to our next concept. So our next concept is event loop. So the event loop is how JavaScript handles asynchronous operations. Like it will tell you synchronous code runs first, then set timeout callbacks go to web APIs, and after delay callbacks go to callback queue. Like event loop checks if call stack is empty. If empty, move to callback from queue to stack. So let me show you practically, maybe you understand better. So first let's demonstrate event loop. Let's add a log, let's say start, and then we can put our set timeout, and let's say log, let's say timeout 1, and let's put a delay. Even if I put 0 millisecond, it will not run after this log. If I add any other log, let's say add a log here, middle, and if I put same set timeout here, and let's say it is 2, set timeout 2 and 0 millisecond, and let's add a log here, let's say end, save it. So you will see inside the console we have start, middle, end. These logs runs first even after we put 0 millisecond delay. So it is always these asynchronous codes always runs after synchronous codes. You can see these are the synchronous code. Synchronous codes are the codes where there is no delay, there is no waiting. these are the synchronous code because these codes waits for some time. Even if we put 0 millisecond, it will not run. You can see it runs after the synchronous codes, and these both are the asynchronous code. So this shows how the event loop works. If you want a separate video for that, just drop a comment. I will add in my list and upload it soon. So I think that's enough for this part. Let's move on to our final concept, which is callback hell. So what is callback hell? Basically, callback hell happens when we nest callbacks inside callbacks, making code hard to read. Let me show you how we create nested callbacks. Let's say nested callbacks, which is a callback hell. Let's say function get user data. Let's get our user ID, and here we will get our callback. So this is our function, and let's put set timeout here inside that function. And we have another callback. Here we will put log. Inside that log, let's say fetching user data. And let's invoke our callback function here and get our ID, which is a user ID, and get our name, add our name property, and its value will be null. And put a delay of 1 second. So you see, this is a function, this is a callback, and inside that function we have another function which is set timeout. Inside that set timeout we have another callback. So we are invoking that callback inside this callback. So callback inside a callback is called nested callbacks, and it is a problem, and that problem we will say callback hell. I'll show you how it works when we invoke that. So let's create another functions. Let's say function get user posts and get our user ID, and we have a callback here as well. Let's say set timeout, and inside that we have a callback. We will put a console here. Inside the console we will be fetching user posts, and we will invoke that callback. And inside we have posts, so it is an array, and each post will be an object. We have an ID, let's say 1. We have a title of that post, let's say post 1, and comma, same way we have a post 2 and ID 2. And let's add a delay here, 1 second. So same way we have our last function. Let's say get post comments, and we have a post ID, so post ID and a callback and set timeout, and user will fetch comments. Let's say comments, and we have a callback. We have an array. We have, let's put a 1 only. Let's say rate post is a comment. Save this. Now when we invoke our callback function, let's invoke our get user data function first. Inside that we have a user ID, so it is 1 in this case, and we have a callback function. So let's create a callback function. So this is a callback function, and we put a log here. Let's say user, and we have user here, which will be coming from this parameter. Now we will invoke our user posts function. Inside that we have a user ID, so let's say user.id, comma, we have a callback, let's say posts. This is a callback function. Let's add a log. Inside that we have posts, and we just put our post here. We have our last function to invoke, post comments. Inside that we have a post ID, so we will put post array 0 index because there is only one post, so we will get the 0 index post and its ID. And in the second we have a callback where we will get our comments. Comments, it is an arrow function, and let's add a log saying comments, and we have our comments here. Let's add another log where we will say all data fetched with callback hell. So if we come to the log, we have fetching user data, which is from here. We have user data here, which has ID 1 and name Maruf, which is from here. Then we have fetching user posts, which is coming from here. It's data posts, which is an array. Inside we have an object right here. We can't see this. Why? Because maybe we made some mistakes. Okay, we made a mistake here. We don't have to put it right here, but here. Save this. We still have something going wrong. Okay, I get it. It is posts, not post. Save this. Okay, now we will see fetching comments from here, and we have an array inside. We have one comment which is coming from here. So see how the code get nested deeper and deeper. This is called callback hell. It made our code hard to read, hard to understand. So in the next lesson, we will learn promises to fix this. But for this lesson, I think that's it for today's lesson. You just learned about asynchronous JavaScript fundamentals, callbacks, set timeouts, set interval, and the event loop. Let me remind you again, callbacks are functions passed as arguments to other functions, executed later. Set timeout runs code after a delay. Set interval runs code repeatedly. The event loop manages how JavaScript handles asynchronous operations, running synchronous code first, then callbacks. So the callback hell happens when we nest callbacks too deeper, making code hard to read and maintain. In today's lesson, we'll learn about promises, a better way to handle asynchronous operations in JavaScript. So the promises solve the callback hell problem we saw in the last lesson. They make async code easier to read and maintain. We'll cover creating promises, chaining them, handling errors, and using promises methods .all and .raise. This is essential knowledge for modern JavaScript development. Let's start coding. Already created our index.html file, and I have linked our JavaScript file with it. Let's move on with our JavaScript. So let's start by creating a basic promise. So a promise is created using the new promise constructor, which takes a function with two parameters, resolve and reject. Let me show you that practically. So first, let's add a comment. Creating promises. We start with a basic promise. Basic promise. Let's start with resolved. First, we will see a resolved promise. So now let's create a variable const promise1 equals to, now we will create a promise using new promise constructor, and inside that we have a callback. Inside our parameters we have resolve and reject. Inside our function, let's add a set timeout. We have already covered it in our previous lesson. You can check it out. So this take a duration as well. Now we have to pass our parameter here, resolve. Let's say promise resolved successfully. Let's run our application. Let's see console. So to use this promise, if it's resolve promise, we will use .then method with a callback function. Let me show you that. So to use this promise, we say promise1, which we want to use, and we say .then, and inside that we have a callback, and we will take our result here, and we just have to log this. Let's say promise1 result. We have result. Save this. Now you can see we have our result, promise1 result, promise resolved successfully. If we make it reject, and we can't see any console here because reject will be used to catch any errors. I'll show you that separately, how we can see the errors as well. Now this is for resolve. Now let's create a rejected promise. Let's say basic promise, which is reject or rejected. Now let's create a promise 2. We will create our promise with promise constructor. We have a callback function. Inside that we have a resolve and reject. So inside the function we can add a set timeout as well. Let's put some time. Let's say 1 second. After 1 second this will run, and let's say reject. So we will create an error with new error constructor. We have already covered this as well in our previous lesson. You can check it out. And let's say promise rejected. So this is the reject promise. If you want to see or use this to see the results, we can use catch method to see the result of this reject promises. It is basically errors. If some code is getting us a response which is valid, like we are getting some data, so it will go in .then method and we will get the result of .then callbacks or callback. But if we have any error, we will throw an error with our reject promise. So to use this reject promise, we will say promise to dot catch. This is a catch method. It will get a callback function. Inside that, we can add a log, and we have error here, and we can put a message. Let's say promise to error, and we get our error here. Save this. Now you can see we have our first promise, which is our result one, and we have our second promise, which is getting error. So these were the basic resolve and reject promises. We can also create immediately resolved or rejected promises. Let me show you those as well. Let's say first let's comment these out, and let's say promise with immediate, sorry I misspell immediate resolution. Let's say const immediate promise equals to, we will use our resolve, so we will say promise dot resolve. So this is how you can use or create immediate resolve or reject promises. This is for resolve, so we will just add a message here, immediate value. So to use this, I already told you, we will use .then method to use our resolve promise. So inside that, we can add a log. Let's first get our value here. So inside that, we can say immediate promise, and we will get our value here. Let's save this. You can see we got our console. This is how you can create immediate resolve. And let me show you the reject as well with immediate response. Let's say with immediate rejection, and let's create an immediate reject. We have a promise dot reject, and we will get our new error constructor to create our error. Let's say immediate rejection, and let's use this. To use it, we will use dot catch, sorry, reject dot catch. We have a callback. Inside that, we can log our immediate reject, and we will get our error. Let's say error, and let's get our error message, error dot message. To save this, you can see we got our resolve promise immediately, we got our reject promise immediately. So this is how you can create immediately resolve or reject promises. Now let me show you the concept of promise states. Let's comment it out and come here, add a comment. Let's say promise states. So a promise has three states: pending, fulfilled, and rejected. So let me show you by creating a pending promise equals to, we will create our promise with a promise constructor. We will create a function. Inside that, we can add a log and add promise is in pending state, and we can add a set timeout here. This will get a callback function and a time, let's say 2 seconds. Inside that, we can add a resolve. We first have to pass parameters, resolve and reject. So inside our resolve, we have now it's fulfilled. So this is our first state of promise, or we can say this is a pending state because the promise have not yet been resolved or rejected, so it's in the pending state for now. After 2 seconds, it will be fulfilled. This is a fulfilled state, means when resolve runs, it means it is fulfilled. If reject runs, it means it is rejected after pending state. So these are the three states of promises. Pending states always comes first because the promise is not yet been resolved or rejected. Resolve means fulfilled state, and reject means rejected states. So I hope you get the states of promise concept. Let's comment it out and move on to our promise chaining concept. Let's add promise chaining. So promise chaining allows us to perform multiple async operations in sequence. It is a way to solving callback hell. So instead of using nested callbacks, we can use promise chaining. So let's start by basic chaining. So let me show you how we can chain our promises. So first we will say promise dot, we can add resolve, and inside that we can add anything, any of our data. Let's say I'm adding 10, and we can chain it with dot then. Inside that we can have our callback. So inside this function we can add log here, we can get step 1, and we will get our value. We can return our value multiplying it with 2, and again we can chain it with then, and we will have our value here, and we can add a log. Let's say it's a step 2, and we have our value here, and return value plus 5. So whatever the value is, we just add 5 to it. Then we can chain again. Let's say value, we have our log step 3, and we will get our value here, and we just return our value divided by 3, and again we can chain it with then our value and our log. You can chain as much as you want, but let's keep it final log for now. Let's say final result, and we will get our value. Sorry, it will be inside, and we have a comma. Save this. You see, it is much cleaner than our callback hell, nested callbacks. It is the best way to use function inside our functions. You can see its result inside our console. So first step, we got 10 because the value we put is 10. So inside that we have 10, then we multiply it by 2, and it will be 10. 2s are 20, so we will have 20 here in step 2, you can see. Then we add 5 to 20, then it's 25. So we got 25 inside our third step, and our final step we got 8.333 because we divided that 25 with 3, so it is our final result. So this is how you can chain promises. Now let's create async operations. First let's create helper function. So let's first comment this out, and let's add a comment chaining with async operations. Let's create a helper function. We have fetch user, we will get user ID here. Inside our function we can return new promise, and let's say resolve. We have set timeout. Let's add a callback function. We got 1 second. After 1 second this resolve will run. Let's say we got our user have ID, which will be user ID from param, and we have a name. Let's say username is small rules. So this is our first helper function. Let's create a second one. Let's say function fetch user posts. We got user ID. We have a return statement. We can say new promise, and we have resolve. So we resolve, and we can have set timeout. We have to run this after 1 second. Inside that set timeout we can have resolve. We have an array because there are multiple posts, so each post have ID. Let's say post 1, title is post 1, and user ID will be user ID from param, and we can have our ID 2, post 2, and let's add a comma here. So this is our second helper function. Let's add our third and final helper function, which is to fetch post comments. Let's say post ID. We have to return new promise, and we will get our resolve here, our set timeout, our callback, and our 1 second timer. Inside set timeout we can resolve. We have an array because there can be multiple posts, but let's put one post for now. Okay, we have an object and ID 1, then we have a text of comment. Let's say great post. We have a post ID which will be coming from post ID. Save this. So these are the helper functions. If you remember, we have covered our callback hell problem in our previous lesson. Here you can see we have created same functions, helper functions, and we have invoke those functions right here. This is from our previous lesson. So in that we have a problem of callback hell. This is a callback hell, nested callbacks. It makes our code hard to read. So to solve this, we have promises. Let me show you. We can solve it with promise chaining. So let's chain our promises to solve callback hell problem. So first let's add a comment saying chaining promises, and let's first add our function fetch user. Let's invoke it. Let's add a user ID. Let's say user ID is 1. Then we can chain it with then. We have a callback. Let's say user. So we will get our user here. Let's add a comment to see our user. Let's say user fetched, and we can add our user here. Then we can return fetch user posts. So inside that we can add our user.id, because fetch user is asking for user ID here. So we will give the user ID to the fetch user post from our user. So it will be returned, and then we can chain it .then. We have a callback, let's say posts. So inside that we can add a function. Let's log it. Let's say posts fetched, and let's add posts here. So we will get our posts. Then we can return our last function fetch post comments. Inside that it's asking for post ID, so we will give him our posts ID. Let's say our first post ID. 0 is the index of the array, so we will get our first post ID. Then we can log our comments. Let's say .then, and we have a function, let's say comments, and then we can log our comments fetched, and let's see our comments here. And let's add a final log to say all data loaded with promises. So this solves the callback hell problem. You can see how much cleaner this is compared to our nested callbacks. If you see its result inside our console, you can see we have a user fetched from here. We got ID1, name Maruf. This is our user. These are our posts, one post, second post, and this is our comment, great post. So this is how you can chain promises to get the results in a cleaner way. Now let me show you how we can handle errors. Let's first comment it out. I've already shown you resolve promise, but I haven't shown you reject. So that reject is for handling errors. So let's add a comment here, error handling. So error handling in promises is done with .catch. So let's say using .catch method. Let's add a space, and then you can create an error promise equals to new promise constructor, and then we can get our resolve and reject, and inside that we can add a set timeout. We can add 1 second. Inside that we can reject new error. This is to create new error. This is the error constructor. Let's say something went wrong. So now let's use it. Let's say error promise .then. Let's say result. If we have any result, we can get this log. Let's say this is resolve, and we can chain it with catch. So if there's an error, or when reject promise calls, we will get this log here of error. Let's say error. Let's add a log. Inside that we can say error catch error dot message. So you can see we got our error caught something went wrong. This log, not this one, because we get our error. So that's why we are running our catch method callback. If we use resolve here, if there is no error, it will run our this log, but in this case this won't run. So this is how you can use catch to get errors. If you want, you can also get errors by catch if we call errors in .then. Let me show you that as well. Let's say let's say error in .then. Error in .then chain. Okay, and then we can say promise.resolve. Inside that we can add any data here. Let's say 10, and let's chain it with then value, and it will return our log. Let's say stake 1. We got our value. Set a comma. and we can have our throw new error. Let's throw an error inside our first .then chain. So we will immediately throw error and we will get .catch log. Let me show you that. Error in step 1 and then chain again 10 value. We have a log, and we can add anything, but this won't run. But this won't run. Let's comment these out for now, and let's add catch error. So this block will run because we have error here. Let's add log error catch and chain, and we have error dot message. Save this. Now you can see we have our step 1 10, which is this one. Then immediately we have thrown an error. So this chain will not run and it will skip this, and we will get our this one log with this message, because this is an error occurs inside our first chain. So we got error caught in chain, which is this one, and we got error in step 1, which is this message. We are getting it inside this log. So whenever we have any error, it will immediately runs our catch method or even the catch block. If you want, you can also use finally, which always runs whether there is an error or there's no error. Let's say finally, and you can say promise with finally, and we can create a new promise. So resolve. Let's say set timeout. Inside that we can resolve our operation completed, and we can add 1 second. First, let's comment it out. I hope you understood the error handling. Now let's use this promise with finally .then result our log here. We will get result comma result. We have .catch, which will get or catch any error. Let's say log error, and we have finally method, which will run always whether there is an error or there isn't any error. So let's add log finally block always runs. Save this. Now you can see we have result operation completed, which is our this log, because there is resolve, so our promise has been fulfilled. There is no rejection, so this block will run. We will skip that because there isn't any error, and we will run this log. This always run whether there is an error or there is no error. So you can see finally block always runs. If we add reject here, you can see, okay, wait, we have reject, and we can add here as well reject. See this. Now you can see error operation completed. We get our error because we have used our reject here, and this finally runs here as well. You can see finally block always runs whether there's a resolve or reject. So this is how you can use finally. Let's comment it out, and let me show you the concept of promise all. Promise.all. So promise.all waits for all promises to resolve or rejected if any promise rejects. Let me show you practically so you can understand much better. Let's say promise a equals to new promise. We have resolve. Inside that, you can add a set timeout. We have a function, let's say resolve promise a, and we have 1 second. So let's create 2 other promises as well. Let's copy this and paste it here. Let's say this is our promise b, and it will be resolved after 1 second and 500 milliseconds. And let's say we have a c promise, and then we can add a c here, then it will run after 2 seconds. And let's use our promise.all method, and inside that promise.all method we can add our variables here or functions here. Let's say promise a comma promise b comma promise c, and let's chain them with .then. We will get our result inside this. Let's say log all promises resolved comma results. Also results, not result, because we can have multiple results. Let's say catch. We have errors here. Log. We can add 1 promise rejected, because if any promise rejected, our whole for all promises will be rejected, and we will get our reject message, not .then message. And let's see our log. You can see we have all promises resolved. Our promise A, promise B, promise C, it is coming from here, here, and here, because there is no rejection. We have resolved this, we have resolved this, and we have resolved this as well. If I reject any of it, let's say reject this one, let's add a reject here, then we will get this log only. You can see one promise rejected, promise C, because if any of these functions or promises, any of this reject, all promises will be rejected. There is no A or B printed inside because promise C is rejected. So this is how this promise.all works. Let's add resolve back. So this is how promise.all works. It will wait for all promises to resolve. Let's comment it out and let me show you promise.race method. Let's add a comment, promise.race method. So the promise.race returns the first promise that settles whether resolved or rejected. Let me show you that as well. Let's say const fast promise. So we will get our first promise, whether it's rejected or resolved. You can say it's a race between the promises. So whichever runs first or fast, we will get that promise first, whether it's resolved or rejected. Let me create a promise. Let's say resolve, and we will have set timeout. Beside that we have resolve. Let's say this is fast promise. Let's say this promise will run fast than the others, so this will win and it will be printed inside our console. Let's say 500 milliseconds, and let's create another one. Let's copy this. I'm a bit lazy to type it out. Let's say slow promise, and resolve slow promise. This will lose, this lose, and we can add 2 seconds here. And now we will use these promises. Let's say promise.race, and we will add an array and use our promises. Let's say fast promise and our slow promise. So the fast promise will win and get printed inside our console. Let's say result. We have a function, we have log. Let's say race winner is this one, and let's save it. Let's see who wins. Fast promise wins because it runs first. If I add here 3 seconds, this will run. Slow promise will run. Slow promise loses because it's a message here, so let's say wins. Slow promise wins because it runs faster than this. So let's keep it this one. So this is how you can work with resolve promises with race method. Race method also works with rejection. Let me show you that as well. Let's comment it out, and let's say promise race method with rejection. Let's create a variable quick reject our new promise, resolve, reject, and set timeout. Inside that we can reject new error, quick rejection after 300 milliseconds. So this is quick rejection. It will win if it runs first. Let's create a slow rejection, and let's add a slow here. Slow, it will run after 1 second. So whatever runs first, that will be printed inside our console. Let's say race, and an array quick reject and slow reject. We can have .then, and our result, we have a function. Inside that we can add a log. Let's say this won't run because we use .then and we are having an error with reject promise. There's no resolve, so this will never run because we use .then. We should use .catch to get that promises because they both are for rejection. Let's add a log here, race rejection, and we have error.message. Save this. You can see we have race rejection, quick rejection, because this runs first, so we are getting that first inside our catch block. So that's it for this part. We have our final method, which is .all settled. Let me show you that final method as well. Promise.all settled method. So this is basically waits for all promises to settle, regardless of whether they resolve or rejected. So let me show you, let's say settled one equals to promise dot resolve. Let's say resolved one. Let's copy this and this is 2, this is 3, and let's make it reject. Let's add a new error, and inside this we can have a message 2 and reject did, and we have resolved 3. So let's use them. Promise dot all settled. We have an array because we will use all of these. Settled 1, settled 2, sorry, settled 2, settled 3, and we will chain them with dot then result, our function, our log, all settled. We have result, and inside this we can add a for each loop for each method, because these are the arrays. Sorry, result dot for each. So inside for each we have our callback, we have result and index. Let's make it results and results here. Okay, so we will have a function. Inside that we can add conditions. Let's say if result dot status equals to fulfilled, then run this log. Let's add promise. We have our index. Let's increment it 1, and let's add result dot value, and we have else log, same way, promise. We have our index and plus 1. Inside that we have result dot reason dot message. Okay, we have results here. Now you see all promise settled. So this all settled method will run when all promise will be settled, or we will get all promise results, then we will run that instantly. Basically this method all settled waits for all these promises to settled, whether it's rejected or resolved. So we get an array of response. We have status fulfilled, this will be status rejected with the reason this. We have fulfilled this third promise. We get our logs here. So this is how you can use promises. This is the best way to use or chain our functions. It is much cleaner than our callbacks. So that's it for today's lesson. You just learned about promises, a powerful way to handle asynchronous operations in JavaScript. Promises solve the callback hell problem by allowing us chaining operations cleanly. We can create promises, chain them with .then, handle errors with .catch, and use promise all. We use promise race for multiple operations. Promises have 3 states. I've already shown you: pending, fulfilled, and rejected. In today's lesson, we'll learn about async await, which is a cleaner way to work with promises, and the fetch API for making HTTP requests. So async await makes asynchronous code look like synchronous code, making it much easier to read and write. We'll also see real-world examples using the fetch API to get data from APIs, create posts, update data, and handle errors. This is essential for building modern web applications that interact with servers. Let's start coding. I have already set up our HTML file and connected my JavaScript file with it. So let's not waste time and work with our JavaScript. So first, let's start with the basics of async await. Basically, an async function always returns a promise. We mark a function as async using the async keyword. Let me show you by typing it. First, let's write a comment: async await basics. So first we will create a basic async function. So this is how we create async function. Async keyword, then function, then we can name anything here. Let's say greet. And this is how we create a function. This is the simple function, and this is an async function with the async keyword. And we will return our greet hello from async function. And now let's see our result by invoking it. Greet. Then we can say .then because it returned a promise. So we will get our results. If you don't know what is .then, you can check our previous lesson where we have covered all about this .then, .catch, etc. And here we will add our log to see our results. So let's say async function result and comma, we have misspelled result, and save it You can see inside our console we have our response async function result from here, and our result is hello from async function, which is coming from here because we are returning this message and we are getting it right here. And now let's use await inside an async function. Basically, await pauses execution until the promise resolves. Let me show you that as well. So first, let's comment this out, and let's say async await with promise. Let's create our async function. Let's name it fetch data, and let's create our promise. We have a promise constructor, and we will get our resolve here. If you don't know what are the promises, how we can create it or use it, what is this resolve, we have another parameter reject. So you can check it out our previous lesson where we have covered all of this. We have set timeout, and then we can resolve our promise with this message data fetched. Okay, and we have duration here. Let's say 1 second. 1000 milliseconds is equals to 1 second. We don't need this array brackets. And now to use it, or before using it, we can await this. Let's say const result equals to await. I've already told you await pauses execution until the promise is resolved. So we will await this promise, this one. Now let's log this to see its result. Let's say fetched data and our result, and we can return this result because async functions always return promises. This is a promise, right? And this is its result. And let's invoke it to see. Save it. Now you can see fetched data is data fetched. Fetched data is coming from here. Its result is data fetched. You notice how await makes the code look synchronized even though it's asynchronous. So that's it for this part. Let's move on to our second concept, which is converting promise chains to async await. Let's see how much cleaner async await is compared to promise chains. So first, let's create a helper function that return promises. Let me add a comment first. Let's say converting promises or promise chain to async await. Now let's create our helper function. Let's say function get user. You notice this is a simple function. This is not an async function. Get user ID, and we have return new promise, and we have resolve, and here we will add a set timeout. Inside that we can resolve our user data, which is ID. Inside our ID we will get our user ID from param, and our name, let's say name is Maruf, and we will resolve that after 1 second. This is our first helper function. Let's create another one. Function get user posts, and we will get our user ID, and then we can return new promise. We will resolve here, and here we will add a set timeout. Inside that we will resolve our posts, which will be an array because there are multiple posts. Let's say our first post ID is 1. I have a title, and title is post 1. We have user ID as well. Let's say user ID is user ID, and let's put ID 2 post 2. Okay, and we will resolve that after 1 second. So let's say 1 second. Save this. These are our two helper functions. And now let's compare promise chains with async await. So promise chain is an old way and async await is a new way. Let me show you both side by side. Let's say promise chain get user. Our ID is, let's say 1. Get user is a function. This one, we are invoking it right here, and we are passing the ID 1. And we say dot then we will have a callback function where we have a user, and then we have a log. Inside our log we will say user. This is a promise phase, so let's say a promise, and here we will get our user, and now we will return our get user posts, this function, and we will pass our user ID. Let's say user dot ID, and then we will come outside this function and we say dot then. Now we have a callback function. Inside this we have post, and we will add a log here to see our post. Let's say posts, and it's a promise phase, so let's add promise, and we have our post. So this is how we do with the promise chain. You can see our logs. We have user, this one is our user, these are our posts. So this is an old way to fetch the data with a promise chain. And now let me show you an async await way. It is much cleaner than this. Let's say async await, and let's put old way and new way. Let's say old way, and this is a new way. Okay, so now async function. This is how you create an async function. Let's create a function. Let's name it load user data, and we will create a variable, say user equals to await, and we will just put get user, and we will pass our ID. I spell it's const. Okay, and now we can log this. Let's say user. This is the async await way. So let's put async await, and we have our user. Simple. And if we want to get post, let's say post equals to await, and get user post function, and inside this we can just put our user ID here, and we will log it. And finally we will just return our user and our post, and let's invoke that function load user data, and this is how you do it with async await. You can see here is our data and here is our post. You see it's much cleaner than our promise chain. You see it looks like a regular code. It's much easier to read. This is a function. We store our data to a variable and just log it, and we will invoke our function here, our second function, and we just pass user ID from the same variable, and we log this, and we just return those both variables. Simple. So this is the difference between promise chain way and our new way async. So let's comment this out, and let's move on to our next topic, which is error handling. So in async await, we use try catch blocks, just like synchronous code. Let me show you that as well. Let's add error handling. Now to handle errors in async functions, we use try catch. Let's say using try catch methods or blocks. Let's create our function, async function. Let's name it fetch with errors, and let's add try. So inside our try we can have our result. If we have any error, we will get that inside our catch, which will have a parameter error, and we will pass those errors. Let's say error log here, and whichever error we get, we will catch it right here. Let's say error catch, and we will get our parameter error and its message. So whatever error we get, we will log this to see which error we got. And if there is no error, this try block will run. Let's say const. Let's create a promise. We can create a new promise constructor. Inside that we have two parameters, resolve and reject. And let's add a set timeout, and it will run after 1 second. And we will reject, and we can create an error. Let's say new error. Let's say something went wrong. This is an error we created just now to run this. See this catch block. Now we can say const result. If there is no error, we will get our results. Let's say await promise, and let's log this fetch result. This won't run, so we will not see it. Save this. Now you will see after 1 second we will have an error. Okay, so first let's invoke this to see it's running. Now you see we have error caught, something went wrong, because here we throw an error. That's why we didn't get this block and this block. We immediately get our error, so it will skip all of these and shift to catch block to catch that error. Let me show you another example with error handling. Let's say async function. Let's divide numbers. Let's say divide numbers, and there is a and b. So we put condition. Let's say if b equals 0, then throw new error that cannot divide by 0. If b is not 0, then just return a divided by b. Let's create another function, and we will put the name calculator, and we will put our param here. We don't need any param right now, and we will use try catch to catch if there is any error. Because obviously it will throw error if b will throw error if b is equals to 0. So we will get our catch block right here if b is equals to 0. So now inside our try we can add const result await, and let's invoke our function divide numbers. Inside our parameters we have a. Let's make it 10, and let's make this b 0. Okay, we forgot equals to sign, and let's right now make it 2 so we do not get any error. Let's log catalog, and let's say division result, and we will have our result here, and inside our catch block we will catch our error here, error.map. And now if I invoke this function, save this, you can see we have our results from here. We didn't have any error, that's why we are not seeing this console anywhere. This one is coming from this previous function. Let's comment it out so we do not see disturbance. Now you see we have only this console which is coming from try block because there is no error. If I make this b 0, we will immediately throw an error because we put condition here that if b is equals to 0, we will throw an error cannot divide by 0. So we can see we have error caught cannot divide by 0 error. So that's it. This is how you can handle errors inside async await functions. Now let's move on to our next topic, which is fetch API v6. So the fetch API is a modern way to make HTTP requests. It returns a promise, so it works perfectly with async await. So let me show you the basic with the basic get request. Let me add a comment here, basic get a request. So let's create a async function here. Function, let's say fetch example, and inside that we can add a try catch block, and we can add a variable const response equals await, and we have a method called fetch. This fetch is used to fetch our APIs in frontend. So let's fetch some data from an API. Let's use a public API. We will use our this API. This is public, free to use. This is just for demo. We will use get method. So this is our API, and let's see the data from it. Let's say fetch and our API, and let's get its post. If you want to get any particular post, you can see this is the URL you need to copy and paste here. This is the API URL, and this is the data. These APIs are created with backend, so we will fetch the data inside this API. So to get the first post, you just need to add /1 its ID. Let's say /1, or you can also add here /1. You can see we have first post. Let's see its data. Now we have fetched the data. Data is inside our response variable. So let's say const data equals to await response.json, because we need to get the JSON of this API, because you can see this data is an object, so we must convert this object into a JSON format. This is how you can convert our data in our JSON format. Now it's JSON formatted, so we just need to log our data right here, which fetch post, and let's put our data here. And if we get any error, we will have fetch error and error.message. Let's invoke it to see its result, fetch example, and save it. Now you see we have our post fetched and our data here. So this is how you can fetch any API with the get method, because by default this fetch uses the get method to get the data. We have multiple methods to get, to post, to update, and to delete, which is get, post, update, or patch, put. These both are used to update the data, and we have final delete, just to delete the data. Right now we are using our get method. We don't need to pass it manually because the get method is the default method for the fetch, so that's why I'm not adding it to its second parameter. Now let me show you the fetch with error to see if we get any error. Let's say fetch with error checking. Let's create our async function here. Let's say fetch with status check. Inside that we can add try catch block. Inside our catch we will get our error. Let's say error message. Inside our try we can fetch the same API, response equals to await, and fetch. Inside that we can fetch our same API, let's just one, but let's fetch the whole data, not only the one. So we can put the condition if response dot okay. So we will always check if response is okay before using the data. If response is not okay, we just throw an error. Throw the error. Let's put a error here. Let's say HTTP error status is let's say our response dot status, and we will add data equals await a response dot JSON. Okay. And now we can add a log to get our data with status, so status check, and we have our data. Save this and let's invoke it. Fetch with status check. Now you can see we have our whole data here. We have just fetched this API. Let's put here to see its result. You can see we have our 100 response. This data is right. This is how you can fetch data with get method. Right now the response is okay, that's why we are getting right here. If the response is not okay, we will throw an error. We will not see any data. So this is it for basic get API request. Let me show you another example. First let's comment it out. Let me show you by fetching a single user. Let's say fetch single user, and we can add a function here. It's an async function fetch user. Inside that we can add a try catch block, and we will have a log here to get any error. Let's say error fetching user, and we will have error message, and you throw an error here, throw error, and we have an pass error here. Let's say error. And now we can create a variable called response equals await, and we will fetch our API. Let's say we can use the same API, but let's fetch let's see, we have a users. Come here, we use users, so copy this, paste it right here. Now we will fetch user. We will fetch a single user, so let's add slash our $sign curly braces. We forgot to tactics here, or template literals, because we are using our data inside a string, so we will get a dynamic ID here. Save this. Now we will check if response is not okay. Then we just throw new error, and let's say failed to fetch user. And let's, if there is no error or a response is okay, so we will take user, and we will get our user by await response dot JSON, and this is how we will get our user here. And let's log this to see our user, and we will have user here. Save this. We haven't passed our user ID items because we will get our user ID on here, and we are good to go. Let's invoke that user, and let's add user ID. Let's put 2. We are getting this Erwin Howell. Let's put its ID. It's 2 here, and let's save it and see our console have its data. You can see its name is Erwin Howell, its phone number, user, and website. This is how you can target any user and fetch its data. Let's say 1. Now we will get this Leanne Graham. Let's see, we have Leanne Graham right here. So this is how you can fetch single user. If you want, you can fetch multiple users as well. Let me show you that as well. Let's say fetch multiple users. Let's create an async function. Fetch multiple users. Inside we will say try catch. We have our log here. We put error. We have a colon, comma, error dot message. And inside our try, we can have multiple user IDs. So let's say const user IDs. So multiple user IDs will be inside an array. Let's say 1. This is our first user ID. Let's say 2 and 3. These are our user IDs. Let's say const promises equals user IDs dot map. We will map those IDs to get 1 by 1. We have already covered this map method inside our previous lessons. You can check it out as well. Let's get each ID and fetch that data of that user. So we will put our API here. Let's copy this, and we can have our ID here of the user. So ID. Okay, it's $sign. Now we can say .then, because it's a promise. We will get its result. Let's say it's a response. It's a res and response.json. Save this. Now we can say user. The users equals await. We can use promise.all because we want to get all results at once. So we have our promises. Now we can add a log here. Let's say multiple users, and we have our users here. Now let's return those users. Save this, and we need to invoke this function to get the results. Save this. Now you can see we have 3 users with ID 1, ID 2, and ID 3, and they are all saved. See, we have our 3 users. First one is this one, this one. So this is how you can fetch multiple users. And if you want, you can also fetch any user with query parameters. These are the query parameter. Let me show you. Let's say let's go to posts. Inside our post we have user. So basically this is how query parameter look like, with a question mark, and let's say user ID equals to any user ID. Let's say let me see this. So port 1, enter. This is how you can get any user ID. On that ID basis we can get its data. Let me show you practically so you understand much better. Let's say fetch with query parameters. Let's create a async function, and let's put fetch posts by user. Let's put a user ID here, and let's add a try catch block. Inside our catch we will have our error if have any. Error dot message. Inside our try we can have our response equals await the fetch. Inside that we can add our API here. Let's make that ID dynamic, so say user ID from our parameter. Now if we say posts equals await response.json, and then we can add our log to see its data post by user, or let's put its ID. Let's make it a say user ID. Now if we see inside our console, let me out. Now you can see we have no console to show. Why? Because we haven't invoked our function. Inside there we can add an ID, let's say 1. Now you can see we have posts by user 1, which are these posts. These all posts are from user 1. If I put it right here, let's say user 1, you can see user ID is 1 and this is its data. All are from user 1. If you want to see user 2 posts, let's put 2 here, and you see it's post. Let's put 2 here. See, post from user 2. So this is how you can also get data from any API with the query parameter. So that's it for get method, how you can get data. We have post method as well to create data. We use post request with a body. Let me show you practically so you understand much better. Let's say fetch API with a post request. Now let's async function here, and let's name it create post. Inside that we can have our title, our body, so body, and our user ID, because we are creating a user chat. All of these things if you want. Let's add a log inside our catch. That's a error creating post. Let's say error dot message, and we will throw error. Now inside our try we can have response equals await. We will use same way fetch. Inside that we can have our API here. Let's make an API. Let's make it posts, and let's create post with post method. So inside our fetch we have 2 parameters. One is our API, and second one is we have options. We have first option is method. So which method is it? It's post method, and these were get method. I haven't put that inside these method because the get method is the default one, so we don't have to add the get, but we must use post if we are creating data. So we have a second property or option called headers. So we will put headers here. Basically our header is an object. We always set these for the request headers, content type, and application / JSON. We have headers, and then we have our body JSON.stringify, and inside our object we have our title. We are creating its title. Title will be coming from parameter, and we have our body. So body will be coming from parameter as well, and our user ID is also coming from our parameter. So this JSON.stringify is basically to convert any JavaScript value to a JSON format. So this is basically the purpose of this stringify. We have already covered it in previous lessons. So these are the options we need to pass. These headers, we always pass these headers when creating or updating, leading data. And now after this, we will add a condition. If response is not okay, then we just throw new error. Let's say failed to create post. If there is no error or response is okay, let's say new post equals await response.json to get that data, and our log, let's say new post created. Okay, now we will return because it's a promise, so we will return a post. Save this. Now let's invoke this function create post, and inside our first parameter we have title. Let's say add a title my first post, or new post, let's say my new post. And inside our second parameter we have a body. So inside our body we will say this is the body of my post, and we have our ID, let's say 1. So user 1 have a new post. Let's see or inside console you can see we have created a new post. Its body is here and have its ID, and we have its user ID. So user 1 have created a new post. Its title my new post. This is how you can create any data. You can see this is how you create any data with post request. So I think that's it for this post request. We will go in the details in any other time or any other video. Let's move on to our put and patch request. Fetch API for our puts and patch requests. Basically put replaces the entire resource, but patch updates only specified fields. Both are used for updating any data. So let's update our post or our this data. We'll comment it, and let's come here. Let's create our function. Let's say update post. So we will use put here. So let's say update a post with put request. So it's using put. Put is basically replaces the entire resource. So we will pass post ID here. We will have our title. We will have our body. Let's add a try catch. Inside our catch, we will have our error here. Error.message. Inside our try, we can have a response equals await fetch, and we will have our API here. Whichever post request or created API or any data or any post you want to update, you can just add it right here. Let's say our post, and let's put our post ID or parameters. Okay, inside our second argument, we have an object. We have method. We will use put request. We have headers. Okay, content type application / JSON. These are our headers. Body. Inside our body, you can just JSON stringify, and let's stringify our ID, which is our post ID, comma our title. Title will be coming from our parameter as well. Our body will also come from our parameter, and finally we have a user ID. Let's make it 1. Save this. Now come outside this here, and we will put const update or updated post equals await response.json. Let's see our updated post data here. Updated post with put. Let's say put with put, and let's return it. Update post. Now let's invoke this update post function. Inside this we have our post ID. Let's make it 1. So I change post ID 1. We can also change title. Let's make the title, let's say updated title. Okay, and our finally we have body. So inside our body we can add updated body. Save this. Now you see we have our updated data here. Body is updated body, its title is updated title, and it's used. So the whole document is updated, the whole data. It replaces the whole data. Put request. We have patch, updates only specified field, not the whole data or body. So this is how you can update any data. Just updated the post here. Now let me show you how we use patch. Let's update with patch. Let's say update the post or post using patch. So we will create a function here, async function, patch post. So we will have a post ID here, and we have updates. Let's add a try catch block, and inside of a catch we have log. We can add error here, and error.message. Inside of a try, you can have our response equals await fetch our data here. Let's use the same API. Let's remove one backtick. Now we will use a method. We have patch. We have headers. Inside our headers, we have content type application JSON. We have our body. Inside our body, we can say JSON.stringify. Make our JSON stringify, and we will have our updates here. Now let's get our data. Patch post equals await response.json. And now just log this data. Patched post, and let's return. Now let's invoke that patch post function. We will have post ID. Let's make it 1, and we will have our updates. So this patch updates a particular field, not the whole or all fields. So we will just update our title. Let's say new title only. Save this. You can see we have updated our title only. The rest of these remain the same. So this is how you work with patch, put, post. Patch and put are to update the data, and post is to create, and I've already shown you get. There's one more, which is delete request, which is to delete any data. So let's comment these out. And let me show you how we can create fetch request with delete method. So we will add a comment fetch API with delete request, and now let's create an async function. We have delete post. We will have only the post ID to delete. We don't need anything else. We have try, we have catch. Inside our catch we have log. Inside our log we have error message. Inside our try we can have our response here equals await fetch, Inside that we can have our API. Let's copy this again. Sorry, let's paste it right here, our post, and let's delete any particular post. Let's say post ID, and we have a method. We don't need to pass anything else, we just add a method delete. Now let's put a condition. If response is okay, then just log the post which is deleted, and let's return true. So it returns a boolean if it's deleted or not, true or false. Or else, if the response is not okay, then just throw an error. So this catch block will catch it. And we invoke it, and let's put one ID. So the post ID is 1. We will delete our one post. Now you see post 1 is deleted successfully. This is how you create a delete request. If we have a real API, you can see live it will be deleted. But right now it's a dummy, we can't see it. So I have shown you all our requests. So that's it for today's lesson. You just learned about async await and the fetch API. These both are two essential tools for modern JavaScript development. I almost use async functions everywhere when fetching data. We don't use promises chaining anywhere anymore. It's not a good practice because async await makes asynchronous code look synchronized or synchronous, making it much easier to read and maintain. So the fetch API is the modern way to make HTTP requests. We see a delete, put, patch, post, get. We can fetch data sequentially or in parallel, handling errors with try, catch, and build real-world applications. In today's lesson, we'll dive deeper into the fetch API and learn how to work with REST endpoints. REST stands for Representational State Transfer. It's a standard way to design web APIs. We'll learn about HTTP methods, status codes, query parameters, headers, authentication, and build a complete API client. This knowledge is essential for building applications that communicate with servers. Let's start coding. I've already created our HTML file and linked our JavaScript file with it. So let's not waste time and write our JavaScript code. Let's start by creating a REST API client. First, we'll define a base URL. Let's add a comment. Base URL for JSON placeholder API. So this is our JSON placeholder API, which we have already used in our previous lesson. You can check that out. We have already covered our basics of fetch API and async await. Now let's create a variable const API base underscore URL, and we will put our API here. So just copy this and paste it right here. This is our base URL. Now let's create functions for each HTTP method, starting with get. So basically get retrieves data. Let's create a function to get all posts. First, let's add a comment. Get retrieves all resources. Now we create an async function. Get all posts. We add a try catch block. Const response await fetch. Here we will put tactics, and we will first use our base URL, API base URL, then slash posts, because we have all the posts in that slash post route. Posts. I spell posts. Okay, you can see these are our posts which we'll fetch. Now we put a condition. If response is not okay, then just throw new error, and the error will be HTTP error status, or status code will go here, response.status. If there is no error, response is okay, then we will await response.json, and then we will log all our posts, all posts. And here we will get our inside catch block. We will catch errors. Here error fetching post, error dot message. We will get error message here, and we will throw error. Save this. So this is our function to retrieve all resources. Now let's create another function to retrieve a single resource by post ID. So let's add a comment first. Get retrieve single resource by ID. Let's create an async function. Here get post by ID, and inside our params we will get our ID. We'll add try catch block. Const response equals await fetch Then again we have our base URL, then slash post. We will get a single post, so we will put ID after slash. The ID will be dynamic, so ID will come from our param. And then if response is not okay, then we will throw new error, http error status code is response dot status and here if response is okay, then await response dot JSON and then just log our post. We'll say post ID, here are our, and we will return that post, and inside our catch we will log error fetching post, this post ID, then our error message, and we will throw our error. So these are two functions for our get HTTP method to retrieve our data. Now let's create functions for our post request. So post creates new resources. Let's create a function to create a new post. Let's add a comment first. Post create new resource, create an async function, create post, and here we will get our post data. Inside try catch, inside our catch we will add a log saying error creating post, error message, and we will throw our error. And inside our try we will see response, await fetch our API base URL and post. Inside our second parameter of fetch we will pass our method is post. We have headers will be content type and it will be application /JSON, and inside our body we have JSON.stringify our post data. We will pass our post data as a JSON string to the body. Now if response is not okay, then throw new error http error status, here have backticks, response dot status. If response is okay, then const new post, await response dot JSON, and we will log our created post, new post, and we will return new post. Save this. So this function is for our post request. Now let's create functions for our put and patch requests. So put replaces the entire resource and patch updates only specified fields. Let's start by updating entire resource with put. Let's add a comment, put update entire resource, using function update post. We will have ID and our post data which we need to update, and our try catch block. Inside catch we will have a log which says error updating post ID and error dot message, and here we will throw our error. Inside try we will response await fetch backticks our API base URL, our posts, and the post ID which we need to update, and we will pass options here, method, and method is not post but put. Our headers will be content type, and content type is JSON, so we say application /JSON, and inside our body we say JSON stringify our post data. Now again, if response is not okay, response response is not okay, then throw new error. Error will be HTTP error status response dot status. Here const updated post equals await response dot JSON log updated post ID updated post, and we will return updated post. Sorry, updated post. Let's organize a little bit. Okay, so this is for our put request. Now let's create a function for our patch request where we will update any resource partially. So let's come here, add a comment, patch partial update async function patch post, and we will have ID and our updates. We will add try catch. Inside of a catch, we will have a log. Inside of a log, we will have a message error catching post, this post, and the error message is error.message, and we will throw error. Inside, we should have error. Now, inside our try, we will have const response equals await fetch, and our API base URL, API base URL slash posts, its ID, and we have options method will be patch. Our headers will be content type is application JSON, and body will be JSON.stringify updates. Now again, we should put condition if response is not okay, then throw new error. We have error constructor. Inside we have HTTP error status response.status const patch post equals await response.json. Add a log. Inside of a log we have patched post, its ID, error message, sorry, not error message but patched post, and we will return our patched post. Save this. So these are for updating our document. Now let's create our final function, which is delete. So delete method removes resources. Let's add a comment, delete, which remove resource async function delete post ID, and try catch. We will catch our let's say not log, but let's say error, console.error, error deleting post ID, error message, and we will throw error. Inside our try we have response equals await, so response await fetch our API base URL posts, our ID, our options method, side method we have delete. That's enough to pass only method for delete. Now let's add a condition, response is not okay, so response, and throw new error HTTP error status response response.status log post ID deleted successfully, and we will return true. So that's it. We have created our all functions for each HTTP method. Now let me show you how you can use query parameters and filtering. So query parameters allows us to filter and paginate data. So let's first add a comment. Query parameters and filtering. So let's start by filter with user ID. So let's add a comment. Filter by query parameter, and we will have a function, async function. We will get posts by user, and we will get our user ID from our parameters. And try catch. Inside try we have const response equals await fetch, and here we will pass our API base URL. Then we have our posts, and we will filter our user ID by our query parameters. So after posts we will add a question mark, and we will say user ID equals our user ID from our parameter. So with that, user fetch all posts of this user ID, which we will pass inside our arguments when we invoke this function. So this is how you can filter posts with user ID. And we will add a condition if response is not okay, response not response, we will throw new error, let's say failed to fetch, and we will get our posts await response .json, and we will add a log posts by user with this user ID and his post, and we will return posts, add a log inside, a catch, error dot message, and throw that error. Save this. So this is a function you can create like this to filter any post by user ID. If I come here, if we come here, and you can see this is our API base URL, then slash posts here, then if I put question mark and user ID here, and then equals to, I put any ID of user here, I will see the posts of that user only. If I put, let's say user ID is 4, enter, you can see we have all the posts of user 4, user ID 4. So these are all posts for user whose ID is 4. If I put 3 here, I will see user ID 3 and his posts. So this is how you can filter any post with the user ID. Now let me show you with multiple query parameters. We create a function, async function, then I can say get filtered posts, and inside our parameter we can have multiple parameters, let's say user ID, and we can define any limit to limit the post. Like in here we are seeing 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. We are seeing 10 posts. If I want to limit these, I can come here and I can add another query parameters after that. Let's say I want to limit it to 5. So what I will do is I will add an and sign, and then I will add limit equals, let's say I want to limit it to 4. Enter. Oh sorry, I have to add an underscore, then enter. You can see I'm seeing only 4 posts now. So that's how you can limit any posts as well with extended query parameter. So let's add a limit. Let's say we add a limit of 10 to see all posts, or 10 posts. Inside try you can have const response equals await fetch. So fetch. Oh my god, I always make mistakes in this response. Okay, now add API base URL, then posts, then we have a user ID. So user ID will be our user ID. Then we can have and sign underscore limit. So our limit is from our parameter, whatever limit we pass here, we will get that. And if the response is not okay, and throw new error. So the error is failed to fetch. It's a one line, so I can do it like this as well. Let's just remove that curly braces and put that like, if you add a multi-line code, you should add a block here. Now let's say posts equals await response dot JSON, and log, we will log our filtered posts, and our posts, we will return our post. and inside our catch we will add a log. Let's say error, and the error is error.message. We will throw error. Save this. So this is the function you can create to limit anything. Let's add a comment as well. Multiple query parameters. So that's it for this part. Now let's move on to HTTP status codes. Let's add a comment, HTTP status codes. So HTTP status codes tells us if a request was successful or not. There are multiple status codes. Let me show you them. So let's create a handler for our status codes to show you how you can create or handle status codes. Let's say handle different status codes, and let's create a function handle status codes. Inside that we have our first status, which is 200, which is okay. So okay means success. Let's add a success here. So let's add a try catch block here. Response equals await fetch. We can fetch API base URL. Then our posts. Let's fetch one post, and let's add a log. Here you will see status, our response.status, and response.status text. And we will add a condition. If response is okay, then show us the data, response.json, and add a log which will say success, because 200 code used for success data. We have error. Okay, we should wrap it here. So if response is okay, means response is 200, then we will see our data inside our console. Inside catch we can just add a log and say error and error message. If you want to see the response inside our consoles, you can just invoke those functions. I'm just creating it so you would know that this is how you can create functions with multiple query parameters, filter, and how to remove resource, update resource, create, etc. If you want to see its response, you can just call it or invoke it right after or right anywhere. I'm not invoking every single function because I have already taught you these in our previous lessons, so I don't want to teach you same thing again and again. If you want to see its response, you can just invoke it right here like this, handle status codes, and this is how you can invoke, and we will get our status 200, which is coming from here, status 200 and status 200 and our data. So let me not show you the response, and this is for status 200. Now let's add 201. It is used for create a document or any post or anything to create. So status 201 is for created. If something is created, we will see status 200. Like for post requests, we can see 201, and for get request we will see 200 if it's successful. So let's add a try catch. Inside that we can have const response equals await fetch, and then our API base URL and our posts. Here we will add a method post and headers. Inside content type, application JSON, and we have body JSON.stringify, and let's put in data here. Title will be test. We have a body. Let's say body will be test as well, and let's add any ID here. Let's say user ID is 1. So this is the post we created, and if we see the status, you can see right here. Let's copy it and paste it right here. Let's format our code. Okay, now we can put condition here. Let's say if response.status is equals to 201, then we just add a data await response JSON, and we will have a log here which says created 201 data. and inside of a catch we will have a log which says error dot message. So this is for get and this is for post. This 201 is for created. Let me show you the final one, which is 404, and that means not found. If document is not found or any page or anything is not found, we can see 404 status. Let's see the example. Try catch const response equal await catch. We will have API base URL and posts. And let's say if the post is 9999999. Okay, so this post doesn't exist. So if I come here and if I say posts and then say 9999999 enter, we will see there is no post right here. And if we see the status headers, you can see we get 404, which is not found because there is no document with this ID. If we add 2, you will see we have status code 200, which is okay. It means we found that. And if you create anything, you will see 201 status. So let's create a log. Let's not waste our time and just copy paste here, because now you know the concept of these. I don't want to write it again and again, same thing. Here you will just add a console and it will say not found 404. You can just invoke that function and you can see the results. I don't want to invoke everything because I have taught you how to invoke, how to create functions. I'm just showing you how you can create the functions with these concepts. Now if you want, you can also create a function which handle your response, or you can say a status code handler. You just create a function handle response and you can just pass any response here, and you will see you can add checks to see the result of that response or the message or anything. Let's suppose we say if response status is greater than or equals to 200 and response status is less than 300. If these both conditions are true, let's return response.gc. If you want to add multiple conditions, you can say else if response status equals 404, then just throw new error, and inside that you can say resource not found. You can add multiple checks as much as you want. Let me add it right here. Let's make it 400. So 400 is for bad request. Let's add a message bad requests, and we have 401, which is for unauthorized. Let's add a message here, unauthorized. We have 403 as well, which is for forbidden. Let's say forbidden. We have 500, which is for server error. Let's say server error. You can add many checks here to see the results. If you want to see how many status codes are there, you can just Google it, status codes list, and you will see all the list of the status code. Just enter the first website and you can see there are multiple codes. This is 100 for continue, switch protocol processing, 103 is for early hand, 200 for okay, created, accepted, non-authorized, and many more. There are tons of status codes available on internet. You can check it out. If you want to do any modification, you can do that. Let's say in here I will save status response status is greater than or equals to 500 and server error, and else we will throw new error, and we can pass http error status, and we can just add response dot status. So that's it for this part. I hope you understood all the status codes and how you can see it or define it. Now let me show you the concepts of headers and authentication. So we have custom headers as well. So basically custom headers allow us to send additional information with requests. Let me show you that. Let's first add a comment, headers and authentications, and let's first start with custom headers. So create a function fetch with custom headers. Inside we can have try catch, const response await fetch. We can have API base URL, then we can have posts and ID, and then inside our option, you remember we were passing headers like this, headers, and then we have content type, and we passed application JSON. So here we have multiple headers. Let's say we have other headers as well. We can pass custom headers. Let's suppose we have X custom header, and its value is my value. Let's say any value here, and then let's suppose we have another custom header which is any request. Let's say X request ID, and let's suppose its ID is this. This is just for passing additional information when you are requesting anything with any method. So this is only the purpose of these headers. These are just to send additional information. If you come here, you can get our data here, await response.json, and you can have log. You can get data with custom headers. If you want, you can also see response headers inside our console. Let's say response headers. You can say response.headers. So you will see all the headers inside our console when you invoke the function, and you will just return the data to see the data when you are invoking it. Let's add a log inside our catch error is error.message. So this is how you can get custom headers or send any additional information with the request. Any request, this is the get request. We can also authenticate user with our bearer token, which we pass inside our headers as well. Let me show you that as well. Let's add a comment, authentication with bearer token, create a function, and we will have fetch with auth. Inside we can have token, and we can have try catch, side try. I'm just showing you how you can pass the data with headers. We will see practically when we will be building our projects after that course. I'm just showing you the overview of these headers for now. Let's add API base URL, posts one. Let's say we have headers. Inside our headers we have property called authorization, and inside we can pass our bearer and our token. We can have content type as well. It will be application JSON. So this is how you can authorize any user with the token. This is mostly used in our application. You will see when we will building our projects. Let's say data equals await response dot JSON, and add a log here. Say data with auth, and you can have a data here, and you can just return that data. Inside catch you can have a log, error, and error message. So this is how you can fetch any data with a user token or any token. This is the function. You can work with it by creating it like I created it. You can invoke, you can play with it to understand more. We have another way to authenticate user with API key. Let me show you that as well. Let's add API key authentication. Let's add a async function and fetch with API key, and we will have API key here. We have try catch, const response equals await fetch. We will have API base URL, our post ID, and then we have headers. We can add multiple headers. Let's say we have an API key authentication method. Let's say X, any API key, PI key, and we can just pass our API key here to authenticate any user. And content type, we will have application JSON if it's a JSON data, and you can just await response .json, and we can add a log here, data with API key, and our data here, and we will return that data. We will add a log, error, and our error message. Save this. So this is the function. You can pass API key to authenticate any user with the headers. So that's it for this part. I hope you understood a little bit about custom headers and authentications. If you haven't understood it yet, don't worry, we will cover it when we will be building our projects in upcoming lessons. Now, before wrapping up, let me show you how you can build a complete reusable API client class. Just for your understanding, let's add a comment, complete API client. So to create a client, we will add a class constructor, API client. You can name it anything. I'm just naming it API client for now. We have an object. You can pass a constructor here. Inside our constructor, we can have our base URL. Let's have a URL. Then we can say this dot base URL. If you don't know what is this keyword, you can check it out our previous lessons where we have covered all of about this. Equals base URL. Then we have this dot default headers. Basically, this refers to the parent function. So these all data will be coming from our parent function, which is this one, this class. Equals, we can say content type application JSON. So this is our constructor. Outside this, we can set any default headers. To set that, we will just add a comment here, default headers. So this is how you can set default headers, and we have a key, and we have a value. Inside that, we can just say this default header, and we will have key inside an array and its value. So this is how you can set default headers. You can also set authentication token as well. Let's say set authentication token. Let's say set auth token. We have a token here, and again we set this dot set header. Inside these headers, we can have our key. Let's say key is authorization, and its value is our bearer token. So this dot set header, we are calling this header from this first refers to the parent, and inside that parent we have dot set headers, which we are calling here inside our parameters, or in this case it's argument. So first we pass key authorization, which goes here, and our bearer token as a value, which go here, and we are getting them inside this block of code. So this is how you set authentication token, and then you can create a generic request method. It's a bit complex, but if you have checked our previous lessons and you have learned how spread operator, rest operators works, then it's easy for you to understand that. So first let's add a comment, generic request method. Generic means same. So I'm creating this because we don't want to create same thing again and again. We just pass our method and we will get our results or our data. So we say async request. Inside that we can have our endpoints, and we will have our options, which will be an object. By default it's an empty object, and we can have const URL. So URL will be equals to any URL. Let's say this dot base URL, and its endpoint. Let's say endpoint, and then we can have config. Let's say config, which is an object. Inside an object you can add a rest operator options, and then we have headers, and it's an object as well. You can add spread operator, this dot default headers, and then spread operator again, and options dot headers. We will get headers here, and after this config you can add a try catch block. Inside try you can add a response equal, you can fetch that URL with those options like headers or authorization or any headers or method or body. We will get all of these dynamically. If response is not okay, then read an error message, let's say it's an HTTP, and we will get response dot status colon, sorry, not here, but after that you can have response dot status text if there is any, and inside that you can nest any try catch as well. Let's say, let me add a try catch here as well. Let's say const error data equals await response dot JSON. So error data, we will store that error data inside our error message equals error data dot message, and our error message here, and let's keep it empty because we will not have any catch because response is not JSON. It's a response is not JSON, and we will throw that error. So we can create new error first, an error message, and then after, if response is okay, then we can handle empty responses. If the response is empty, you can handle it by const content type or type equals response dot headers dot get, and then get our content type. And you can put condition as well. Let's add a comment first. Handle empty responses, and you can put condition here if content type and content type includes application slash JSON, then inside that, if it's true, then we will return await response dot JSON, and if it's false, then just return await response dot JSON. If the response is empty, we will return it, and we can return as text if response is empty. And inside catch we will have if error dot name. Let's say if error is a type error, let's say error equals to type error, and error message, if it includes the fetch, then just throw error, throw new error, and the error will be network error, and let's just say check your internet or internet connection, and just throw that error, throw error. Save this, let's format it, and finally we have created our generic request method. This is how you can create it, and you can now add any method to get, to post, to put, patch, or delete with a minimal code because we have created a generic request. Let me show you that how to create it. Get request, let's say async if it's a get, and we will have endpoint here, and we will have param here. Param will be an empty object, and inside that we can have const query string, and it will be an object dot keys. So inside that we can pass our param, or let's say params because there can be multiple, and after that we can map it dot map. We can map each key with our encoded, let's say encoded URI component. This is a component to encode any key. Let's say key equals $ encoded URI component again, and with our params. In params we can have array and key. So this is how you can create a query string, and you can join them. So join, not JSON but join, and we can have join with end. So multiple query parameters will be joined with end sign, so it can be triggered properly with no error. Now we can have const URL equals query string. If it's true, then we have our endpoint, and we have our first query string. If it's not true, then just get me an endpoint, and you can just return this dot request, our generic method, and inside our request we can pass our URL and our method. Let's say this is a get method. So instead of using fetch and passing options again and again, we just created a generic request method right here, and we are just passing our URL which we have created right here, and a method get. Same way you can do it with post, put, patch, delete, like this. Let me copy this, paste it right here, just change it to post endpoint, and just change it to data, and you can just remove this and you can just return this dot request, and you can have endpoint here, and inside options we can have method is post, and another option will be a body because it's a post request, so we will be creating any data, so stringify our data. So that's it. This is how you just created another request. Same way you can do it with put, patch, delete. Let me create it for you. I've created for patch request, just change to patch and delete method, and this is for put. And this is how you can create or build a complete reusable API client class. If you want to create API client instance, you can just say const API client equals new API client, and then pass our API base URL. To use it, you can create another function to use the client. Let me just copy paste it for you. You can see this is how you can use the client. You just create a function, try catch. Inside try, you can get all posts. We use API client, this one, and we get our posts and our limit. We are getting all posts inside our console. We get single posts. We created a post. We can date like this. You can see this is much more cleaner and dynamic than doing all stuff again and again, making large code. This is so simple to read and understand. So that's it for today's lesson. You just learned about working with REST endpoints using the fetch API. REST APIs use standard HTTP methods: get to retrieve, post to create, put to replace, patch to update partially, and delete to remove. And we have seen query parameters that allows filtering and pagination. We see HTTP status codes, which tells us if requests succeeded. We see headers, which can include authentication tokens, API keys, and custom metadata. We build complete reusable API client class that handles all CRUD operations right here. In today's lesson, we'll learn about JavaScript modules, how to organize code into separate files using import and export. Modules helps us write maintainable, reusable code by splitting functionality into logical pieces. We'll cover named exports, default exports, mixed exports, different import patterns, and best practices for project structure. This is essential knowledge for building larger applications. Let's start coding. I've already created our index.html file, and I have added our script.js file with the HTML. The important thing here is this type attribute. So this type equals module is required to use ES6 modules in the browser. So without type equals module, imports and exports won't work. So it is important to add that attribute to your script tag. So let's create our first module. I'll make a folder called modules, and inside it a file called utils.js. So first let's learn about named exports. So named exports allows us to export multiple items from a single file. We use the export keyword before each item. For example, first let's add a comment, named exports. Let's create a variable const pi, and the value of pi is 3.14159. Now, to make it a named export, we can just add a keyword export here. So the export keyword makes this constant available to other file. Like we export this variable from this file, and to use that, we will import that to another file where we want to use this variable. Let's add other named export. Let's say export const e equals 2.71828. So this is another named export. Now let's export some functions. Let's say export function. Let's say add a comma b. Inside that we can return a plus b. So you notice I have added export before the function. Let's add another function, export function subtract a comma b and return a minus b. This is another export function. Let's export multiplication function. Export function, let's say multiply a comma b. Inside return a, we should add asterisk, which is equals to multiplication b. Now let's export our divide function divide. Inside that a comma b. Inside we'll return a divided by b. If you want to add condition, you can add it. Let's say if b equals 0, then just throw new error. Let's say cannot divide by 0. Let's format our code. Okay, so this file exports 2 constants and 4 functions. Each one is a named export because we gave it a specific name like pi, e, add, subtract, multiply, divide. You can have as many named exports as you want in one file. Now, let's learn about default exports. A file can have only one default export. So let's create another module or file named, let's say, calculator.js. And let's add a comment, default export. So default export is used when a module has one main thing to export, like a class. Let me show you how you can export default. So first we will say export default. Let's export this class, and class name will be calculator. So you notice the export default. This is the main export of this file. Inside we can add anything. Let's add some methods. Let's say add a comma b. Inside we can return a plus b. Let's add another method, subtract a comma b. Inside we'll return a minus b. Then we have a multiply a comma b, and we can have return a asterisk b. Then we have a divide a comma b, and we can have a condition if b equals 0, then throw new error. Let's say cannot divide by 0, and we can return a divided by b. And last one, let's add a function power. So first parameter will be base, and second will be on. Side we can return math dot power, and we have a base and so on. If you don't know what is this math.pwo, you can check it out our previous lesson where we have covered all of these concepts, our functions, our classes, everything. You can just check it out our previous lessons. So named exports use just export, but the default exports use export default, and you can only have one default per file. Now here's something powerful. You can have both named exports and a default export in the same file. Let me show you that as well. Let's create another file named let's name it api.js, and you can see how I have structured our files. You should also always structure your files properly. So let's add a comment here, mixed exports, and let me show you how you can mix both named export and default exports. So we can add a named export first. Let's say export const api underscore base underscore url equals let's add anything. Let's say http //api dot any api example.com. So this is our named export. Let's add another named export, const api /_ version equals, let's say, version 1. So this is also a named export. Now let's say export function, let's say build url. Inside we can pass endpoint, and then we can return our api base url, then slash $, curly braces, our API version, and $, our endpoint. So these three are named exports. As you can see, I have added export keyword before them. Now let's add the default export. Let's say export default, our class, let's say API client. Let's have a constructor, our base URL. Let's make it equals to API base URL. Inside constructor, we have this dot base URL equals to base URL. Then we have methods. Let's say get method. We will pass endpoint here. Sorry, it's a get. Inside we can just add a log. Let's say this get request and $, this dot base URL. Then we can add our endpoint here, and we can return our object. Inside that we can have our URL. Let's say $, curly braces, this dot base URL. Then again we can add our endpoint, and inside second parameter or second property will be method. Method is get. The same way we can create multiple methods as well. Let's create a last one. Let's say post method. Our endpoint, because this is a post method, we should have a data, and this is post. And inside our second parameter we can console our data, and here we can change it to post, and here we can return our data as well. So this file has two named constants, one named function, and one default class, all in one file. So this is how you can mix the exports. So let's create a practical module, a validator file with all named exports. So here I'll add a new file named validators.js. Here we can add a comment, practical module, and let's create a named export function is email, and we can have email, and then inside that we can return our regex. So if you don't know what are the regex, don't worry about it, we will cover in our upcoming lessons. So for now, let me paste it for you. So this is our regex, which is a regular expression. So on this, we can test our email if it's valid or not. We can have multiple named exports for validation. Let me write it for you. So I have created is phone to validate if the phone number is correct. I've created another named export, which is required, and min length, max length. So this is a real world module. You'd use this for form validation in your projects. Let's create one more module for local storage helper with default export. Let me show you another way to export default. Let's create a new file here. Let's name it storage.js. Let's say practical module and name it local storage. We'll create a local storage functionality here. And for this, let's name it validators. So here, let's create a storage helper. Let's say const storage helper equals, and let's define some methods. Let me copy paste it for you. Okay, so I have created set, get, remove, clear methods. If you are following along with the lessons, you should know about local storage, what is set, what is get, what is remove, what is clear, because we have already covered local storage, session storage, cookie storage in our previous lessons. If you haven't watched it, check that out. So we have created storage helper. Now there's another way to export default this storage helper. You can just come here and say export default, and you can just add a name of that storage helper, or whatever you want to export, you can just add the name of it right here after default. So we can export at the bottom of the file, not just in line. This is a common pattern. Just create the check first, then export it at the end. Now, the exciting part is our main script.js file, where we'll import everything. Let me come inside script.js. So this file is our entry point. The HTML loads this file because we have linked our script.js with our HTML file. And this file imports from all our modules. So first, let's import our named imports or named exports. So first, let's import our named exports. Let's add a comment, named, let's make it imports. So first, you'll say import curly braces. Inside these curly braces, you can add your variable names or function names, whatever you have exported. Let me come inside utils. So I've exported this py. So you can import this py into our script.js. Just copy this name and paste it right here. So we have just import the py and comma. Then we can import any other name. Let's say import this e, and let's import our add function. So we can import this as well. We can import subtract as well. We can import multiply, and we have the last one, divide. So we have imported all of these, and we should also mention we are importing these from which file, where they exist. So we should say from strings. Inside that, we should add the root of that file. So in our case, we have to see inside our folder. So we should add dot slash, which means inside this folder where our script.js file exists. So script.js file exists inside JavaScript lesson 26. So we are looking into our existing folder dot slash. Inside that folder, we have another folder called modules. So we will say modules, or you can just click it, and then again we should add slash. Inside that modules folder, we have 5 files, so we should select utils because these variables are at our utils.js file. So to import them, we should always use or add a correct route. We can also add .js. Always keep in mind, named imports always go inside the curly braces. The names must match what we have exported. Let's log each imported items to verify they work. So let's add some logs. We have py. Let's add a colon, then py. You see we have py and its value. So this value is coming from our utils.js because we have imported that py inside our script.js file and we are using it right here. Same way, you can log these as well. You can see we have e, its value is this. Add, if we add 5 and 3, we will get 8 because add is a function. So to use that function, we should add brackets and pass our arguments here because the function is expecting some parameters a and b. A and b will be 5 and 3, and we are adding it, and the value is coming from here. We are returning 5 plus 3, which is 8. So that's how we are using the functions. We have subtract, 6, 42, and 5. So this is how you can import named exports. Now we can import our default exports. Let's add a comment. Let's say default imports. And here we will say import, and what we need to import. Let's say I want to import this calculator. So because this is a default export, so we don't need to add any curly braces. We can only export one default per file. So we don't have multiple exports, so we just need to add directly the name of it here. In my case, it's a calculator from /modules/calculator.js, this file. So from this file, we are importing calculator, and from this calculator.js, we are exporting this calculator, and we are importing right here. We have another method which we mostly don't use to import default exports. Let me show you that as well for your knowledge. Let's say const calc equals new and your object name or anything you have exported by default. So in my case, it's calculator. So this is how you can also import that calculator. If we use this to see the value of the calculator, let's suppose if we want to log the value of add, subtract, multiply, divide, power, you can just directly use the calc variable, or you can also use directly, but let me show you this way as well. So just say log, and you can just add calc dot add, and you can add anything, let's say 10, 5, and let's comment these out. So you see we have 15 because we have added 10 and 5. 10 is A and 5 is B, and we are adding these two values with each other inside this calculator object or class. So same way you can console all of these if you want. See, we have 15. For subtract we have 5. For multiply we have 52 and 2, 5, 6. So create a new calculator instance and use it methods like this. So this way you can also get the values of the methods. And let's now see, let's first comment it out, and let's see how you can import our mixed exports. Let's add a comment mixed. This will be mixed imports because we have default and named both inside these files named. So we should say import. As I told you, if you import a default export, we should not add any curly braces. So if I import this API client, because it's a export default, so we can directly import it like this, API client. It's already suggesting me. You can just hit enter, and it will automatically import your variable or function or anything. You can just hit enter, and it will say import API client from .module/api.js, because this exist inside our api.js file. So this is how you can import your default export, and we can import these named exports like as I told you inside our curly braces. Because we are importing both named and default export, we can just add a comma and add our named exports right here. So in this case, we have our API base URL, just add it right here, comma, and we have API version, let's add it, comma, we have our build URL, which is a function, and you can add it as well. So this is how you can import mixed exports. If you want to console it to see its value, let me do that for you to not make video so long. Okay, so you can see we have our API base URL, which is this one, api.example.com, which is coming from here. And we have our API version, which is v1, our base URL, which is this one, v1/users, because we have pause/users inside this argument, and our client instance, and we are using the methods of this class. This is the same way as we did here. So we are using get method. So this is its results, and here we have our post and our client dot. So this is how you can import mixed exports. Let's comment it out. Let's comment this out as well. So we have an other way to import. Let me show you that as well. This is import with alias. So import with alias uses as to rename any keyword or any name. Let me show you that as well. Let's say import curly braces. Let's import our, this will be small import. Let's import from validators. Let's import this is email right here, comma, our is phone, comma, is required, comma, we have, let's see, minland, maxland. Let's see, maxland. Okay, from our /module/validators. So we use alias when we have naming conflicts or want clearer names. So let's suppose we want to rename this min length. It will not rename right inside the validator.js, but it will only rename inside this file to use this min length. Let's say after min length, we can add as, and we can name it anything. Let's say has min length. So I have renamed this min length as has min length. So whenever I want the value of min length, I will use has min length. So basically I have renamed this min length to has min. If you want to rename any, let's say make it has max length. So I have renamed this as well. If you want to see the values of it, let me type consoles for you. You see, I have used is email, is phone, is required, and I have used has min length, not min length, because we have renamed it right here. And I have used has max because we have renamed this max length to this. And you can see inside our console, we have our value. We have true, we have false, we have true, false, true, 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 because we are validating these inside these functions. So this is how you can import with alias. So we have another way to import things. Let's suppose if you want to import everything inside file, you don't want to add each names here. So what you can do is you can do it like this. Let's first add a comment, import, let's say import all, comment these out, and come here to import all of the things inside a file. You can just add import and star sign or asterisk sign, and you can rename it as, let's say, as all validators, and from our /module/validation. So we are importing everything from this. We have imported this. So whenever we want to use anything, you will just say all validators dot is email, and inside that you can add anything. Let me show you that inside console. If you come here, you see inside our logs we have modules. So we have is email, is phone, is required, all of the things inside this file. And we use all validators dot is email, which is a function inside this file. So we are using it directly right here, and this is its value. So this is how you can import everything inside from any file. So that's it for today's lesson. You just learned about JavaScript modules, import and export. We have created real separate files with real exports and imports. We have seen named exports for multiple items, default export for one main item, and you can mix both. We have learned named imports, default imports, aliases, names space import, which is this one where we are importing all of the things, and we have seen mixed imports. And I have shown you how you can organize your code with the separated files like this inside a proper folder structure. This is a very basic. We will modify our folder structure in upcoming lessons or when we will be building our projects. In today's lesson, we'll learn about 3 powerful ES6 plus features: default parameters, optional chaining, and nullish collision. These make our code shorter and safer. Let's start coding. So the first one is default parameters. Let me add a comment. Default parameters. So default parameters lets us set fallback values for function arguments when they are not provided. Let me show you the example. So first, let's create a function create over brackets. Then we can add a parameter, a name, and give it a default value of, let's say, guest. Open curly braces. Inside that, we can add our logic. Let's create a console.log. Our backticks. Inside that, we have hello and its name. And now let's invoke it to see its value. Let's say greet and our brackets. So inside that we can pass any argument. Let's say we are passing the name is Maruf. Let's say Maruf. So we will get Maruf here. As you can see, hello Maruf. So it is ignoring the default value because we have provided the name here inside the arguments of our greet function. So if we don't pass any value here, so it will get the default one. Save it. You can see hello guest, because we have not provided any value, so it is getting the default one. So this is basically a fallback value. And if you want, you can have multiple defaults, like any argument we skip uses its default value. Let me show you that. Let's add another function. Then let's make it create user. And inside that we can have a name of user. Let's give it a default, let's say anonymous. And we have another parameter, let's say age of a user. Let's make it a default 0. Then we have a role. So what is the role of this user? It's a user. Inside these curly braces, we can just return our name, our age, our role. So this is our function with multiple default parameters. Let's add some logs to see what we get. Let's say create user. We are invoking it inside our console so we can see its result, what we are returning. So inside that we can have, let's say name is Maruf, comma, age is 22, and comma, role is admin, let's say admin. Now if you come here, you will see we are returning age 22, name Maruf, and role admin, because we have provided our arguments here. If I provide only one argument, it will get the values from the default one. Let me show you that as well. Let's add a log. Inside that, we can invoke our create user. Inside that, we can just pass a name, Ali. We are not passing age or role. So it will get age 0 and role user. If you come here, you'll see name is Ali, age is 0, which is the default one, and role is user, which is also a default one. If we don't pass any arguments, it will get all of the default values. Let me show you that as well. Log, create user, and just invoke it. You see, it is getting all the default values. So these were the plain functions. Let me show you the arrow functions. They also work with defaults too. So let's create a variable const multiply equals to our parameters. Let's say a and b. Let's make it default by 1, and then we have an arrow function, then just say a asterisk b, a multiplied by b. So when we invoke it, let's say add a log here, and let's invoke multiply, and inside that we can have argument a is 5 and then b is 3. So we'll see 15, because if we multiply 5 with 3, it will result in 15. If we don't pass the b value, we will get the default one. Let's say multiply, let's invoke it, and let's say 5. So you see, we are getting only 5 because we are now multiplying a, which is 5, and b, which is 1. So 5 and 1 will result in 5. So that's it for this default parameters. Let me comment these out, and let me show you our optional chaining. Let's add a comment. Optional chaining. So optional chaining lets us safely access nested properties without getting errors if something is null or undefined. So let me show you with the example. Let's create an object, const, let's say user. So user name is Maruf. We should add a comma, and then our other property is, let's say, address. Address is an object. Inside this address we have city. So city, let's say city is Hyderabad, comma, and let's add a country. Country is Pakistan. So this is our user. So now let's add a log here to see the value. Now let's log user, then question mark dot address. So this question mark and dot operator checks each level. If any part is undefined, it returns undefined instead of throwing an error. So inside address, if there is a city, just log it. Now you come here, you will see Hyderabad, because we have defined a city here. If we don't define any city, let's say we are not defining anything, let's make it empty. So you see, we are not throwing any error. It's just not printing any city because there isn't any. So now let's add another log. Let's say user question mark dot address, and let's add a property which does not exist. Let's say question mark dot zip. Now you will see it is getting us undefined because there's no property called zip inside this address property or address object. So this is the benefit of this question mark and dot. It is called optional chaining. Let's add another log. Let's say user question mark dot phone, because there is no phone property here. Let's say question mark dot number. So it will also get us undefined. You see, we are getting undefined at line number 34, which is this one. So that's it for this part. Let me show you how optional chaining works with null values or arrays or even function calls. It always returns undefined instead of crashing the code. Let me show you that as well. Let's say, first let's comment these out. Now we create a variable called user2 equals null. Now let's add a log. Let's add a log, and let's say user2 question mark dot name. Now you see it is also undefined because there is no name inside our user. It's null. So this is how the optional chaining works with null values. Let me show you how they work with arrays. Let's say const user or users equals our array. Inside that array we have our object. Let's say name equals Maruf, and let's create another object and let's name it Oli. Now if I log this, let's say users dot our 0, or let's make question mark to make it optional chaining, and dot name and make it okay. You can see we are getting Maruf because inside our users array and its first index, which is 0, inside that we are getting name, which is this one. Name is Maruf. And if I add another log, let's say log users question mark dot, and let's say 9 at index 9, find me name, because there is no 9th index. We have only 0 and 1, 2 indexes. So we will get undefined. You see, we are getting undefined because it does not find the name at 9th index. So this is how it works with arrays. Let me show you how it works with function. So create a const object, let's say obj, and our object has say hi function. Let's say say hi, and it is an arrow function, so which will return hello, not help but hello. Now if we log this object, inside that object we have say hi. Inside that say hi we have a function, call it. Now you see we have hello because we are returning hello in this function, this one. So now if I log anything that does not exist, let's say inside our object we have say by, because there is no say by property here, so it will get us undefined. Let's say the function. You see we are getting undefined because there is no C by property inside our object. So this is how we do optional chaining. Let's comment it out and let me show you the final feature, which is nullish collision. Let me add a comment. Nullish collision, which is this sign, 2 question marks. So basically, nullish collision gives us a fallback value, but only when the left side is null or undefined. Let me show you with the examples so you can understand better. So first, let's create a variable called username. Inside that, make it null, and our nullish collision, then let's say guest, and let's log it. Let's add a log, and let's log our username. So you will see guest. Okay, you can see we are getting guest. We are getting guest because the left side is equals to null. As I said, if left side of this 2 question marks is null or undefined, we will get the value which we put at the right side, which is a default one. So it is null, that's why we are getting guest. If I add any value here, let's say maruf, we will get maruf here. You see, we are not getting guest because it is a default one. If I make it undefined, we will get a guest again. You see, let's make it null, and let me show you with another variable. Let's say score equals undefined, and our nullish collision then 0. So what do you think what the value we get? Yes, correct, we will get 0. Let's add log, let's print our score, and you see we are getting 0 because the left side of this nullish collision is undefined. So we are falling back to this default value. So I hope you understood this nullish collision, and you have seen somewhere this sign, these 2 pipes. Let me tell you the difference between those. So let's add a comment with nullish collision versus 2 pipes. I think I can explain this inside our console better. Let's say we have 0, and we have pipes, and we have 10, and below we have log, and we have 0, 2 question marks, and then 10. And let's comment these out. So you notice our OR operator gives us 10, and our nullish collision gives us 0. So it means that the key difference between nullish collision and OR operator, this is an OR operator. So the difference between those is this OR operator gives us the default value when our left side value equals to 0 or empty string or false as a falsy, and replace them with the default one. But our nullish collision only gives us default value if the left side of it is null or undefined. It will not affect on 0 or empty string or any falsy value. It will only get us the default value when the left side is null or undefined. Let me show you another example as well with the strings. So let's add, or let's just copy these, and let's make it an empty string, and let's make it a, let's say default, and come here, let's make it empty string, and let's make it default. Now you see we are getting default in here because the left side of this OR operator is empty. I told you that if it's 0 or empty or falsy value, it will get us our default value. So we are getting default here, and we are getting empty string here. You can see inside our console we are getting empty string because the left side is empty string. It is not null or undefined. If I make it null, then we will get default. You can see if I make it undefined, then we can see default. So this is the difference. Now if I show you the falsy or booleans, let's come here, let's make it false, and let's make this side true, and same way here true, and here false. So you see we are getting true in the first one because the left side is false, so the empty string or false or 0 will get us the default one, and in here we are getting false because it's not null or undefined. So I hope you understood the concept of this nullish collision as well. Let's comment it out, and let's finally combine those 3 features in one example. Let's add a comment combining all 3 features. So let's create a function. Let's say get user team, and we have first parameter user. Then let's add a fallback parameter and make it team light. And inside those curly braces, let's return our user, our optional chaining question mark dot settings. If inside the user we have settings, then inside settings we have team, and let's say our nullish collision, and then our fallback value. So you see, I have added those 3 features in one example. This is our default parameter, this is our optional chaining, and this is our nullish collision. So this will return basically if user inside user object, because we are adding dot, so it means inside our user if we have a settings, and inside our settings if we have a theme. So if this value got undefined or null, it will return us the fallback value, which is light. Let's create 2 variables or 3 variables. Let's say user 3, and inside that we have name property, which is equals to Maruf. Then inside we have a settings property. It will be theme, and let's make it dark. And let's duplicate it. If you want to duplicate, you just put Control Shift and arrow key down. Or if you are in Mac, you will just say Shift Option and arrow key down if you want to duplicate it at down. So let's make user 4 and user 5, and let's not add settings here in user 4, and let's change the name to Ollie, and let's make our user 5 as null, or let's remove this and make it null. So now if I invoke that function, let's have a log. Inside our log, let's invoke this user theme, and let's invoke it right here, and then make it pass our user 3. So user 3 name is Maruf and settings themes is dark. So we are getting dark at our console because this is user 3, and user 3 will go here, which is the user. Now inside this user, we are getting settings, which is this one. Then inside settings, we are printing our theme, which is this one, which is equals to dark. So dark will go here. It will be like this, dark. So nullish collision will not get us fallback value because the left side of it has a string value. As I told you, it will only get us our default value if the left side of it is null or undefined. So we are getting dark. If we come here, if we duplicate it and pass our user 4, which is this one, now you see we have light, which is a default value, which is this one, because we pass user 4, which has only the name. There's no settings or theme. So the user 4 will go here, and it will check if inside user there's a settings. So right here it will be undefined, so it will immediately trigger our nullish collision, and it will see the left side is undefined, then give us a fallback value. So we are returning this light inside this function, so that's why we are getting light. If we pass user 5 here, you will see light as well, because user 5 is equals to null. So we are getting null here, and it is returning us our fallback value. If we invoke it like this, let's add a second parameter or argument to be equals to blue. So it will get us blue. You see inside our console we are getting blue because the first argument is user 5. So we are getting user 5 here, and our second parameter will be equals to blue. It will ignore our light default value of this fallback. So now fallback is blue. So that's why we are getting blue inside our fallback. So that's it for today's lesson. You just learned about default parameters, optional chaining, and nullish collision. And I have shown you these 3 essential ES6 plus features in one example. In today's lesson, we'll learn about classes and inheritance in JavaScript. Classes give us a clean way to create objects with shared behavior, and inheritance lets us build on top of existing classes. So let's start coding. So first, we'll start with basic class. So basically, a class is like a blueprint for creating objects. It has a constructor to set up properties and methods to define behavior. So let's start by adding a comment, basic class. So here, we'll define the class with the class keyword. So we say class and name this class as a person and our curly braces. So inside this class, we have the constructor. So basically constructor runs when we use new method. So let's create our constructor. We have a name and we have an age. Inside this constructor, we can just get our this.name equals name, and then we'll say this.age equals age. So this is our constructor. And now we have methods. So basically methods are written directly inside the class body, which is this one. So inside this, we can write our methods. So each instance gets its own properties, but it shares the methods. So let's create some methods. Greet, and we can just add a log here, and let's say hi, I am, and then inside our curly braces we can just get our name from this.name. If you don't know what is this, you can check our previous lessons. We have already covered all of these things, and our methods, everything you will get from our previous lessons. And this.age years old. So this is our first method, which is greet. Let's create another method. Let's say get info. Inside this, we can just return our name and our age. So this dot age. So this is our get info method. Now, if you want to invoke it, so first we will create a variable const. Let's say person1, and we should say new, and our constructor or class, you can say. So our class is person, so we'll just type here person, and inside that we can put our name and our age, which is name, age. So whatever inside this, you should give our arguments so it accepts our parameters. So let's add a name called Maruf, and comma, and 22. This is the age. You can call it as many times as you want, because each instance gets its own properties, but we are sharing the same method, these ones. So let's create a person 2 equals new person. Inside this you can say Ollie, and let's say 25, and now we should invoke it person 1, and whatever method you want to call, you can just say person1 dot greet, and this is a function, so we should call it like this. Now you will see inside our console we have hi, I am Maruf and I am 22 years old. So Maruf is coming from here because we have called person1 and it's greet method, so Maruf will go right here. This is the name, this is the age. So same way, if we say person2, you will see we get the different response, different values. Now you see hi, I am Ollie and I am 25 years old, because we have passed Ollie and 25. So if you want to get this one, you can also put it inside our console, and you can just call it as well. Let's say person1 dot get info, and it's a method. So you see Maruf 22, this is we are returning. So that's it for this basic class concept. Now let me show you what is inheritance. Let's add a comment first. Inheritance. So inheritance lets us create a new class based on an existing one. Like the child class gets everything from the parent and can add its own stuff. Let me show you that how we can create that new class based on our existing one, this one. So first we will say class, because that's how you can create a class, and we should say name it student, and we will put extends. So this extends we use to inherit from our existing class, this one, its parent class, it is person, so extends person, and inside that we can create our constructor. We have a name, constructor, we have a name, we have age, and let's put anything like grade because it's a student. Inside the constructor we can super calls the parent constructor first, so we should say super, and inside this we should put our parent constructor parameters, this name and age. So we will say name and we will say age. So this is for super calls. We should always do that if we are extending our class with our parent class or parent constructor. And now, because this is our extended parameter, the grade, so we should call it like this dot grade equals grade. We don't need to do this thing again for name and age, because we have already done that in our parent class right here. So we just put super and name and age, it will already do that for us, so we should not do it again and again. So now we can create our methods. Let's say greet and this, and we can add a log here. Let's copy this again and paste it right here, and let's change some values, or let's extend it like hi, I am name, and let's remove and let's add a comma, and let's say age, and let's add another comma, and let's say grade, and $ curly braces this dot grade. So this version will be overrides our previous version. Like this student class method greet will overrides greet with its own version, this one. If we call the student dot greet, we will get this result inside our console, not this one. This will be overridden. So now adds a new method. Let's add a study. This is a new method. Inside that we can add a log here. Inside our log we can say this dot name. We will get our name is studying, or let's say studying dot. So this is the new method. We also should have the access of this get info method. We can call it inside this, but if you call this person, you will not get access any of these, because we have extends this one with this. So let's see the results. Let's create a variable called student, and let's say new our student class, and then inside that we can have a name. So first let's comment these out so we will not see it, and let's add a name Ahmed, and 20 is an age, and let's say grade is A. Now let's invoke the method, or call the method. Let's say student dot greet. Now you will see we are getting hi, I am Ahmed, age 20 and grade A. You can see this console we are seeing not this one, because it is overridden. Now if you call student dot study, we'll see Ahmed is studying, this one. And now if you want to access this method, you can also do that with this, because we have extended this with our person class. So we'll just say add a log, because we can't directly do this with get info, because inside our method we are returning something. So when we return something, we will return it inside our console to see the results, because there is no console, so we will not print anything here. But inside these we have added consoles. If we return any console, then we should not wrap it inside our console, we can see it directly. So right now you say student.get info, and you can get access of it. Ahmed 20. You see name and age is getting from right here. So that's it for inheritance. Let's comment it out, and let me show you the concept of getter and setter. So let's say getter or getters and setters. So basically getters and setters lets us define properties that run code when accessed or changed. Like they look like regular properties but have logic behind them. Let me show you that as well. Let's add a class. Let's name it user, and inside this curly braces we have a constructor. Let's say constructor, and we have first name, it will be a camel case, and last name. And inside this we can say this first name equals first name, then this last name equals last name. And now we will create some methods, but with the get keyword, like this get, then we can create our method like full name. Let's say full name is our method. So the get keyword creates a property we can read like let's say user dot full name, this method. So we will get directly from the user, like without any parenthesis like this one. We can just say user dot full name, no parenthesis required if we use get keyword. So this is a getter. Let's return our, say, curly braces this dot first name, and we will get our this dot last name. So this is our first method, and let's create our second method. Let's use set keyword with this. Let's name it again full name. Let's name it full name, and let's add a value here inside our parameters. So this set keywords lets us assign to it like a regular property, but our code runs behind this behind the scenes to split the name. Maybe you will not understand much right now, but when we use consoles, so you will understand much better. So let's add const. Let's say const part equals value, which will be coming from our argument or parameter, and let's split it with a space. Now we will say this dot full name, or not full name but first name, equals part 0. So at part 0 or 0th index we'll get our first name, and then this dot last name will be at parse 1. So this is our second method. Now let's call them. So let's say const user equals new user, and inside that we can have first name and last name. So first name will be, let's say, Maruf, and let's say our last name is Ahmed, and let's add a log. Let's say user dot full name. We don't need to put parentheses here because we have used get keyword right here. So you'll see Maruf and Ahmed. We are returning Maruf and Ahmed, first name and last name. And now let's change it. You can also set any value, like right here we are setting a value. So if you want to change anything, you can just say user dot full name, and you can make it equals to Ali Khan. So now Maruf and Ahmed will be changed to Ali Khan, which is full name. So we do this, it means we are calling this set method. So it will be divide Ali as a first name and Khan as a last name, because these are two parts and in between we have a space. So now, sorry, not the first name but full name. Okay, and now if we add a log and let's say user dot full name, you will see we will get Ali and Khan. We are returning Ali and Khan now because we have set the value, new value here. And if we log separately, like let's say user dot first name, we'll get Ali, you see. And if we do it for last name, you will see we get Khan right here. So this is basically a get keyword and set keyword. Getter and setter works with the classes. So that's it for this part. Let's comment it out, and let me show you our final concept, which is static method. So let's say static method or methods. So static methods belongs to the class itself, not to the instances. You call them on the class name, not on objects created from the class, right, like this. So let me show you with the example. Let's say let's create a class and let's name it. Let's name it like math helper. Let's do some math helper. Inside that we can say static, which is a static method, and the method will be add a comma b, and we will return a plus b. So we are adding a plus b. So this static method are utility functions that don't need an instance. Like we have done that with the constructor, but we don't need it right here because we have used static before our method, add method. So we will call them directly on the classes like math helper dot add. You can't call them on an instance. They belong to the class itself. So you have seen here, we have created the instance new user. User is a class. So we will not do that for this because we have used static. Static methods are different than the simple classes or methods. So let's create another static method. Let's say static, and let's multiply, and we will multiply a and b. Inside that we will return a asterisk b, which is multiplication. And let's say static, let's create a random number, create random, and we will have min and max for that. Inside this we can return math.floor. We have already covered this math whole object. It's all methods. You can just check it out our previous lessons for that. So math.random, which is also a method, and multiply it with max minus min plus 1, and let's add it with our min. So this is how you can create our random number. So to call it, as I said, we don't need to create any instance for this. You can just type a log here, and you can directly say math helper dot add method, and let's add 5 and 3. So you'll see we got 8. 5 plus 3 is 8. And if you want to call different method, let's say let's call multiply, and we will multiply 4 and 6, and you will see 24. And our final method to create a random number, you can also call it like this, and let's create a random number from 1 to 100. You see we have 58. If we refresh, it will be changed 5. If we refresh again, it will be 95. In today's lesson, we'll learn about cloning and immutability in JavaScript. We'll see why copying objects isn't as simple as it looks, and how to work with data without accidentally changing the original. So let's start coding. So the first problem we face is reference and value. So let me add a comment first. Reference versus value. So in JavaScript, objects and arrays are stored by reference. When you assign one to another variable, both variables point to the same data. Let me give you an example. So let's create a variable called const original equals object. Inside our object we have name, which is Maruf, and we have age, which is 25. And now let's create another variable, copy equals, let's make a copy of original. Now if I change the value of copy, let's say copy dot age, because copy is equals to original object, so this variable has the access of this. So if we modify copy age equals 30, then let's see what happened. Let's add a log, and let's say first let's print our original object dot age, then let's print our copy dot age. If you save it, if you come in the console, both shows 30 because we didn't copy the object. We just created another reference to the same object. Changing one changes the other. So this is the same problem is with arrays as well. Let me show you that. Const array1 equals, let's say 1, 2, 3. And if I say const array2 and give a reference of array1, and if I change it to array2, or let's push another number, let's say array2 dot push. Inside that, let's push 4. So if we print both now, we will see 1, 2, 4. Let's print array2 as well. Now in the console, both showing 1, 2, 4 because they point to the same array, this one. This is why we need cloning. I hope you understood the problem, why we use cloning. Let's comment these out. Now we have a concept called shallow copy. Let's add a comment, shallow copy. So a shallow copy creates a new object or array at the top level, but nested objects still share references. Let me show you practically. Let's create a variable called user equals object. Username will be Ruth, and its age will be 22. And now if I say const user copy and then equals object, now we should use spread operator then user. And now if I change user copy dot age to 30, now let's see what happens. Let's add a log, and let's say user dot age, copy this, and user copy dot age. So you see in the console we are getting 22 from the original one and 30 from the copy one. You see, now they are independent. We have changed user copy to 30. That doesn't affect the original array because the spread operator we use here creates a new object, and this spread operator also works with arrays as well. Let me show you that. Now let's say const numbers or nums equals 1, 2, 3, and let's create a copy num or numbers copy equals array, then spread operator, then nums. Now let's push a number. Let's push 4. Nums copy dot push 4. Now if we see inside our logs nums and nums copy, you will see spread operator works for arrays too. The original one remains the same, and the copy one has added 4 to it because we have push 4 to the copy array. We have another way to shallow copy the object with object assign. Let me show you one example on that too. Let's comment these console for now, and let's say const user copy 2 equals object dot assign, and inside that method we have an empty object comma user, which is this array. And now if we say user copy 2 dot name equals Ollie, and let's add a log. Let's say user dot name and user copy 2 dot name. If you come inside our console, you will see Maruf and Ali. So Maruf is coming from original array, which is user right here, and we have created a copy of it right here and changed name to Ali, and we are getting that shallow copy as well. So the shallow copy don't work same way for the nested objects, so it causes problem with the nested objects. Let me show you one example for that too. Let's comment this consoles. Now let's come here and create. First let's add some comments so we can understand. Let's say objects, and that comment right here arrays, and here object dot assign, and right here let's add a comment shallow copy. This is a problem with nested objects. So let's create a nested object first. Let's create an object person equals, let's say name is Maruf, comma, let's create a nested object. Let's say address, and address will be an object, then city, let's say Hyderabad. So this is our nested object. Let's create a shallow copy of it, and let's see the problem. Let's say const person copy equals spread operator and our person. And now let's change person copy dot address dot city, and let's change city to Lahore, and let's see what we have inside our console. If we print person address dot city, and now if you come inside our console, we have modified our city to Lahore. So that's a problem. It should not be modified, and we have changed our person copy address to city, but it is affecting to our person object as well. So the nested address object is still shared to this person copy. So changing city in the copy also changed the original one. That's why it's called a shallow copy. It only goes one level deep. So for nested objects, we can't create our shallow copies. So for that, we use deep copies. Let me show you the concept of deep copy as well. Let's comment this console, or let's comment everything from here. And from here, let's create a comment deep copy. So a deep copy clones everything, including nested objects. There are two main ways to do this, with the JSON method or structured clone, whatever you prefer. Let me show you both. So let's come here and let's add a comment JSON method deep copy, or just create an object. Let's say person2 equals object, and inside this we have name Aruf, we have address, sorry we forgot the comma here, so we have address, and we have our nested object city is Hyderabad. And now we create a deep copy. Let's say deep copy 1 equals json.parse, and inside this we should use json.stringify person2. So we should first stringify this object, and then we parse again to this. And now if we modify it, let's say deep copy 1 dot address dot city equals Lahore, then if I come to console and add our first person2 dot address dot city and copy this and change it to deep copy 1 save it, and now you see we have created a copy of that object. So this is called a deep copy, which also can create a copy of nested objects as well. So basically JSON.stringify converts the object to a string, then JSON.parse converts it back to a new object, not the same object but new object. Now they are completely independent, but this method can't handle functions or special types like a date. So for that we have second method, which is structured clone. Let me comment these consoles and let me show you that as well. So now we have structured clone, and let's create an object person3 equals this name, let's say roof, and let's add address, and let's put city is Hyderabad, comma, let's put hobbies. So my hobbies are coding and reading, so reading. And now if I say const deep copy 2 equals structured clone, then inside that we can put our person3. Now we have created a deep copy of that object. So now if I modify it, deep copy 2 dot address dot city equals Lahore, or let's modify another one, dot hobbies, or let's push a hobby, let's put anything like traveling. Sorry, I misspell. Now if I add a log, person3 dot address dot city, and let's add 3 more logs, and let's see the hobbies as well, hobbies. And for this we have a deep copy 2, this is also for deep copy 2, and hobbies. Save this. Now you see we have our original city Hyderabad from our person3, and we have original hobbies coding and reading, these ones same, and from our deep copy we have Lahore, which is modified one right here, and we have added a new hobby, traveling. So this is coming from here. So you see we have created a deep copy by using structured clone. So it is a modern way to deep clone. It handles nested objects, arrays, dates, and more. The original stays completely untouched. Now let's comment these out and let me teach you one concept which is very important, which is immutable patterns. So basically immutability means never changing original data. Instead we create new copies with our changes. Let me show you some common patterns for arrays and objects. So our first pattern, or let's say first let's add a comment, immutable arrays or array patterns. Now let's create an array. Let's create colors equals red, sorry, it is a string. So inside a string we have green, we have blue. Let's add some spacing. Now our first common pattern is this one, const. Let's add any color inside our colors array. So let's say added equals array, then we can say spread operator, then colors, comma, add let's say yellow. Now if we log this, let's say added, you'll see we have 4 colors, red, green, blue, yellow. So we have added our new color like this. This is a first method. If you want to remove any, you can do it like this. Let's say const removed equals colors. You can filter out, let's say dot filter, and filter method gets a callback. So inside we can say color C. So each color, if the color is not equals to green, then show me that. So we have filtered green from our colors, so we will see other colors, not the green one. So if we add a console removed, now you see we are seeing red and blue because we have filtered our green color from this colors array. If you want to update, you can update it. Let me show you that as well. Let's say const updated equals colors dot with a map method. I have already covered these methods in a previous lessons. You can go and check it out. So we have a callback color, then inside this we can say if color is equals red, if it's true, then update it to pink. If it's not red, then keep the same color. So now we have updated this red to pink. Now if I add a log and see updated, you can see we have updated our red to pink. And let me show you our original array. It never changes, so the original array keeps the same. This is the patterns of immutability. You see we have red, green, and blue. It never updated or changed. So these were the patterns of arrays. Let me show you some patterns of object. So let's add a comment. Let's copy this out and paste it right here, and let's change it to object. Now let's create an object. Let's say const settings equals, let's say theme. The theme is dark. Then let's add font size and make it 16. So now let's start with the first pattern, which is to add. So the same way you can add with spread operator. If I say const, let's add language. So let's name it with language equals object. Now we use spread operator and settings, comma, language, colon, and then let's say English. If I add a log, you will see with lang have added a new property called language English. So if you want to update it, you can also update it with this spread operator. So we use the same spread operator for adding and updating. Let's say with new theme, let's change the theme equals object, and our spread operator, then settings, comma, let's change the theme to light. Now if I log this with new theme, you will see the theme is light and font size is 16, same as is, but we have updated this theme. Now to remove this, we use destructuring. So let me first say const, then destructure our properties, let's say font size and our rest operator. Sorry, let's name it width or let's name it something without font size. You can name anything here. I'm just naming it properly. Let's destructure them from settings object. So from settings object, we have got font size and rest of the properties. So rest are this one. Now if we log our without font size, you will see we are getting only the theme dark, because inside this object we have already removed this with a spread operator. So what remains is this theme. If we add another property, then it will show theme and then the other property, not this one, because we have removed by using destructuring. So these patterns are essential in modern JavaScript, especially in frameworks like React. And you can see we have not changed our original object. You'll see it is as is. In today's lesson, we'll learn about functional programming concepts, a style of coding that uses pure functions, higher order functions, compositions, and currying. So let's start coding. So our first concept is pure function. Let's add a comment. So a pure function always returns the same output for the same input and has no side effects. Let me show you. So first let's add another comment, pure, which is same input equals same output and has no side effects. So let me create a function first, which is an add function, and it has two parameters, a and b, and we will return a plus b. So this is our pure function. Let's see the results. Let's say log add 3 and 4. So its output will be 7 because 3 plus 4 will be 7. We are returning 7 here. And if I log it again, it will give the same output, 7, for the same input because it is the same input, 3 and 4 here. That's why we are getting the same output here. So this is called a pure function. No matter how many times we call add function with 3 and 4 arguments or values, we always get 7. That is a pure function because the value of this function is predictable. We can predict because its value will be obvious. We are adding two values. So no matter how many times we invoke this function with the same values, we will get the same results. Now let me show you an impure function so you can see the difference. Let's add a comment, impure, which is modifies external state. So let's create a variable count equals 0, and let's create a function. Let's name it increment. Inside that we can say count plus plus, and we will return our count. So this is an impure function. Its value is not predictable because we don't know how many times this increment function have called. So if we call it again, we don't know what value we get. So let's log it to understand better. Let's invoke this function increment, and we will see we are getting 1 because we have increment our 0 with 1. And now if we call it again, we will get the different result. We are getting 2 because 1 plus 1 is 2. So you see the same function call but different results each time. No matter how many times I call it, we will get different results. You see, so it depends on and changes an external variable, so it is impure. Let me show you a pure function with a no side effect version. Let me add a comment, pure, and let's say pure version with no side effects. Let's create a function, pure multiply, and it is multiplying a and b. Let's return a asterisk b. And if I log pure multiply, so we will multiply 5 and 3. So its result is predictable. So 5 multiplied 3 will be 15. You see here, we are getting 15. No matter how many times I call it, we will get the same result. It is a pure function. It is easy to test. That is why it is a pure function. So that's it for pure function and impure functions. Let's comment it out. And let me show you what are higher order functions. So let's add a comment, higher order functions. So basically, a higher order function either takes a function as an argument or return a function. We have already used some like map and filter. Let me show you how to make your own. So let's create a function. Let's name it apply operation, and let's pass a, b, and any operation as a parameter. Inside that, we will return operation from our parameter, which will be a function because we will pass a function in an argument. So that's why it is called a higher order function. So let's say inside that function, we have a and b. So we will pass same parameter inside that function. So basically we pass a different function to the same higher order function, and it applies them. So let's add a log. Let's invoke that apply operation function, our higher order function. And inside that, we can pass 10 as a value and 5 as b value, and any type of function. Let's put our same function which we have already created. Oh, let's uncomment these and use these right here. So I'm adding add function, which is this one, and copy this, and let's pass a different function here. Now we see in the result we are getting 15 first time because 10 goes here, 5 goes here, and add goes here. So this function will get the same logic what we have inside our add function. So add function gets a and b. A and b is 10 and 5. So it will add 10 and 5 and return us the value. So 10 plus 5 will be 15. So that's why we are getting 15 here. Same way we are getting 50 here because we are multiplying 10 and 5 right here. So this is called a higher order function, which takes a function as an argument and return a function. Let me give you another example. Let's say return a function. And let's create a function, create greeter, and let's pass our greeting here. Inside that we can return any function. Let's say function, and we have another parameter name here. Inside that we can just return our message. Let's say our greeting will be printed here, comma our name. Sorry. Now let's make a variable here, const say hello equals create greeter. Inside that we can pass our greeting here, hello, and let's create another variable, const say salam equals create another greeting salam or assalamu alaikum. So now we have two different greetings. If I log this, let's say hello, because say hello variable is equals to this function which has hello greeting, and say salam is equals to different greeting. So now if we call say hello with any name, so whatever we put inside here will go to name. Let's say Maruf. And inside our second greeting, we will say Maruf. Now we see we are printing hello Maruf here for the first one, assalamu alaikum Maruf here for the second one. So we put here hello will go here, and then we call it or invoke it right here, and we pass Maruf. So Maruf will go inside this function, and we are returning greeting and our name and returning the message. So that's why we are getting those two with a different greeting. So what this function is doing, it is returning a new function. We saved those return function and call them separate. So I hope you get the concept of higher order function. Let's comment these out, and let's comment these out as well. Come here. So our third concept will be function composition. Let's add a comment, function composition. So basically, function composition means combining small functions into a bigger one. We will build a simple pipe function that runs functions left to right. Let me give you an example. Let's create some variables. Let's say const double, which will be equal to a function. So let's say it has x value, and it will return x multiply 2. And same way we have 3 more variables. Let's say it will add a 10 to it, and it will return square of that number. So x multiply 10 and x multiply x. Now let's do first manual composition. So let's say manual composition, and let's add a log here, and let's invoke our add 10 function. And inside that we can invoke another function. Let's say invoke our double function. Inside that we can pass any value, let's say 5, and the result is 100 because we invoke double, it is getting 5. So 5 multiplied 2 will be 10. So 10 goes here, then it will run this function. So the 10 will go here, and 10 multiplied 10 will be 100. So that's why we are getting 100 as a result. So that's called a manual composition function inside a function as an argument. Now let me show you how pipe works. Let's add a comment pipe, and let's say it runs functions left to right. Now let's create a function. Let's name it pipe. Let's add a rest operator, and we have functions fns, let's say, and it is returning another function. So we will have a value of that function, and it will return each function dot reduce. We have already covered that reduce method. Basically this reduce method is for arrays. You can go and check it out our previous lessons. So it will have an accumulator. Sorry, inside that it is a callback function, so another function here, and it will take an accumulator and a function. So function, we pass accumulator inside it, comma, let's get our value. So I created a pipe. Now let me store it inside variables. Let's say const transform equals pipe. Now let's pass those functions. So those functions will be these function which we have created right here. Let's pass those. Let's say double, comma, add 10, comma, square. And now if we log this transform, let's pass any value here. So whatever we pass here will go here, as we did right inside these hierarchical functions. So let's pass 3. So now, as I said, pipe runs functions left to right. So first it will get the result of this one, passing 3. Then whatever the value it gets from here, it will go here by taking its value as a parameter or an argument. Then it get the value this one to this, left to right, and final result will be given by this function. So if you first let's comment it out, and if we see here we are getting 3600. Now if we see we pass 3 here, so 3 will go here. Then as a reduce method we have accumulator, then function, then this. So 3 will go inside this x. So 3 multiplied by 2 is equals to 6. So then 6 will go here, so 6 here, and 6 multiplied by 10, then whatever the result will be, it's a 60. So 60, then 60 will go here, and then 60 multiplied by 60 will be 3600. So that is our result. So basically pipe takes an array of functions and runs them one after another, passing each result to the next function. So that is the concept of function composition. Let's comment these out, and let me show you our final concept, which is currying. So let's add a comment currying. So basically currying means converting a function that takes multiple arguments into a chain of functions that each take one argument. So let me show you some examples. So let's add a comment with normal function first. So this is our normal function, multiply. We have a and b. Inside this we will return a asterisk b. So this is our normal function. Let's create curried version of that function. Let's add a comment curried version. Let's create a function curried multiply a, and then we will return a function. We have b inside it, then we will return a multiply b. So this is a curried version of that function. Basically currying lets us create specialized function by fixing some argument. Let me add a log first. Let's add a log curried multiply, then in the first parenthesis we will get 3, and the second parenthesis we will pass 4. You notice we are not doing what we have done here. You see, curried function is much cleaner than this method. So we are getting 12 here. So 3 will go here, and b will come from here, then 3 multiplied by 4 will be 12. Now let me show you its partial application. Let me add a comment here, partial application, and what it is it will be used with fixed first argument. Let me show you practically. So let's create a variable called triple equals curried multiply, and inside that we can pass 3. And now if we log, let's say triple, then pass 5, and duplicate it and pass 10. Now if we see, we are getting 15 first, then we are getting 30. If you want to write it like this, you can do that as well. Now let me show you arrow currying. Arrow function currying. So let's create a curried add equals, let's equal it with a function. Let's say a, then make it return a function with a plus b. Now let's create another variable, add 5 equals to that curried add function. Let's pass 5 first. 5 it will be given to a, Then if we log, add 5, then add 3 here, 3 will go to B, then again we will pass 20 here. Now you see we are getting 8 and 25. So this is the same function but with different syntax or different versions of it with arrow and partial application. So triple always multiplies by 3 and add 5 will always multiply by 5. Not multiply but adds 5. So I hope you get the concept of currying as well. Let's comment it out. So that's it for today's lesson. You just learned about functional programming, pure functions, impure functions, higher order functions, compositions with pipe, and currying. In today's lesson, we'll learn about regular expressions. Regular expressions are the patterns used to match and manipulate text in JavaScript. Let's start coding. So let's start by creating a regex. Let's add a comment. Creating regex. So there are two ways to create a regular expression. The literal way with forward slashes and the constructor way with new regular expression. So let's start with the literal notation first. Let's add a comment. Literal notation. Let's create a variable and name it pattern1 equals our forward slash hello, then again forward slash. So this is our first regular expression with the forward slash. It is a literal way. Let's see inside our console if it's a regular expression, the correct regex or not. So let's add pattern1 dot test. Now let's test this text hello world. You see, we are getting true because this text is correctly matching with our regex. You can see there is hello inside our forward slashes, and in our text we have hello. So they both matches, that's why we are getting true. Now let me show you the constructor notation. Let's add a comment. Constructor notation const pattern2 equals, let's create our regex constructor. We have a new keyword and regular expression. Inside that you can add your regex. Let's say hello, and again if we log pattern2 dot test and we say hello world, we will get true as well. And now we have some flags I and G. So I flag ignores case and the G flag finds all matches instead of just the first one. Let me show you practically. So let's add a comment. Flag or flags I equals case insensitive and G equals global find, or let's say find all. Now pattern3 equals forward slash hello forward slash I. So this I makes our regex insensitive, like it will get us true if we make this hello uppercase in console or wherever. Let's add a log and let's say pattern3 dot test and let's write here hello. First letter is capital and world. So now if we see, we are getting true here as well. So this I makes our regex insensitive. So we have hello and hello here. And then we have pattern4 equals hello slash G. This G is for global find. Let's add a log and let's say hello and hello. Then match it. Let's dot match, and then we can pass our pattern4 inside this match. So now you will see hello and hello because this pattern match its value hello with our string. So wherever we get hello, it will put them inside an array and return us. So we have two hellos. If we make one capital, you'll see we are getting only one because this is not case insensitive. But this one is case insensitive. If we put I here, it will be also a case insensitive. So that's it for creating a regex. Let me show you some common patterns of regex. So first let's comment these out. Let's add a common patterns. So regex has special characters to match types of characters. Let me show you the most common ones. Now let's add some consoles. So first we will see backward slash D, which is equals to digit. It will check the digits, and we have backward slash W, which will be equals to word character to check the words, and we have backward slash S, which is to check white spaces, and we have dot, which is equals to any character. So let's first see forward slash backward slash D, then wrap it inside our forward slash, then we can test. Let's add ABC 1 2 3. So okay, it will be inside our string. We see we have true because this string have numbers inside it. So this backward slash D required a number. So that's why we are getting true. If there's no number, we'll get false. Let me show you that as well. From here and change it to ABC. you can see we have false because there is no number inside our string, and this D required a number. Now let me show you W. Let's add a log, and we'll say // /w / .test, and this W is equals to word character. So if there is a word, we will get true. Now we say hello. You can see we are getting true because hello is a word. We duplicate it again and say hello world, we will get true. And let's say if we change it to S, which is to track the white spaces, so we have white space here, so we are getting true. If we don't add any white space, we will get false, you see. And let's try dot test. Let's test anything. You see we are getting false here. If we comment these out and we make a mistake, we don't add / here, now we are getting true because this dot required any character. So this is, you can put anything here, a or anything. And now let me show you character clauses. Basically character clauses let us define our own set of characters to match. Now let's add a comment, character clauses. Let's say A, B, C, which will match A, comma, B, comma, C, comma, or C. Now let me show you practically a log. Let's add some vowels, / an array. We have A, E, I, O, U, and our /. Now let's test if this string has vowel. Let's say hello. So we have a vowels here, E and O. We are getting true. If you don't have any vowel, we will get false. Now let's test 0 to 9. We are getting false currently because hello has no number between 0 to 9, or basically any kind of number will be tracked here. If I put 10, we will get true. If I say age 25, we will get true here because 25 is a number. And now we have a concept of qualifiers like plus, star, question mark, and curly braces, which lets you specify an exact count. Let's add a comment, quantifiers. Sorry, it was quantifiers, not qualifiers. 1 or more. So plus means 1 or more, and we have star. So star means 0 or more, and we have question mark, which means 0 or 1. And finally we have curly braces. Let's add an nth number, and it will be exactly nth number. Now add a log. We will say / d /. So d track the digits. And if we put plus here, so it will check 1 or more. It will not track 0. If we say .test and add inside 1, 2, 3, we will get, let's comment this out, and we will get true here. If we start with a 0, let's say 0, we will get true as well. If we say -1, we will get true. So this plus required 1 or more, like 1 or more numbers. Now if we log here curly braces and 3, and if we test 1, 2, we are getting false here because this curly braces needs exact 3 numbers, but there are 2 numbers, so it is not matching. If we put 3 numbers, we will get true because this curly braces required at least 3 numbers. So let's add it right here. And now let's see a question mark. So let's add COLO question mark R. So this question mark makes this R optional. If we put COLOR here, you'll see we are getting true because U, let's add a U here. So now U is optional. If we come here and if we say COLOR UR, we will get true as well. Right here, U is optional, but other are required. If we cancel R, we will get false here because R is required and COLO are required, but U is optional because we have put question mark after that U. So that's how this question mark works. I hope you understood the concept of common patterns. Let me comment these out and let me show you regex methods. Let's add a comment, regex methods. So basically JavaScript gives us several methods to use with regex. Let me show you the main ones. So let's create a variable text equals hello world, hello JavaScript. So I have already shown you the test method, this one right here. We were testing the strings, so basically it returned true or false after checking that text. Let's add a log here. Let me show you hello/.test, and inside this pass our text. We are getting true here because this hello exists inside this text, this one. We have 2 hellos. Now our second method is match. I have already shown you that as well. So basically it returns an array of matches. So whatever matches, we will get them inside our array. Let's add a log here. Let's say text dot match. Inside that, we can add our regex pattern. Let's say hello slash globally. It will globally find hello text inside our text. We have hello, and we are getting an array of the matches. Now we have a replace method. So it will simply replaces the matches. Let me show you that as well. A log text dot replace, and inside that we put hello. We will find globally, comma, we will make it high. So wherever we got hello, it will swap the value of hello to high. So we will have hi world hi JavaScript. You can see here hi world hi JavaScript. So this replace method swaps the value. And now we have a search method. So basically search returns index of first match. Basically this search gives the position. Let me add a log here, and let's say text dot search and search the word inside this text. So we are getting 6 because this world index is 6. So we count 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this world start from 6th index. So it is to check the first match and get us return us the index of it. We have a last method which is split. So basically splits string by pattern. So this split basically break the string apart. Let me show you that as well. Let's add a log, and let's say A, B, and C, comma D. Now if we dot split it, and we say / array, then comma and semicolon, then /. Now we will see we have splitted the alphabets A, B, C, D. So it removes comma and semicolon from them, or you can say it put comma instead of semicolon. So wherever we put semicolon, it will replace it with a comma and get us its array. So this is the purpose of split method. Now we have a final concept, which is anchors and groups. Let's comment these out, and let's add a comment anchors and groups. So basically anchors let us match positions, the start or end of a string, and groups let us capture parts of the match. Let me show you our caret anchor, which is this sign. It will be equals to start of the string, and we have a $sign, which will be the end of a string. So let's add a log here, and let's say caret hello, and let's test it, the test method, and let's say hello world. You will see we are getting true because it checks if this hello exists in the start of a string. So hello comes first, so it is the start of the string. So that's why we are getting true here. If we don't put hello here and shift it to here, we will get false because now the hello doesn't start with the string. It will be the end of a string, so we use $sign. So let's keep it that way for now, and let me show you, or let's comment this out, or let's duplicate it. Let me remove this and duplicate it, and let's say hello. You see we are getting false because hello doesn't start with a string, and we have a caret anchor sign here. And let me show you the $sign. Let's duplicate it again and remove the caret sign and put here world and $sign. So now it will check the end of a string if it's end with world or not. So we are getting false because we have no world here. If we copy this and paste it right here, now we are getting true because this string ends with world word. So that's true. Now let me show you groups. So we have capturing groups with our parentheses. Let me show you that as well. Const, let's add a date pattern equals our /, and inside that we can add a parenthesis. So now we have grouped the regex pattern. Now we can add, let's say D, and it required 4 digits. Then we can add a dash or wrap it inside our parenthesis to group the parts as well. Again parenthesis and dash again parenthesis. Now if we put /D curly braces 2, and now here /D curly braces 2. So this is our day, this is our month, and this is our year. Or sorry, this is our year, this is our month, and this is our date. So let's add a date match, const date match equals for string. Let's add any date, let's say 2025, and let's say 4, and let's our current date 17. Now if we match it with our date pattern and log it date match, and let's add a 0th index. So we are getting our date here, full date, because this date is fully matched with this one. Now if we put 1 here, and if we change it to it is also correct. So we are getting full date here as well. If we duplicate it and make it 2, we are getting only the year. And if we again do it with 3, now we are getting only the month. If we put the index 4, we will get the date only, or day only. So basically with the parentheses, we capture groups. We can access them by the index. So you can add a validation patterns as well. The most common ones are email patterns and phone number pattern. You will use inside the projects with the regex to check them. You can try and practice them as well. In today's lesson, we'll learn about JavaScript tooling, the tools professional developers use like linters, formatters, bundlers, and package managers. So let's start coding. So before starting, first we will set up or initialize the project. So we need to set up an npm project. So open the terminal in the new folder, of course, where you are working on. I'm working inside JavaScript lesson 32. So here I'll run npm init -y, and you can see we have a package.json file. So every JavaScript project starts with one package.json file. So open the package.json file. So this is where every dependency, every package, and every script will be tracked. We'll come back to this file throughout the lesson. So our first concept is ESLint, which catch bugs before you run the code or before your code is live. So ESLint is basically a linter that scans your code for bugs and bad patterns before you run the program. The best way to learn it is to break some code on purpose and watch ESLint catch it. So let's install it first as a dev dependency. So let's come inside the terminal and type npm install --save-dev and then ESLint and hit enter. So you will see we will be having a node modules and package lock.json, and you can see inside our package.json we have a dev dependency. Inside this we have ESLint. So now our ESLint has installed. Now we need a config file, so ESLint knows what rules to check. So we will create a file inside this folder. So let's say ESLint.config.js. So this is a config file for ESLint where we define some rules. So let's say module dot exports equals array bracket, then again inside our curly braces we have a language options, and we will put globals here, and inside the globals we will have console, and console will be equals to read only, so we can read the bugs inside our consoles or terminal. We'll put comma here, then rules. So we have rules. Our first rule is no unused vars are variables. We will see in warning another, which is eq, and this will show as an error. And our final one, which is no undefined, so it will also be an error. Okay, so 3 rules turned on. The global section just tells ESLint that console is a built-in, otherwise it would flag every console.log call. Now I'll write some code in script.js with bugs on purpose so you can see how ESLint reacts. So let's first create some bugs. Let's say let unused, and I am never used. So we will not use this variable anywhere. So this is a one bug. Let's put a condition count. So we haven't defined anywhere this count variable, so this is another bug. We just declared it but never defined it, and we use double equals and put number here. So double equals is another bug. We always use triple equals. I've already told you about these differences: equal, double equal, or triple equal. You can check my previous lessons. Let's put console inside it and put equal 5 or equals 5. Let's save it. Okay, now let's run ESLint in our terminal. Let's say npx ESLint script.js. Yes, here we misspell unused. Now let's try it. Let's try again. Okay, you can look at the terminal output. ESLint flagged 3 errors or 3 issues. It tells me the line number, this one, this is the line number, the rule name, this warning error, and what's wrong. See here, unused is a sign, a value, but never used, which is this one, unused. And we have an error. We haven't defined count anywhere, so it is showing us that unexpected triple equals, and it solves double equal, which is this one. So now let's fix it and run it again. So let's remove this and say const count equals 5. Now let's, okay, and here triple equals. Now let's save and run it again. You see we have no output. That means no errors. ESLint is happy. This is the linter workflow. Write code, run lint, fix it, flags, fix what it flags. Many developers also install the ESLint extension in cursor. Let's see ESLint, this one. So many developers install this extension, so the same error appears right inside the editor as red wiggly lines while typing. So that's it for ESLint. Now let me show you the second concept, which is prettier. So prettier is a code formatter. The most common way to use prettier is the cursor extension, so which formats your code every time you save. Let me show you how to set it up. You just come inside our extension section and type here prettier. you will see this. You have to install it. I've already installed it, so you can install and it will be set up. If you are using cursor, you can tell cursor that configure the prettier in your editor. It will do that. If you don't want to tell him to do that, you can just open the settings, not this settings but these ones, and you can type here prettier, and you can see there are some settings you can set up whatever you want. You can do the setup as per your requirement. Then how it will work, you can just see this. Let's type some messy code. Let's say they come in the same line, but this is a bit messy and not clearly readable. Now we can format this. Just click right click of your mouse and then you can click format document with and click prettier. You can see now it's much more cleaner and readable. So that's it for prettier setup, how you can set up, how you can use. Now let me tell you something about package manager. So you can look inside our package.json. There's a dev dependency section. So ESLint is sitting in there because we installed it earlier, the save dev flag. Let me show you that as well, this one. If we want to install a runtime library like React, we would run like npm install React, not this save dev flag, and it would land inside the dependency section, not the dev dependency but another section which is dependency. So basically dependencies are libraries the app needs while running, but the dev dependencies are tools you only need while developing. We have another method like yarn, which is exactly the same idea with different command name. For example, we will run it like this: yarn add and anything like React. But with npm we use npm install and then React or any library. So basically yarn removes instead of npm uninstall. So when you say yarn remove React or ESLint, they will remove React or ESLint from the dependency. Same way npm uninstall. So with npm we use uninstall, but with yarn we use remove. So both tools read and write the same package.json file. Pick one and stick with it inside a single project. And our final concept, which is bundlers. So bundlers take all your separate JavaScript files. If we have different files, so it will take all the separate JavaScript files and combine them into one optimized file the browser can load fast. They also minify your code so it downloads quicker. So let's set up one so you understand much better, or let me show you what to run so you can run it yourself. You can just write here npm create read add latest, and you can name anything here for your project, then hit enter and it will create your Vite project here. So that command scaffolds a full Vite project with everything wired up. Webpack is the older bundler. It works everywhere and is highly configurable, newer and much faster for new projects. Today, most developers reach for Vite instead of web. In today's lesson, we'll learn about testing fundamentals, why testing matters, and how to write a real test in JavaScript using Vitest. So let's start coding. So let's start with the intro of testing. So what is testing? Testing is just writing code that checks if your other code actually works. It catches bugs early, it documents how your function should behave, and it let you change code later without worrying about breaking things. So today we focus on unit tests that check one function at a time. So let's first set up the npm project. First we set up an npm project so we can install Vitest. So open your terminal inside the folder and type npm init -y and hit enter. So this -y flag just accepts all the defaults. So you notice it creates a package.json file. So every JavaScript project has package.json file. It tracks our project name, version, script, and any library we install will become in dependencies or dev dependencies. So let's add one line here. After this main, we will type module and comma. So we added a type module. With this, we can use modern imports and export syntax. Without this line, Node would treat our files as old style common JS, like require and our library or package name. And with this module, we will be able to import or export our things. Now we have to install Vitest. So inside the terminal again, we type npm install --save -dev and Vitest and hit enter. So this save dev flag means it's a development tool only needed while we code, not when the app runs in production. Okay, it's successfully installed. Now you can see inside our dev dependencies we have Vitest. That's where all the actual library code lives. Okay, so now we can add a script called test. It's already there, and whenever we do run test npm test, we should run our Vitest. So this way we can just type npm test inside our terminal instead of npx Vitest every time. Now let's create our script.js file. Script.js. Now we need some functions to test. Let me create some simple functions. Let's say export function. Let's add something, a b. Inside this we will return a plus b. So this is our first function. Let's just copy it, paste it right here and right here, and we will have is even here to get the even numbers, and we will say n, and we will return n modulus b equals 0. and our final one will be capitalized, and we will have a string here, and we will return string dot character at 0th index. So we will have the first character of any string, and then we will change it to uppercase, and now we will concatenate it with string dot slice one. So this add will return sum of two numbers, and this even will return true if number is even, and this capitalized return capitalizing the string first letter into an uppercases. And you notice we have put export keyword in front of each function. That's important. It let our test file import them in a second. Now let's create our script.test.js file, script.test.js. So VTest automatically finds any file ending with .test.js and runs it. So we should import three things here. Let's import describe from VTest, and we have it, and we have expect. And then we will import our functions, which we have created in script.js, our add, our is even, and our capitalize from /script.js. Now let me just quickly write a test. Let's say describe. Inside parenthesis we will have add, then comma, our callback function. Inside that we will have it, and then we can add anything here. Adds two positive numbers, and we have a callback function again, expect add function. Inside that we can pass arguments 2 and 3, and then after that expect we have to be 5, because 3 plus 2 will be 5. So this is the first test. This is the second test. Adds negative numbers and the callback function. Inside that expect, and then add -1 comma -2 dot to be. This will be -3, because when we add these, the result will be -3. And let's add the last one. Just copy it and paste it right here, and we will add zeros. Add 0, and right here we will put 5 and then 0. So the result will be 5. Okay, so this describe groups related tests together. It defines one test case with a description, and expect takes a value and chain a matcher to be checks strict equality. So we have written 3 tests for add function, the positive number, the negative numbers, and the 0. Now let's test these inside our terminal. So we will run the tests, npm test, and hit enter. Okay, so look at this. VTest just opened the script.js and passes all the tests. You can see this green check marks. It means we have paused every test right here. This is the real output of this VTest, and this is the easiest way to test anything. This is called a unit test. Now let's break a test on purpose and see the results. So because the best way to trust your tests is to watch one fail on purpose. So I'm going to change one expectation to something wrong. Now let me make this wrong. To be will be 6. Okay, you see our first tests have failed, and you have noticed that VTest rerun automatically the moment I've saved that file after changing. And you can see expected 5 and to be 6. That difference is the whole point of testing. Now we know what to expect and what is wrong. Now let's make it 5 again and save. You see, all tests passed. So that's the rhythm of testing. Write a test, watch it fail, fix the code, then watch it pass, as we did right here. Now let's add test for is even and capitalize, and we will include some edge cases, because that's where bug loves to hide. Let's just not waste our time and create some tests. So copy this and paste it right here and right here. Now let me quickly add some test for is even. Let me do it for you, so the video should not be so long. Okay, so I have written the tests for is even and capitalize. Let's format it first. Okay, so for even, I am testing 4, 7, 0, and a negative even number. So this negative even number is the edge case I have handled right here. So you should also always test those. And for capitalized, we have test a normal word, a single letter, and an empty string. And we have saved our file. And if you come here, you will see our tests have failed, and we can see why. String.character at is not a function. Let me see what is wrong. Maybe we have done something wrong right here. You notice we have done mistake. We have put here chat at, but it is not a function or method inside our string, so it will be character at. Now you see our all tests have paused. You can see add function, this test paused, this one, and for even, these ones also paused, and for capitalized, all these 3 have paused. So this is how you can do unit test. It's easy, and you should always do these tests before pushing pushing it to production. So for quitting this v-test, you can just type Q here and it will be stopped inside our terminal. In today's lesson, we'll learn about debugging techniques, the console methods, the debugger statement, breakpoints and dev tools, and the most common JavaScript bugs and how to spot them. So let's start coding. First thing, you will open your HTML file inside the browser with the Go Live extension. You can just install live extension, live server, and you can just click Go Live and your app will be opened in the browser. So to open the dev tools, you have to click F12, or you can just right click and click inspect. So this is our dev tools. These are the tools we can use for debugging. Before telling you how to use them, let me tell you what is debugging. So basically, debugging is the skill of figuring out why your code isn't doing what you expected. The browser already ships with serious debugging tools. We just need to know how to use them. So after opening your dev tools, you can switch to console tab. This is where all our debugging will happen. So let me write some logs. So there are three flavors of console output. First is log, which is a plain text. As you know, if you have seen our previous lessons, we have used console.log everywhere, and you will use it too in future. So let me write some logs. Let's say console dot. So here's the thing, console provides many methods, assert where, and you can just try them and see what the output will it give. I'm just telling you three general methods, which is console.log. Inside that, you can put anything. Let me put hello from console.log, our semicolon. Then our second one is console.warn, and inside that you can click this is a warning, and our third one is console.error. Here you can say this is an error. Now you can see this is our console.log result in a plain text. This is our console.warn, which shows the text in a warning like text or box, and this is our console.error, which shows the text as an error. So these both are not common, but you can use them. This is used for warnings, this is used to catch the errors, and so on. Now let me give you another example with a console.table. We will see what will be the result. So let's create users list. Const users equals array bracket. Inside that you can create some users. Let's say name Ollie, age 25, and you can put comma here, and let's duplicate it and change the names. Let's say Sarah, and this is 30. Let's make it 22 and name something Ahmad. Okay, now let's log this console.table and we will print our users. Look at that, the console.table takes an array of objects and render it as proper table columns and rows, and these are sortable 0, 1, 2. You can also sort them accordingly. This is amazing for debugging data. It is way easier to read than a flat dump of an object. Let me show you some more console methods. The one is group. Let's say console.group, and let's add user info. Let's add log again, name roof, and let's add another log, age 22, and now you can just type console.group end and just keep it like that. Now you see this is a nested console.group. It nests related logs together. You can see here users info, and you can collapse and expand. The related logs are these ones which are coming in between this group and group end. You can collapse them and expand them. This is also great for cleaning up noisy output. Let me show you another one, console.time, and let's add loop, and below that let's create a for loop. Let I equal 0, semicolon I less than, let's say 100,000, semicolon I plus plus, and just keep it like that. And you can add another log, not log but time end, and you can just put loop here. So this console.time starts a timer with a label. You can see here, this is the label, and console.time end stops the timer and prints how long that block took. You can see this is a loop which runs and stops, and this is the time that how long that loop runs. So this is also useful for spotting slow code without any fancy profiler. So these were the few useful console methods you can use. Let me give you more examples so you can understand better. Let me write a debugger statement. Let's say debugger statement. Let me write a function, calculate total. Let's add price in param, quantity, and inside that const subtotal equals price, multiply by quantity, and you can add debugger here, and you can create another variable tax equals subtotal multiply 0.1, and we can return subtotal plus tax. Now if you log this, calculate total, let's add any price, let's say 50, and let's add 3. Now if you save, so let me first tell you about this debugger word. So when DevTool is open, this line pauses the code right here. Let's save, refresh, and you can see this line pauses the code. You can see we have a prompt pause in debugger. If you click here, it can continue. Let me just comment these out. You see, when we refresh, this debugger paused that code, and it is also highlighting debugger. If I click continue, it will continue. If I refresh again, it will pause because this code runs again when I refresh. So when it comes to debugger, it pauses the whole script.js. And you can notice if I come here and refresh again, the page just stopped. The browser jumped to sources tab and highlighted the exact line. Now I can hover over any variable, hover on price, you can see. So this is also very useful. Every variable's current value just by hovering, and you can click F10 in Windows to the next line, or you can just click here and hover over it. If you are in Mac, you can just press Fn and with it F10. So this switches to the next line, and you can also see the price by hovering over any variable. If you click again F10, it will switch to next line, and you can see now the text as well. So in real projects, you don't write debugger in your code, you use breakpoints in the source tab. Same effect, no code change, click any line number and a blue marker will appear. If I refresh again, you can click any line number. So no debugger keyword needed. If you remove it, and it will remove the breakpoint. You continue, refresh. So this is what most professional debugging actually looks like. If you click here, it will remove the breakpoint, and resume execution will be with F8. If you click F8, it will resume execution. So that's it for debugger statement. Let's comment it out. Now let me show you type of null quick. Let's add some logs. Let's say log, and you can just type here type of and then hello, and just duplicate it, and let's have a number, say 42. Let's have a undefined, let's have null. So you can look at the output. String type is a string, and we put 42, which is a number, so its type is number, and undefined is equals to undefined, and this null equals to an object. So all expected, but type of null returns an object. That's a famous quirk from the language early days that they never fixed. So if you want to check for null, never use type of, always compare directly with triple equals null. Let me show you some more examples. Let's comment it out, and let's create a variable, let x log, let's print x, then let y equals null. Let's add a log y. Now you can see we got undefined and null. So this undefined means a variable exists but was never assigned. You can see we didn't assign any value here, we just declared it. And null means we intentionally set it to empty, some nothingness on the surface. Undefined is JavaScript saying I don't have a value here. Null is you saying I have no value here on purpose. So that's a difference. Now let me show you some other bugs, var versus let. So let me create two loops with var and let. Let's say for var I equals 0, semicolon, then I less than 3, then I plus plus. Inside these curly braces, you can add set timeout, and this is function which takes a callback function, and you can add log. Let's say var I colon, and then I. Let's remove this, and then you can put 1 millisecond, and let's duplicate it and just put here let. Let's also convert it to J and put here let and make it 200 millisecond. Now if I refresh, you can see var loop prints 3, 3, 3, the same final value 3 times, and the let loop prints 0, 1, 2. This is the classic var bug. Var is function scoped, so there's only one I variable, and by the time set timeout callback finally runs, it has already finished at 3. And let is a blocked scope, so each iteration gets its own J. Always use let or const in loops and never use var. So that's it for today's lesson. Let me just give you quick debugging tips. Just 3 more tips that will save you hours. Number 1, read errors messages carefully. Chrome tells you the error type, the message, and the exact file and line number. Don't skip over them. And number 2, use the network tab when you fetch calls aren't working. You see every request, its status code, its response data, its timing, and etc. You can see here there are many tabs. Most API bugs solve themselves the moment you open the network tab. And number 3, when you stuck drop console.log statement right before and right after the suspicious code to narrow down where the bug is. It's not fancy, but it's how most professional debugging actually happens. In today's lesson, we'll learn about performance tips, how to measure code speed, and 3 important techniques every JavaScript developer should know, like debouncing, throttling, and memoization. So let's start coding. So before starting anything, let me tell you why performance matters. So in JavaScript, when we call functions, like a function called once is fine, no matter how slow. And if the same function called 1,000 times in a loop, or on every keystroke, or on every scroll event, that's where performance start to bite. Today we measure code with performance.now method, and we learn 3 patterns to control how often expensive functions run. So we will run all our code in the terminal with Node. After each section, save the file and run node.script.js to see the output. So let me write some performance code, how we can measure the performance, and I'll have you understand what this code do. So let's add a comment. Measuring performance. Let's create a start variable equals performance.now, and this is a method. And then we will create another variable sum equals 0. Then we create a loop. Let I equals 0 semicolon, then I less than, let's say 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Type any number you want. I plus plus. Now inside that we can just do sum plus equals I, and then we can see what end performance is. Let's say performance.now method, and then we come here, we add a log and backticks. Let's say loop took end minus start dot fixed 2 milliseconds. Now save it, and let me tell you what this code do. So performance.now gives a high precision timestamp in milliseconds. We capture it before the loop, and we again capture it after the loop right here. Then we subtract. So the result will tell me exactly how long a million addition this one takes on this machine, probably a few milliseconds. So you will come inside the terminal and run node.script.js. But first, let's come into this directory. It's lesson 5. So now we say node.script.js and hit enter. So you see the result is loop took 16.61 milliseconds. So this is how you can measure the performance. So this was a first technique, how you can measure the performance. Now let me show you another way to compare 2 approaches. Like, let me tell you the difference. Let's add a comment. Compare for loop versus reduce. So let's create a variable numbers equals array.from. Then inside this we will have a length. Let's say it's 100,000. Then comma underscore comma I. Then it's a callback I. So come here, then const t1 equals performance.now, and then we can create a total 1 equals 0. And then for loop, inside that let I equals 0 semicolon, I less than numbers dot length, then I plus plus. And inside this we can just do the same, total 1 plus equals numbers I. And after this, let's add a log. So for loop, let's say performance dot now method minus t1 and dot fixed 2 milliseconds. And then we will have a reduce method. So let's say const t2 equals performance.now, and then again we const total 2 equals numbers are reduce. So in reduce, you know, we have an accumulator and n, and then we have accumulator plus n comma 0. So right here, let's add a log, backticks reduce. So reduce will take performance.now minus t2 dot to fixed and 2, and these are milliseconds. So let's save. So these both will give us the same results, but these are 2 different ways to measure the performance. This is a classical loop, and this is an array reduce method. Now we can compare them with hard numbers. So for loops are usually a bit faster because they have less overhead, but the difference is tiny. Use whichever is more readable, unless this code is in a hot path that runs thousands of times. So let me run the script and see the results. You see, loop takes 1.23, which is a bit faster than reduce, which is taking 2.86 milliseconds. So these both are the ways to measure performance. Now let me show you another way, which is debouncing. So let's comment these out and let's come here. So before starting, let me tell you something about debouncing. What is it and why we use this? So basically, debouncing delays a function call until the user stops doing something for a set time. So the classic use case of this debouncing is a search box. You don't want to fire an API request on every single keystroke. You wait until they stop typing for half a second, then search. Let me write some code and I'll let you understand how it works. So let's create a function. Let's name it debounce, and this function will take a function as a parameter and a delay. And inside this, we will have a timer, and then we will return a function which has arguments. And inside this, we will clear timeout. We will pass the timer here. Then we will call timer equals to set timeout. Then it will take a callback function. And inside this, we will say function. And inside we have the arguments. And then we have a delay. So debounce takes any function plus a delay and return a wrapped version of it. Each time the wrapped function is called, it clears the previous timer and starts a new one. The original function only fires once. The calls stop coming for the delay period. So let's test it so you understand better what I mean by this. So let's create a variable search equals query and add a log here. Then we can add searching and query. So whatever we search, it will print inside the log. So another variable, debounce, or debounced search equals debounce search, comma 500 delay. So you see, this is the debounce search, and this is the function we created right here, and we passed a search function because search is equals to this function, and we passed that as an argument, and it will take it from here, and we pass the delay, which is right here. And now we will just invoke that function. Let's say debounced search. Let's pass any query. Let's say h. Then let's copy it below. So just copy it from here and paste it a few more times. And let's say hey, hello. Say hello. So we did 4 rapid calls. But if we look at the output, let's say script.js. Okay, if you look at the output, only one search happens for hello, this one. The first 3 got cancelled because new call came in too fast. That's debouncing. Imagine skipping 3 useless API requests every time the user types a word. So I hope you understood this debouncing concept. Let me just comment it out and let's see what is throttling. Let's add a comment, throttling. So before starting, let me tell you about throttling. So throttling is similar but different than the debouncing. Instead of waiting for a pause, throttling limits how often a function can fire, like run this scroll handler at most once per second, no matter how fast they scroll, or update this card at most once every 200 milliseconds, no matter how many data events arrives. So let me write some code to let you understand better. Let's create a function throttle, and it will take the same way a function, but it will take a limit, not the delay. Debouncing takes the delay. Throttling takes limit. Now let's create a variable let waiting equals false. Then we will return a function, and the same way it will take arguments. Or inside that we will put a condition. If no waiting is false, then function will take arguments and waiting will be equals to true, and set timeout will be waiting equals false, and we will have a limit here. So throttle uses a waiting flag. When the function is called, if we are not currently waiting, we run immediately and starts a timer. While the timer is running, additional calls get ignored. Once the timer ends, we accept the call again. Let me show you by testing it. So let's create a variable on scroll. On scroll equals a function which will log, let's say, scroll at, then let's put a date here, and then let's say scroll or const throttle scroll equals throttle on scroll will be a function, and the limit will be 1 second. And now we should call that throttle scroll right here, and let's paste it right here, and let's put a log here. Only the first call ran, the rest were throttled. So 3 rapid calls, only 1 line will be printed for logs. Let me say, okay, you see scrolled at this and our console. So this is how throttle works. We use debouncing for search boxes where you want to wait for a pause, and throttle for scroll and resize events where you want a steady rate. So I hope you understood the concept of throttling. And now let me tell you the final concept, which is memoization. I have told you that before in our previous lessons, but let me just quickly remind you that in here as well. Memoization. So basically memoization means caching the result of a function. If the same arguments come in again, return the cached answer instead of computing it again. This is a huge for expensive pure functions. So let me write a function, memoize, then a function, and curly braces, const cache, empty bracket, return function, then our arguments, then we will have const key equals JSON dot stringify arguments, and if key in cache, then we just simply log from cache, and we will just return that cached key. If it doesn't exist, just say const result equals function arguments, then cache that key, result, then return that result. Let's save this. So memoize stores result in a plain object, this one, using JSON of the argument as the key. On every call, we'll check cache. If we have seen these arguments, we will return that instantly. Otherwise, compute, then cache, then return. So this is the flow, how we use memoize. So let me quickly test it so you understand better. Save it. So let's create a variable. Let's name it Fibonacci. Basically, he's an Italian mathematician. So Fibonacci equals memoize function, and inside that we have a number. Then if n is less than or equals to 1, then we will just return that number. If not, then we will return Fibonacci n minus 1 plus Fibonacci 10, not 10, maybe n minus 2. And now let's add some logs. Let's say 5a 10, that's 10. Let's add a column, then Fibonacci 10, and let's just copy it and paste it right here, and let's again, and then let's make it 20 and 20. So if we run this, you will see, okay, we did some mistake here. So we have, okay, we just made a mistake here. It is not a function. It will be long array. Okay, just save it and then run it again. Okay, you will see we have the results. So look at this. Without memoization, Fibonacci of 40 makes billions of recursive calls because it recomputes the same sub-problems over and over. With memoize, each value gets computed exactly once. The second call to 10, we have this. 10 prints from cache and return instantly. You see, we have nothing in cache, and it calls 3, 3, 6, 7, and 9 times, then returns our first call, then it saves in the cache, so the second call comes right from the cache, and then again our third call, and it is cached. So if we call it again, you will see, if we call it again, copy this, paste it here, and let's say again and run it, you see we just got that right here. So basically memoization turns an algorithm that runs for hours into one that runs in milliseconds. Use it for any expensive pure functions. So that's it for today's lesson. You just learned performance tips, mirroring with performance, .now, debouncing for search inputs, and throttling for scroll events, and memoization for caching expensive computations. In today's lesson, we'll look at DOM observers. We have two kinds of observers. One is Mutation Observer, which watches for changes in the DOM. And the second one is Intersection Observer, which watch when elements enter or leave the viewport. They are the building blocks of lazy loading, scroll animations, and reactive UI. So let's start by looking at the HTML we are working with. So our HTML is tiny. We have an h1, a hint to open the console. Then we have two divs. So the first one is container, which is empty right now. And this is where our Mutation Observer will watch children being added and removed. And the second one is target. So you have noticed we have put some inline styling. I pushed it right after the other elements. It is way down the page on purpose. You can see we have put it right at the bottom, so we can scroll to it later for Intersection Observer demo. And in the bottom we have script.js, so we can load our script. That's it. No frameworks, no libraries, just the browser's built-in observers. So just open your HTML in the browser with Go Live extension, and then press F12 to open your console tab, this one. So that's where all our browser output will show. Right now is empty, so let's do some coding and see what happens. So let's start by building a basic mutation observer. So let's add a comment first. Mutation observer. So mutation, as I said, mutation observer watches children being added or removed. So let's create a container, and this container will be this div right here, equals, let's take document dot get element by ID, and then we can just put that ID name, container. After that, let's create const mutation observer equals new mutation observer, and we have a callback function right inside this mutation observer function. Then we have some mutations, and right here mutations dot for each, we have a callback. Inside that we have mutation. So for each mutation we will first log. Inside the log we have mutation type, which is mutation.type, and below it we should put a condition. Mutation.type is equals to child list. If it's true, then we can just put some logs like added mutation.added nodes dot length, and comma, let's add another comment, nodes. Let's put another log and say remove, comma, mutation dot remove nodes dot length, and the same way nodes. So nodes. So this is our mutation observer created. Now let's say mutation observer dot observe. Inside that we have two parameters. One is target, one is option. So target will be this container, and the options will be, let's say, child list true. I'll explain you after all done. Now let's just trigger it. So first we should get our paragraphs. So let's say const p1 equals document dot create element, and let's create our paragraph. And inside that paragraph we should add some text. So let's say p1 equals, or not equals, but p1 dot text content equals first child node, or let's say first child added, and let's say container dot append child. Which one? p1. So we will see that first child inside our container. And let's create another p2 equals document dot create element, and then this is also a p, and p2 dot text content equals second child added, and then we have container dot append child, and then p2. So let's save it. You see we have first child added inside our container and our second child right here. So what we did is we created a mutation observer and pass it a callback. So the callback receives an array, this one, of mutations. So each one describes what changed. You see right here we have added for each loop, and it will tell us what are the changes. And then we call observe on the container with child list true. That tells the observer watch for children being added or removed. So this observer will watch our mutation observer and that container. And then below it, we added 2 paragraphs and append them to a container. And you can see inside our console, the observer fires twice, right here and right here. Each time it tells us mutation type was child list and 1 node was added. That's it. That's the basic pattern of mutation observer. So what we just saw here is every observer steps. Create observer with a callback, this one, and call observe on a target with some options like this child list true. Then change the DOM and callback fires with some details about what changed. We can also add some more observer options. Like this was the first option. We have multiple options we can add. Let me just quickly show you those options as well in a clean way. So let's just type here mutation observer options. So let's create options observer equals new mutation observer, and then we have a callback mutations. So inside that we can put condition mutation dot type equals to attributes. If it's true. Oops, we made some mistake. Let's just say mutation for mutations for each, and inside that for each loop we have just copy it and paste it right here. So inside that we should also put mutation here, and right here if this condition is true we can just add a log that attribute changed, comma mutation dot attribute name, and let's just copy it so we don't waste time. Let's add if type is character data, and then we will say text changed, and we can just add a target here, target dot text content. All right, so now let's observe it. So we should first say options observer dot observe, and inside that we have a container, and after that we have some options. So first option is child list, which let's make it true, and the second option will be attribute, let's make it true as well, and the third option, let's say character data, let's make it true as well, and the fourth option will be subtree, which will be also true. So let's just trigger them so we can see them cleanly inside of our browser. So let's say container dot set attribute. To set an attribute, let's set data updated, and its value will be set to true. All right, and the second trigger will be, let's say let's call our first child, this one, let's say p1 dot first child dot text content, and let's change that text of p1. Let's make it text was changed. Okay, so you can see our text just changed, and we have attribute changed, data updated. So you can see that this is the same pattern with the new observers as well. We have new observer, callback, then call browse, this one, but this time the options are richer. We have 4 options, but before we have just added single option. So attribute true watches for attribute changes on the target, and character data true watches for text changes, and the subtree true means watch not just the container itself but every descendant inside it, means every element inside it. Without subtree we'd only see changes directly on the container. Then we just trigger 2 things. One is set attribute on the container, and the second one is a text change on the first paragraph text, which is a node. So in console you have seen that attribute has changed and the text changed to text was changed. You can also see inside our page as well. So the observer reported exactly what changed and where. So I think that's enough for mutation observer. Let's just comment these out. Let's just comment these out, and let's come here and let's just add a comment, intersection observer. I already told you that intersection observer watch when elements enter or leave the viewport. So let me just quickly type target equals document dot get element by ID, and we can just put target here. So this target is the ID of this div right here, this one. So now let's just create an intersection observer. Intersection observer equals new intersection observer, and inside that we have a callback. Let's get some entries, and inside that we can just same way make for each loop for this, for each, and then for each entry let's just add some conditions. Let's say if entry dot is intersecting, then add a log, say target is visible, and just put entry dot target dot style dot background equals, let's say light blue, light blue. If it's true, the target style will be light blue. If it's false, so inside our else we have a log target left the viewport, and then we can just put entry dot target dot style dot background will be equals to light blue, or let's make it light green. Alright, so if else, then for each, then we have our callback, but maybe after this we can add some threshold. Let's say threshold will be 0.5. That's it. And now let's just observe it. Let's say intersection observer dot observe, and inside that let's put our target, and let's add a console. Let's say scroll down to see intersection observer in action. That's it. So let me just explain you what's happening here. So intersection uses the same pattern. New observer, callback, this one, and then we observe on the target. So the only difference is what it's watching for is the element's visibility in the viewport. So each has a entry dot intersecting to see if it's intersecting or not, which is a boolean. So we use that to change the background and a log message. And we put threshold 0.5 means fire the callback when 50% of the element is visible. You can also pass an array like anything 0 or 0.25 or 0.5, 0.75 or 1 to fire at multiple visibility level. So the last line, this one, observe it, and this one just show us a log that scroll down to see the actual result. So let me just scroll down slowly and let's see our result, what happened. Scroll down, you see we have a light green color right inside our target div. So this happens as the target div crosses the viewport. So the moment it is 50, you see right now it's light blue, and the moment I am here, at the moment it's 50% visible, two things happens. We can see a console and the background flips to green. If we scroll back a little, we can see the console again and the background has been changed. It means the moment it leaves the viewport, target left the viewport logs and the background flips to blue again. This is exactly how lazy loading images or infinite scroll or scroll triggers animation works in a real apps. The browser does the heavy lifting, we just react to the callback. That's it. So this was all about the intersection observer. The last thing which is very important to know, that every observer has a disconnect method. You should always call it when you no longer need the observer, otherwise it sits in the memory and keeps firing forever. Let me just give you some example. Let's say let's comment cleanup, and we have some methods like mutation observer dot disconnect. This is to disconnect, like let's just uncomment these and let's disconnect this one. You see we are no longer seeing its console. If we comment this out, you will see its console right here. If we disconnect it, we no longer see it. If we just copy here and change our second option observer, you see its logs and its views are also gone, and last one is intersection, and let's disconnect it as well. You see now everything is clean. So in single page apps, components mount and unmount constantly. If you forgot to disconnect, you leak observers, and after a few thousand navigations your app starts to crawl. In today's lesson we look at three powerful browser API: Canvas for drawing graphics with JavaScript, Clipboard for copy and paste, and geolocation for getting the user's location. So let's not waste time and dive into our code. So our HTML is small, but every element has a job. There's a canvas element with the ID my canvas. It's 400 by 300 with a black border. You can also see it inside our browser. This is our canvas. And then we have a line break. Then we have three buttons: copy button for copy the text, and paste button, paste the text, and final one is location button to get the user's location. And at last we load the script.js. That's the whole page. So let's just dive into our JavaScript. So let's start by understanding the canvas API, which is to draw graphics with JavaScript. So first we grab the canvas element. Let's say const canvas equals to document dot get element by ID. Then we have our my canvas ID, and then we call the get context. So const ctx, this context, canvas dot get context. And inside this we have 2D string, so that gives us the drawing surface. This ctx object is what we use for every shape, like rectangles, circles, text, all of it. Nothing draw yet, we are just getting the tools. Now let's come here and let's just draw a filled rectangle. So let's add a comment: draw a filled rectangle. Right here we can take the object ctx dot fill style. So this fill style sets the color for whatever we draw next. The fill style will be equals to steel blue, and then we can say cdx dot fill rectangle or rect. So this fill rect, draw a filled rectangle, and this will get x-axis, y-axis, and the width and the height. So from the x-axis we can say it's 20, and 20 from the y-axis, and 150 will be its width, and 100 will be its height. So you can see the rectangle just appeared inside our canvas with a steel blue color. Now let's put a log that rectangle drawn. Alright, we got our log as well. Now let's draw a circle. So draw a circle, and let's say cdx dot begin path. So circle works a little differently. Begin path starts a fresh path, and we have cdx dot arc. So arc takes from the center x-axis and y-axis, and the third one will be our radius. You can also see inside here, and the fourth one will be start angle, and the fifth one will be our end angle, and the seventh one or the sixth one will be our counterclockwise, which we will not put right now. We just need 5 of them. Let's say 300 will be x-axis, 80 will be y-axis, then let's say 50 will be radius, and let's make that start angle 0, and then we have end angle, which we do some maths. Let's say math dot pi multiply by 2. So this will make our full circle. Now let's say cdx dot fill style. I already told you about this. Right here it will fill the styles inside our shape. So fill style will be, let's say tomato, which is obviously red, and right here let's say cdx dot fill, and you can see we have our circle right here, a tomato red circle right next to our blue steel rectangle. So let's add a log as well. Let's say circle drawn. Alright, we have circles as well. Now let's draw a text. So let's say draw text, and let's say cdx dot font equals 2 pixels, and its font family will be Arial. So this font sets the size, which is 24 pixels, and the font family will be Arial. And then we have cdx dot fill style, and let's make it black. And then we have cdx dot fill text, and inside that we can say anything, hello canvas, and then we have x-axis 100 and the y-axis will be 200, and you can see we have got our text as well, hello canvas. And just let's add a log is always text drawn. And the one thing to know that we have one property named clear rect. Let me show you that as well. Let's say cdx dot clear rect, and we can just put 0 from y-axis, and let's say canvas dot width, comma canvas dot height, and you can see this clear rect erases part of the canvas. So we always use this to wipe out the whole thing inside the canvas. Let's comment it out so we don't lose our graphics inside our canvas. So if you want to clear it, you just put this line and it will clear the whole thing. So that's it for canvas part. Now let me just comment it out. Okay, so now we'll see clipboard API. So let's say clipboard API, it will copy and paste text. So let's grab our elements. Let's say const copy button equals document dot get element by ID. Inside that we have copy button, and let's just copy it down and change it to paste button, and right here we say paste button, and right here. Okay, so copy button dot add event listener, then let's add an event which will be click event, and we have a callback async function. And then inside that we have a try catch block. Inside we will say await navigator dot clipboard dot write text, and let's write this hello from developer Maru. So this navigator dot clipboard dot write text writes text to the system clipboard, so it will return a promise. So we use async await here, and we have wrapped it inside our try and catch because the browser can deny the request. For instance, if you call it without a user gesture like click. So let's just add some logs. Text copied to clipboard, and let's add another log right here. It will say copy failed, and then we will get error. So let's just save it, and now let's test it. So let's just click that copy text. You can see our text copied to the board. Now let's paste anywhere to see if it really works or not. Just big work hello from developer Maruf, which we just put right here. So it's worked. So it means hello from developer Maruf, which is our string, is on the system clipboard for real. So now let's make a test button dot add event listener, and click event async, and inside this we have same way try and catch block, and let's just copy these lines and paste it right here, and let's just say const text equals await navigator dot clipboard dot read text. So this is for reading the text what we have inside our clipboard. So we can click inside our browser this button, paste text, and it will get us our text from the system clipboard. So inside this, let's add pasted text, comma, text. And right here, another log with paste failed, and we got an error. Let's just save it. So this read text reads whatever is on the clipboard. So basically reading is more sensitive than writing. So the browser shows a permission prompt the first time. So let's see it after clicking this paste text. You can see browser has given us a permission prompt because it's sensitive. If we allow, and you can see inside our console paste text and this one, and we got text copied to clipboard. So this is what we have currently inside our clipboard. If we copy it, paste it, you can see pasted text is hello from developer mode. This is inside our clipboard. If I copy anything, let's say copy this function, now it's in our system clipboard. If we click, let's first clear it. If we click paste, you can see I got the full function right inside the console, because this is what I have in my system when I copied this. So this is how it works. If I copy it, now my clipboard have this hello from developer mode. If I paste it, you can see now I have a hello from developer mode. So this is the same logic. This is a rich paste feature, works in the same apps like Slack or Notion. So I hope you understood. Now we have our final thing. Let's just comment it down, and our final one is geolocation API, which get the user's location. All right, so const location button equals document dot get element by ID, then we get our location button right here. And now let's say location button dot add event listener, and the event will be click, and what will happen after the click is if the navigator dot get geolocation is not available, then we can just add geolocation is or not supported. The geolocation also needs the user's permission. So first we check that navigator.geolocation exists. Some browsers or contexts doesn't support it, so that's why we are checking this. And if not supported, then just return it. If it's supported, then we say navigator.geolocation.get current position, and inside that we can add a position with a callback. Let's say position, and the positions will be its longitude, latitude, and accuracy. So let's add some logs. So latitude will be position dot coordinates dot latitude. This is to get the latitude of the current user where he is at, and let's just copy it and paste it right here, paste it. So this is longitude, and this will be longitude, and the final one will be our accuracies. Position, coordinates, accuracy, and let's say meters. So after that we have a second callback, which will be error. If we got any error, we will catch that right here inside of log, and let's make it error. So geolocation errors, error dot message, and let's just save it. Save it. So if the browser support the geolocation, then we get the current position, which takes two callbacks, one for success, one for error. So on success, position coordinates gives us latitude, longitude, and the accuracy meters. So let's just click that get location, and as I said, it is sensitive, so browser asks you to allow it or not, do not allow it. So let's just allow it, and we got some errors. Alright, so we are getting that error because we are inside our local host, so that's why the browser didn't get the coordinates of my machine. But if you are in real websites, it will work fine, or you should allow the permission so that the browser can get your location correctly. So the code is fine, and the API is also fine. The only problem is that we are inside our local host. So that's it from my side. This is how you can get the location. This is lesson 38, the final lesson of our JavaScript playlist, and we are finishing on something really important, which is accessibility. So accessibility means making your pages usable for everyone, including people who use screen readers or navigate with the keyboard only. So let's start by looking at our HTML. So this is pretty small HTML. Every element has a purpose. So there is a toggle menu with the ID of toggle btn. Below it we have nav with the ID menu holding three anchor tags or links: home, about, and contact. And you notice that that it has a hidden attribute on the nav. So it starts collapsed, then we have the text input with the ID name input. So just open this HTML in your browser with GoLive extension and press F12, or you can just right click and click inspect to open this dev tools and come inside the element. So let's write our script now. So the first thing we will learn is area attributes. Let's say accessibility area attributes, and let's get our toggle button equals document dot get element by ID. Then we have a toggle btn, and our second one is menu equals document dot get element by ID, and its ID is menu. These are the two elements. And then we have a toggle btn dot set attribute and add area expanded comma, its value will be false. And then on our toggle btn we will add another area attribute which is controls, which will be equals to the menu. Alright, so this area expanded attribute tells screen readers whether the thing this button controls is opened or closed, and this area controls attribute tells them which element it controls. Right here is the menu, so it will control the menu element. We set these once on load, and you can see inside our elements tab the button now has area expanded false and area controls equals menu, and now it's more accessible than a plain button. You can see we haven't added any attribute on this button, and now we have the attributes with the help of our JavaScript. Now let's add a click handler. So let's create toggle btn dot add event listener, and the event we call will be click. So it's a click event comma our callback function, and inside this we can create a variable is open equals menu dot hidden. So this hidden is the attribute of this menu element we put right here. So we are calling this right, so we made mistake equals to, and below we will say menu dot hidden is equals to is open, and here we will say toggle btn dot set attribute, and inside this we will set area expanded and will be equals to is open, and below it we will add attribute to this menu element set attribute, and inside this we will say area hidden and will be equals to when it's closed or not open, and below it let's add a log with menu comma is open. When it's opened, let's say it's open, and if not opened then it's closed. So this is our click handler. So we flipped the hidden property to show or hide the menu. We update area expanded so screen readers announce the state change, and we set area hidden attribute on the menu itself, which tells screen readers to skip it entirely when it's collapsed. So let's just click toggle menu and watch the element tab. We click and you can see the area hidden equals to false, so this attribute has been added. We click again, you can see area expanded true, area hidden false. So a screen reader would announce expanded and collapsed each time. So this is what area gives. So area is the first pillar. It doesn't change how the page looks, it changes what assistive tech announces. Now let's make the whole thing work without a mouse. So let's jump to our next pillar, which is keyboard navigation. So let's create a key down handler, document dot add event listener. So this is a global key down handler I'm creating. Key down comma our callback, and inside this we will have events, so event, and let's add a switch statement, switch. Inside this we will have event dot key, and our first event will be on our case escape key. So this is our first case. So what this will do, if menu is not hidden, means if menu is visible, then escape will make that menu hide, so hidden will be true. And toggle button dot set attribute, and it will make that area expanded attribute to false, so it can close the menu, and its focus will be at that button again. Let's add log and see what happened. Let's add menu close with escape. So this is our global key down handler with a switch on key dot on event dot key. When escape is pressed and the menu is open, we close it. We will update area expanded to false, and this is important part, we move focus to the button, this button, toggle menu. So always return focus to where the user came from after closing a menu or model. So let's click toggle menu and press escape again. Click toggle menu, press escape. You can see our focus is on toggle menu now, and the menu is is closed. So keyboard only users now have a clear escape route. So let's add two more keys or events. So let's say case arrow down, and sorry, we forgot the break. We should always put break here, and this one will be inside this switch statement. Alright, so our second case is arrow down. So if menu is not hidden, then event.prevent default, so it will not load. Const link equals menu.query selector all, so we'll select all the anchor tags, and const current equals array dot from the links, let's make it links dot index of document dot active element, and right here we will say next equals current is less than links dot length -1. If it's true, then current +1. If not, then 0. And right here we'll say links, and we will take next and focus on that, and let's put a break here. And same way for our next case, we will have arrow up, and same way we have not hidden, prevent, query selector all, current from index of document dot active element, but this one will be previous. So on previous we will say if current is length of links, make it 0, not the links, so then current will be -1, and if not, then we will say links dot length -1. And right here let's focus on the previous one as well and just save it. So this arrow down and arrow up, we find the currently focused link. Right here we will find the currently focused link. We will calculate the next or previous one with wraparound, so it loops from the last back to the first, and move focus there. To prevent default stops the page from scrolling while we are arrowing through the menu greater than. So let's just test everything, and you are on a page. So there's no focus right now. We will click open the menu, press tab. So when I pressed tab key, our focus is now on the first link, home. We will press arrow down, our focus is now about. Let's refresh, let's press toggle menu, tab, arrow down, then again arrow down, we have contact, then arrow up, then we are again on about. So the user never touches the mouse, and the focus outline is visible the whole way. This was our second pillar. So our first pillar is area, which is done. Our second pillar is this keyboard navigation, which is also done, and our last and final pillar, which is focus management. So focus management is controlling where the keyboard's attention goes, especially on a page load. So let's now create our third pillar. Let's say focus management, and get our name input and document dot get element by ID, then ID of that input is name input. And right here we have a normal tab index, which is always tab index equals to 0. So this is our normal tab index. Let's say normal tab order, and our tab index, which I will create by the help of JavaScript, our focused or focusable tab order, which is equals to -1. So let's say it's focusable, let's say by JavaScript only menu, and we will select all the anchor tags, anchor elements dot for each. So for each link we will add or set an attribute which will be equals to tab index, which will be equals to 0, which is our normal tab index. And now we will focus on this input. So whenever user lands to the page, his focus will be automatically on our input. So let's say focus set to name input, and right here let's say name input dot add event listener and focus event comma our callback, and inside this let's add name input dot set attribute, and we will set area label, and we will say name input is focus, and let's add a log here. So the log will say input focus, and let's add another event, which is name input dot add event listener, and it will be blur event, and we have callback. Let's add a log input lost focus, That's it. So this tab index equals to 0. It puts an element in the normal tab order, and this tab -1 means it can only be focused programmatically with JavaScript. So links are tabbable by default, but setting it explicitly is a good practice. So we have put the normal tab order right here. Then name input.focus. So this will run right on a page load. So focus lands in the input immediately. That's why on most login pages, the username field is already active. This is a very small touch, but it has a huge impact on our user experience. This is only one line of code. So let's refresh our page. Look, the cursor already on the input. We haven't touched anything. You just refresh and our focus is already on the input. We start by typing right away anything. Not clicking the console log, you can see, and we refresh. Focus set to the name input. So this kind of polish is what accessibility is really about. So that's it. Let me just wrap up. So that's accessibility in JavaScript. We have learned 3 pillars: area attributes like area expanded and area hidden. We learned second pillar, which is keyboard navigation right here with escape, arrow key, and we have learned focus management with tab index and the focus method. Apply these patterns and your app instantly works for a much wider audience. So this is the end of our JavaScript playlist. We started from the very basics, variables, data types, functions, and step by step, we made it all the way here. The DOM, events, async JavaScript, testing, tooling, browser APIs, and now accessibility. If you followed along from lesson 1 to lesson 38, you now have a genuinely solid JavaScript foundation. I'm really proud of you for sticking with it. I truly hope you enjoyed this series and learned something valuable from it. Go build things. That's how all of this sticks. This isn't a goodbye though. I've got another playlist coming very soon. We'll take these JavaScript skills further and put them to work. So make sure you are subscribed and have the bell on so you don't miss it when it drops. If this playlist helped you, please like the video, subscribe, and share the playlist with anyone who's learning JavaScript. It genuinely helps the channel grow with your support. Drop a comment and let me know what you would like to see in the next series. Jazakallah khair for watching and for being part of this journey. See you in the next playlist. Allah Hafiz.